Chapter 545. Under the scarlet moonlight, a plain-looking attic flickered with a faint red glow. Even the waterfall seemed to have quieted down, and the lake was illuminated by the moonlight. A group of young men and women who were quietly cultivating didn't know what was happening in the attic above them. By the window of the attic, Yin Nuashing's ferocious face had already changed back to that devilishly handsome young man. His purplish-red eyes were overflowing with tears, and there were 2 streaks of tears on his cheeks. He was enduring the pain as he gently rubbed the row of bright and beautiful marks on his shoulders. They looked like crescent moons, and there was even a red lipstick mark on his black robe. The Empress lifted his clothes and saw that the teeth marks were so deep that they were bleeding. She touched his face with heartache, glared at the Golden Empress, and said unhappily, "You were too ruthless." Jin Wang and the rest laughed bitterly and glanced at the Golden Empress, who was pouting her sexy red lips. Seeing that she had turned her head away and seemed a little unhappy, they tactfully didn't say anything. This Empress was still angry because of Yin Nuashing's words. She was already very considerate of Yin Nuashing by not displaying her cold aura. Yin Nuashing pursed his lips and didn't dare to say anything. He smiled at the Empress, walked to the window, and looked up at the bright moon in the sky. His heart was in a mess. If he were to translate what he said just now, it would become, "If I become a devil, I will commit suicide. I will leave the rest to you guys." It was no wonder that the Golden Empress was angry. The moonlight was pleasant, and the sound of a guqin came from nowhere. It lingered endlessly in this tranquil valley. As the sound of the guqin drifted in the air, another melodious sound of a flute was heard. The 2 types of music played at the same time and didn't conflict with each other. Instead, they blended harmoniously with each other, making this unremarkable valley feel more ethereal and mysterious. Jin Wang and the rest were talking behind him. The Golden Empress's elegant and pleasant voice occasionally sounded faintly, and there seemed to be a trace of anger left in it. The Mountain Emperor and the rest were talking about the God's Palace that they saw a few days ago. Now, this storm had swept across the entire Divine Continent, and countless experts were rushing to Taiyuan region. Jin Wang and the rest originally wanted to make a trip there, but they didn't expect to hear about the disappearance of the God's Palace. This made them somewhat disappointed. Gods are all people who talk to themselves. Yin Nuashing sighed bitterly in his heart. The golden figure in his mind could not disappear. Those words were still echoing in his mind. He could recall them clearly with just a simple thought. Do you know who you are? You should be standing in the 9 heavens and overlooking the world. When you ascend to the starry sky throne, this world will mourn because of your arrival. He wanted to know who he was, but he couldn't touch those memories. He hadn't reached that level yet, so he couldn't know. Even if someone knew, they wouldn't let him know. If you can't let me know, then don't let me know about this. Yin Nuashing sighed in his heart. Now that he thought about it, Xian Yin and the rest were also pushing him away, using things that he couldn't know but had to know. If it's so easy to reach the godly level, it wouldn't be so rare. There probably aren't many in the entire realm of the gods. Let's hope that I can touch that mysterious door in my lifetime. I feel very lonely. He had so many friends around him, and so many elders who cared about him, but he had never felt so lonely. His world was so cold, and he couldn't feel any warmth at all. When this topic was brought up, he felt very lonely. It was as if he was the only one left in the world. Lonely, all alone. Inadvertently turning her head, Mei Mao caught a glimpse of Yin Nuashing's pale and empty eyes. The Golden Queen's heart skipped a beat. She was just staring at the moonlight, but she felt a sense of vicissitudes that even people of her level didn't have. The 2 of them were only a few meters apart, but she felt as if there were a few galaxies between them. Jin Ying and the rest had told her about Yin Nuashing's abnormal state of mind, but today was the first time she saw it with her own eyes. With light steps, she walked to Yin Nuashing's side. She raised her jade-like hand and paused in midair. The Golden Princess looked at his dazed, handsome face and frowned slightly. She put her hand on his shoulder and said hesitantly, "Little Xing, are you still angry?" "No." Yin Nuashing stared blankly at the moonlight. His eyes seemed to be getting more and more unfocused. He couldn't hear the ethereal sound of the zither and flute. Oh! The Golden Queen wrinkled her little nose and stood quietly at the side. She imitated him and looked up at the moon in the sky. After a long time, she looked to the side and said softly. Little Stone and the rest speculated that the palace of the gods met an inheritor. Oh, Big Sister is thinking. Could it be that you got it? The Golden Queen said quietly. Yes. The hall suddenly became quiet for a second. Jin Wang and the rest who were still talking softly widened their eyes. They looked at Yin Nuoxing as if they had seen a ghost. Huh. After a few seconds, Yin Nuoxing seemed to have realized what he had just said. His eyes widened. The vicissitudes, emptiness, and loneliness disappeared completely. His purple-red eyes looked at the Golden Queen in shock. The Golden Queen also blinked blankly at Mei Mao and looked at him in surprise. Damn, Big Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? It has nothing to do with me. Yin Nuoxing was so anxious that he almost jumped up and waved his hands, especially when he saw the green light in the eyes of Jin Wang and the rest. He had goosebumps all over his body. The Golden Queen couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Her smile was exceptionally bright. She gently stretched out her slender finger and touched the black pearl on his forehead. Then she scratched his nose and laughed. Little idiot, you didn't even wipe your mouth when you stole food. When she touched the star bead on her forehead, Yin Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. She touched the bead inlaid between her eyebrows guiltily and couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Big Mountain said that he didn't see you for 2 days and there was something on your forehead. Although Big Sister didn't dare to guess in that direction, I just casually mentioned it. I didn't expect. The Golden Queen said softly. Yin Nuoxing blinked his eyes and covered his mouth with both hands. His face was filled with determination, indicating that he wouldn't say anything. No one is stealing from you. One day in the future, the 9-deity palace will be yours. Big Sister, we can only watch you slowly grow. The Golden Queen rubbed Yin Nuoxing's head and said softly, an ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Be careful when you go out, especially during such tense times. Yin Nuoxing opened his eyes wide and quickly looked at Jin Wang and the Fire God Shrine Great Elder. However, he saw that they all nodded solemnly. He panicked and shook his head like a rattle drum. The 9-deity palace will be mine in the future. Don't joke around. His little heart can't take this stimulation. This is the palace master's decision. Now, we will help you take care of it. When you are strong enough, you can take over the position of chief palace master. Anyway, we will be the ones doing the work after taking over. You don't have to do anything. The Golden Queen smiled and gently shook his head a few times. So, it's just a title. Yin Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. He shook his head helplessly and didn't say anything. It's too early to say these things now. So, little fool, you have to live well. Don't say things like withering away alone. The Golden Queen sighed as she stroked his hair. I didn't. Yin Nuoxing lowered his head and couldn't help but mutter. Not yet. Weren't you very deep when you said it just now? The Golden Queen rolled her eyes. She didn't have that noble look anymore. A mischievous look flashed across Mei Mao's face. The Golden Queen chuckled and suddenly took a step forward. She stood on her tiptoes and gently breathed into Yin Nuoxing's ear. The faint orchid fragrance brushed past his ear. Yin Nuoxing only felt a sudden surge of electricity from his ear to his whole body. His body went limp, and he almost fell to the ground. A bright red color quickly spread from his handsome face. That's enough. Jin Wang and the others couldn't help but roar. This guy had lived for tens of millions of years. How could he be so indecent? He didn't act like an elder at all. Although they didn't act like an elder in front of Yin Nuoxing either. Suddenly, Jin Wang and the others were still shouting and yelling stopped at the same time. The Mountain King and the others also did the same. They all took out a jade slip from their storage devices and inserted a strand of divine consciousness into it. After a while, they all raised their heads at the same time and held out the jade slip. Yin Nuoxing was stunned when he saw it. Invitations. After a minute, the jade slip suddenly lit up. Then, a few golden invitations flew out of the jade slip and landed in front of Princess Jean, the Mountain King, and the others. Yin Nuashing was very curious. He quickly jumped in front of Princess Jean and stretched his neck. The latter also smiled and placed the invitations in front of the two of them and spread them out. Yin Nuashing's gaze swept across the area. After he finished looking, he subconsciously took out the treasure map. He looked at the Sourcepeak region for a long time before he stopped and muttered, Starfall City. Taiyuan Grand Meeting? At this time? Princess Jean frowned. She waved the invitations in her hand and threw Mei Mao to the Fire God Shrine Great Elder and the others. It's precisely because of this opportunity that the God Spirit Palace has attracted more than half of the God Realm experts to the Taiyuan region. At this time, there are many high-level God Realm experts from other regions in this region. The grand meeting held at this time will affect the entire God Realm to the greatest extent. This time, even people from the other two realms will participate. The Fire God, Shrine Great Elder said faintly. Looks like I have to go. Princess Jean sighed. Then, she turned her gaze to Yin Nuashing, who didn't respond after muttering a name. It's on the way. It's just north of our current location and east of Xingming City. However, I don't really want to go. Yin Nuashing spread his hands and shrugged. Taiyuan Grand Meeting? Those were events that only the big shots would go to. It had nothing to do with him. I think it's good for you to meet some people. There's still many people who think highly of the spiritual, godly body. Maybe some seniors will take a fancy to you. Princess Jean pinched his earlobe and smiled. No. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. Go. Princess Jean exhaled and licked her lips with her little red tongue. Then, she breathed softly into Yin Nuashing's ear. Woo! Help! Divine King! Help! Yin Nuashing was so embarrassed that his face turned red. He almost collapsed on the sofa and screamed in horror. You're a coward! The God Emperors only felt helpless. It's not impossible for me to go. Yin Nuashing quickly broke free from Princess Jean. He coughed dryly and took a sip of tea. The redness on his handsome face had yet to fade. Actually, I have a small request. After a long time, Yin Nuashing lowered his head and rubbed his palms. He said unnaturally, Say it. No matter if it's to destroy the Qi family or what, as long as it's within the scope of my ability, we can do it. Princess Jean nodded. Maybe there will be fighting and killing, and maybe there won't be. That is, I want to subdue a certain divine flame. I wonder if sister can help me? Yin Nuashing blinked his eyes that contained flames and said with a smile, Oh, what divine flame actually wants our help? Speaking of which, don't you already have a divine flame? You're still thinking about a second divine flame? The great elder of the Fire God Shrine looked up and smiled faintly. He seemed to be very interested. A divine flame? Don't you know? Soulblade looked at Yin Nuashing with a smile that wasn't a smile. That smile gave him goosebumps, and he quickly shrank back. Immeasurable heavenly sovereign, low-key. Big brother Soulblade, please be low-key. Yin Nuashing raised his hand and chanted name. The divine flame that I want was born in the star field, but I don't know why it fell into the God realm. Then, he quickly changed the topic. When Soulblade heard him call him Big Brother, he laughed and didn't say anything else. Princess Jean and the others were confused. A divine flame that was born in the star field. The divine flame list lists 150 divine flames. Among them, there are 20 to 30 that were born in the star field. I wonder which one you're talking about. The great elder of the Fire God Shrine rubbed his wrist with one hand and looked at Yin Nuashing with a surprised gaze. The divine flames that were born in the star field were very difficult to obtain. He didn't expect that he could actually find one. Moreover, he found it in the God realm. At this time, Princess Jean and the others were also staring at his mouth curiously. They wanted to hear him say the name of the divine flame. Void Fire, also known as Star Fire, Star Devouring Flame, Divine Flame List Rank, 25. Yin Nuashing straightened his back and said solemnly, Puffed. Kacha. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a few clear springs gushing out and a few teacups shattering suddenly rang out in the hall, scaring Yin Nuashing into a daze. Rank 25. It's already squeezed into the top 1/6 of the list. Even a god emperor doesn't dare to casually touch it. Little star, are you crazy? Jin Wang's eyes widened. Even with his shallow understanding of the divine flame list, he was still very shocked. So, I need a little help. Yin Nuoxing coughed dryly. He also knew that it was impossible to obtain the void fire with his own strength. Zi had repeatedly told him this. Chapter 546. Empress Mei Mao looked at Yin Nuoxing and asked the Golden Princess and the others, "What's the date of the Taiyuan Grand Meeting?" 3 months later, the Golden Princess said as she looked down. The Golden Crown Princess lowered her head and said, "The realm of the gods was extremely vast. Even an emperor god would need hundreds of thousands of years to fly from the leftmost end of the Taiyuan domain to the rightmost end of the Taiyuan domain. If they did not have a tool like the teleportation gate, they would not know how to cross such an astronomical distance." Who is the organizer of the Taiyuan Grand Meeting? Yin Nuoxing curiously took the invitation from the Golden Princess and read it. Then she read out a name, the Phaseless Cult. The Phaseless Cult has a long history. The Phaseless Cult has a long history and is an absolutely neutral intelligence organization. They don't favor any side, and they appeared around the same time as the 8 ancient families and other forces from the High Antiquity era. At first, they were a small group of powerful figures from various transcendental forces, and they were responsible for informing the various major forces of the divine realm. Later on, they slowly expanded and became a very secretive transcendental force. Not only are they responsible for providing intelligence, but they would also unite with other major forces to hold a grand event in the divine realm every 10,000 years. Although the Taiyuan Grand Event hasn't started yet, it was brought forward due to some exceptions. They were also the first to know about the appearance of the demon realm and the Yao realm. Jin Wang said slowly, "The Phaseless Cult also has many strongholds in the God realm. Only those who are familiar with them can find them. It's very similar to the Nightwalker Alliance." 3 months, 3 months. The Empress rubbed her slender fingers and suddenly smiled. She looked at the Golden Princess and said, "Help? Help your little god with something? Don't tell me you want to." The Golden Princess raised her eyebrows, and her red lips curved into a stunning smile. "If it's just me alone, I might not be able to complete it in 30 years, let alone 3 months. If all of you help, I can still complete it in 1 or 2 months." The Empress smiled and pulled the confused Yin Nuoxing to her side. She said gently, "Sister will help you cultivate the glaze treasure mirror, okay?" Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. She wanted to say, "Are you trying to coax a child?" Violet Knight had told him that even with the help of the 3 divine flames and the Godhead, it would still take a year to refine the wash-basin-sized glazed divine crystal. Although it was already a very good result compared to the previous times when there was no movement, and even if it was in his lifetime, he would still have to wait for another year. His heart, spirit, and liver were all hurt. The Empress smiled and rubbed his head. Then she pulled him out of the attic. Upon seeing this, the Golden Empress and the rest could only look at each other, shrug their shoulders, and follow behind. Along the way, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but ask, "Sister Glaze, is that Master, Deity Glaze, still alive?" "Including you, there are only about 50 people in the Glaze court. Aside from you, everyone else is a deity who has received the inheritance of the Glaze God. You can be considered the Glaze God's disciples in name. However, only one person in the Glaze court has ever met the Glaze God, and that person is the one who looks after the Glaze court. She has traveled the realms of the gods to find those who have received the Glaze God's inheritance. She has gathered them together and is also searching for the complete inheritance of the Glaze God," the Empress said softly. "As for whether or not he really met Master, I don't really believe it. Master was a god from the later stages of the primordial era, so he might have used some means to pass down his ultimate techniques. However, I don't think it's very possible that Master is still alive. There are so many ancient books and evidence that prove that no living being can live past an era. Although even these so-called evidence can't prove itself, It's just a guess that's very close to the evidence, but it's also very convincing. But if it's possible, I would also like to see Master. I would like to admire the person who created such a godly skill." The Empress laughed softly. The connection between the glazed treasured mirror is very clear. If you see your senior brothers and sisters in the future, don't be polite. Just ask them to drink tea and chat with them. You can even ask them to bring you to practice. The people of the glazed divine court are very united and are as close as a family, the Empress said. Yin Nuoxing blinked, then smiled and joked. "Then I will pester Sister Glaze in the future." "Me?" The Empress was stunned. As she walked away, she turned back to look at his purplish-red eyes. She sighed deeply and said, "I'm afraid I can only give you some guidance. As for teaching, you can already seriously injure me. Do you still expect me to be qualified to teach you?" "Stingy." Yin Nuoxing lowered his head and muttered a few times. He seemed very depressed. Seeing this, the Empress couldn't help but smile bitterly. This little guy was acting coquettishly. Look at those starry eyes of his that were filled with expectation. How could he be depressed? Okay. I will let you pester me. Sister will bring you to practice, okay?" The Empress shook her head and smiled. "Thank you, Sister Glaze." Yin Nuoxing smiled, causing the Empress to roll her eyes at him. This little guy wanted to tie her down. She reckoned that he wanted her to help him subdue the void fire. However, she also owed him 2 elixirs and was his senior sister in name. She had no choice but to help him. When they reached the lakeside below, Xian sensed the movement here and put away the zither in his hand. Yin also put away her flute. She opened her eyes and saw Yin Nuoxing and the others strolling to the lakeside. "What's wrong?" Seeing the group of people with surging auras coming to the lakeside, Xian jogged to Yin Nuoxing's side and asked softly. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. He was also very curious about how Sister Glaze was going to help him practice the glazed treasure mirror. According to his own estimation, a wash basin-sized glazed divine crystal was just enough to cultivate the first level of the cast glaze. However, if he wanted to cultivate the cast glaze to perfection, he would probably need as much as a small mountain. As for the second level, he would probably need as much as a mountain. However, he was stunned the next second. This was because he saw the Empress take out a ring and throw a colorful mountain into the air. Under the moonlight, the colorful mountain made Yin Nuoxing feel a little dizzy. He almost went blind. "Are you really going to help him?" The Emperor of Destruction felt his heart ache when he saw the Empress casually taking out the colored glazed divine crystals that were as tall as a mountain. He wondered how long it had taken him to find such a large amount of colored glazed divine crystals. The Empress glanced at him, then looked at Soul Blade and said, "Broken Blade, let me borrow your cauldron for a while." "Damn, I was wrong, okay? Don't change my name without my permission." Soul Blade shivered, goosebumps rising all over his body. Nodding, he waved his hand, causing a black object to fly up into the air. It slowly grew in size until it was big enough to fit the entire glazed mountain range. Only then did it stop. The black object was a huge, squarish cauldron. It was so heavy that a hole appeared in the void where its 4 legs stood. The walls of the cauldron were engraved with complicated patterns. They looked like the zodiac, runes, and the combination of a group of demons and monsters. The great mountain king waved his hand, and the waterfall suddenly trembled. The entire valley trembled violently as well. Following that, everyone saw the lake that was suffused with red light suddenly become turbulent. A huge object rose from the bottom of the water, draining the entire lake clean. Everyone flew into the sky before the lake overflowed. When they focused their eyes, they saw that the object that rose from the bottom of the lake was a huge platform. It rose 100 feet from the bottom of the lake, and its wide surface area was just enough to accommodate the huge black cauldron. "Feng, can you use your true fire the phoenix at will?" Yin Nuoxing looked at Feng in his arms and asked. Feng's ethereal mouth flashed for a while before moving away from the round platform and the huge cauldron. She turned around and looked at Yin Nuoxing. She nodded gently and said, "If Xingxing wants to use it, he can use it at any time." "Feng, and Xingxing's souls are connected. What's mine is Xingxing's. Yin Nuoxing looked at her in surprise, only to see her use her beautiful eyes to stare straight at him. She slightly raised her head, her bright and clean forehead gently pressed against his forehead, causing his soul to tremble slightly, as if a new feeling was being born in his soul. This is... Yin Nuoxing widened his eyes in shock. This was not as simple as just borrowing the true fire of the phoenix. This feeling, this message, and all of Feng Er's supernatural powers could be used as long as she had the ability. Moreover, Feng Er could also use the supernatural powers that Yin Nuoxing knew. Is this a soul contract? Yin Nuoxing clenched his fists in disbelief. This was not as simple as using Feng Er's supernatural powers in one direction. This was the superposition of their powers. Ever since I was born and lived in Xingxing's soul, Xingxing could use my power. However, Xingxing never mentioned it to me. I thought that Xingxing didn't need this power. Feng Er took a small step back and moved her forehead away. Her beautiful eyes seemed to have a lot of things to say, but the two of them seemed to be in unison. They could feel each other's feelings from their souls. Yin Nuoxing smiled silently. If nothing unexpected happened, he might never need Feng Er's power. Today, he was just casually asking. Although this kind of borrowed true fire of the phoenix was very powerful, it was still not as powerful as when he used it himself. Even if Feng Er could control the true fire of the phoenix at will, it would be difficult for her to display its full power. Yin Nuoxing flipped his palm and gently spread it out. With a thought, a ball of crimson-pink flames shot out from his palm. The temperature of this space also jumped to an extremely terrifying level, like a volcanic eruption with this light sound. Xian and Jining, who were caught off guard, were shocked and quickly fell from the sky. Even though they walked quickly, their bodies were still dripping with sweat. That temperature was unbearable even for powerful gods, let alone small practitioners like them who had just entered the demon realm. That is, the 15th ranked true fire of the phoenix. The great elder of the fire god shrine widened his eyes and did not hide the envy in his eyes at all. When he saw the phoenix pattern that lit up between Yin Nuoxing's eyebrows and the pink-clothed girl standing beside him, he instantly understood something. The envy in his eyes became even more intense. Little God, I want it. Next time when you go back, remember to bring little God to the fire god shrine. Do you remember the candle? The great elder of the fire god shrine swallowed his saliva and spoke softly, causing the fire god king to bitterly smile. However, he also nodded. Since Yin Nuoxing had such a powerful divine flame, he naturally had to let him properly practice the fire god shrine secret art. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Hey, you guys are one step too late. The people of the light god shrine have already taken action and snatched the first place. Moreover, it was personally taught by the shrine master. Jin Wang couldn't help but laugh, causing the great elder of the fire god shrine's cheeks to tremble. Then, he lightly snorted and said, "It's fine. Even if he isn't first, he can still be second." Hearing this, Jin Wang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then, he secretly sighed in his heart. Why didn't this guy have any gold element? Sister Luli, what should we do? Yin Nuoxing looked at the Empress who was not far away and asked, "Just throw the divine flame inside. This black cauldron is very special. It can lock the flame inside. Even if the output of the origin flame is cut off, it can still be maintained with an endless supply of energy. Therefore, you don't need to provide much energy," the Empress said softly. Mei Mao turned to Soul Blade, Empress Jean, and the others and nodded gently. All right. Yin Nuoxing shrugged his shoulders and stretched his body. Then he stretched out his right hand and clenched his fist. For types of divine flames, crimson pink, light purple, dark red, and light gray suddenly erupted from his palm. Then, they spread rapidly and formed a sea of fire with 4 different colors behind him. It was extremely dazzling. The temperature was also increasing rapidly. The forest below burst into flames, as if it wouldn't stop until the space was burned down. True Phoenix Fire, Purple Night Flame, Mountain Spirit Earth Fire, Een Spirit Fire, Puff. I suspect that I didn't take my medicine today and am feeling dizzy. Who can give me a slap? Who the F asterisk CK opened the illusion? Empress Jean, the Empress, and the others looked at the extremely dazzling sea of fire and were stunned. They only felt a slight pain in their heads, and waves of dizziness came over them. Chapter 547. The brilliant sea of fire was like a curtain of fire that fell from the sky, turning the entire mountain range into a mountain of fire. Inside the giant cauldron, monstrous flames burned fiercely, enveloping the entire colorful mountain range. The huge fire serpent coiled around the colorful mountain range. Its colossal body twisted and turned, wrapping around the entire mountain range. The temperature in the cauldron had already risen to a terrifying level. Looking from thousands of kilometers away, one could see a scarlet-pink sun flickering on the horizon. Just looking at it was enough to make one's blood boil. When the temperature suddenly rose, beams of energy shot out and sealed off the mountain range. Even if the people outside could feel that the heaven and earth were unusually hot, they could not see what was happening inside. In the sky, dozens of experts were entrenched in front of the huge black cauldron. Looking at them, one could see that Empress Jean and the others were also sitting cross-legged in the sky. At this moment, all of their attention was focused on the giant cauldron. Dozens of vast soul storms surged into the giant cauldron, raising the temperature of the flames to an extremely violent level. The people below felt that their eyes were about to be blinded by the strong light when they looked up. The fire snake was entrenched, and extremely hot flames were constantly gushing out from the fire snake. Like a volcanic eruption, they hit the huge, colorful mountain range, and then turned into monstrous flames that wrapped around the mountain range. The colorful mountain range also emitted a faint, strange glow as it burned with a temperature that was as hot as a star. 5-colored light flickered and flowed as a frightening energy pressure seeped out. Just the light alone was filled with a frightening energy that caused everyone's heart to palpitate. Yin Nuoxing lay on the grass below and opened his eyes from time to time. He squinted his eyes and looked at the black cauldron that seemed to contain the sun with difficulty. Seeing that the huge, colorful mountain range did not show any signs of melting, he could not help but sigh. However, he was not flustered or anxious about this situation. The colored glazed divine crystal was a 12th level material and was known as a material exclusive to the gods. If it could be melted so easily, then the eternal weapon would be child's play. Plus, back when Great Emperor Color Glaze had refined a mountain, it had taken the 6 of them 20 years to refine. This time around, even if there were 4 kinds of divine flames and dozens of high gods to refine, it would still take a long time. The dry and hot air seemed to have evaporated all the water in the area. The entire mountain range seemed to be sickly pale. Even though he was lying on the grass, far away from the source of the fire, Yin Nuoxing still felt that his throat was a little uncomfortable and dry. He held the treasure map high in boredom. His purple-red eyes lazily scanned the map of the god realm. He could not stop yawning, and his eyelids twitched as if he would fall asleep in the next moment. There was a soft rustling sound beside his ear. There seemed to be a pair of footprints on the grass. A delicate fragrance entered his nose, causing the tip of his nose to tremble slightly. He turned his head and saw a beautiful and mysterious purple dress fluttering like a flower, gently dancing with the green waves. The person who had just laid down also turned her gaze. Mei Mao had a sweet smile on her face. Her smile was so charming that it made people want to take a bite of her lips. "Don't you need to help?" Xian, who was lying a few inches away from Yin Nuoxing, asked softly. "If Sister Lu Li and the others say that I don't need to, then I don't need to. With my pitiful little energy, it is indeed not much use. I have already done my best by throwing this 9th heaven spirit-laying formation to help refine it." Yin Nuoxing twitched his mouth and shrugged. "Little star, you only know how to slack off. Sister Lu Li and the others are clearly helping you refine it, but you're lying down like nothing is happening." Xian laughed coquettishly. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. His left hand moved away from the map and moved to the side. After a while, He touched a soft and smooth area, which covered Ziyan's beautiful face. Ziyan blinked at Mei Mao and lifted the sinful left hand that was covering her face. Mei Mao glanced at Yin Nuoxing and saw that he was still focused on the map. She put her excessively white hand next to her mouth, opened her silver teeth slightly, and gently bit the back of her hand. Ouch! Yin Nuoxing frowned and sucked in a breath of cold air. He hurriedly tossed the treasure map to the side and turned his head to see Ziyan's sparkling Mei Mao carefully looking at him. Her silver teeth didn't loosen in the slightest, and she even used a bit of force. "Little girl, what are you doing?" Yin Nuoxing was a little speechless, but it wasn't good for him to pull his hand back when he was bitten. He could only speak helplessly. When he thought of the crescent-shaped teeth mark on his shoulder, his hair stood on end. "I'm biting you." Ziyan's silver teeth gently grazed his skin as she spoke in a somewhat inarticulate voice. "Are you a cat?" Yin Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After interacting with her for so many years, he didn't see any biting skills in her. Hey, don't bite me more. Little girl, shut up. Ah. Ziyan's little silver teeth bit down along his arm, leaving behind rows of curved teeth marks. It was as if she was smiling. Mei Mao bit down on the deep teeth marks left behind by the Golden Empress. Yin Nuoxing instantly screamed shrilly. "Stop! Save me!" Yin Nuoxing screamed in fright when her silver teeth bit down on his neck. He hurriedly pulled his hands back and caressed Ziyan's head. He wanted to move her away, but an electric shock suddenly traveled from his ears. His entire body went limp and weak, and he couldn't use any strength in his hands. She breathed softly into his ear. Her breath smelled like orchids, and a gentle breeze directly knocked down this young man who could defeat a god emperor. Her vermilion lips gently sucked on his earlobe, and she bit it gently. "Little girl, you." Yin Nuoxing's handsome face was flushed red, and he panted heavily. His hands weakly rested on Ziyan's head. He wanted to push her away, but his hands weakly turned into a gentle caress. Jin Wang and the others, who were sitting cross-legged in the sky, had been paying attention to their surroundings. When they saw this scene, their faces turned red, and they hurriedly focused all their attention on the giant cauldron. Only the Golden Empress was laughing hysterically. After a long time, her red lips let go of Yin Nuoxing's earlobe. Ziyan looked at Mei Mao's helpless expression and couldn't help but blink. She smiled as if she was talking to herself. "So Big Sister Jean didn't lie to me." When he heard this, Yin Nuoxing's moist eyes suddenly opened wide. His purple-red eyes widened as he looked helplessly at the beautiful face that was so close to him. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. So this little girl had obtained information about the Golden Empress and was teasing him? "Stop fooling around, little girl. Put me down after you're done biting me." Yin Nuoxing's entire body was weak. His hands rested on Ziyan's jade neck, and his entire body was paralyzed in her arms. If this position was reversed, it would be fine. But if Yuan Shi and the others saw this, they would probably collapse from laughter. Oh. Hearing this, Ziyan nodded and hugged Yin Nuoxing. Her delicate body fell onto the grass behind her. Her two jade-like arms were tightly hugging him like little snakes. Her beautiful face was extremely calm. Her beautiful eyes that contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth were filled with undisguised love as she stared at him in her arms. "Don't look at me with such passionate eyes." Yin Nuoxing's handsome face was red with embarrassment. He didn't know what expression to use to face her as he was hugged tightly. He could only lower his head. However, when he looked at her, he saw two snow-white peaks and a ravine that was enough to make anyone's blood vessels explode. Even someone as calm as him felt a little dizzy. He couldn't help but say in his heart, "I'm going to faint." However, after thinking about it, Yin Nuoxing felt that something was wrong. "Little girl, you seem a little strange today." "Nope." Ziyan shook her head and said, "Big Sister Jean told me to keep an eye on you so that you wouldn't be in a daze. Otherwise, Little Star would have some suicidal thoughts. She wanted me to use my heart to influence you. You won. So attentive that I almost thought you were going to push me down." Yin Nuoxing's cheeks couldn't stop twitching. He couldn't help but mutter. Little star wants me to push you down. Xian's jade hand gently stroked his head. She glanced at a certain spot and said with a faint smile. There was actually a hint of charm in her voice. Seeing the strange look in her eyes, Yun Nuoxing's handsome face blushed. He coughed dryly and said in his heart, I've sinned. I've sinned. I didn't want my body to react this way. After waiting for a while, his body's reaction seemed to be less intense. Only then did he roll to the side. Xian's little nose twitched. She used a little force to hug him and pulled herself into his arms. Half of her body was on top of him. Her head was pillowed on his broad chest. Her jade hand was curled up on his chest, as if she wanted to merge their two bodies together. Yun Nuoxing looked down and glanced at this little girl. She was as quiet as a little princess. Mei Mao's eyes were tightly shut. Her red lips were slightly pouted. Her cute sleeping face made people want to protect her. He sighed softly. His gaze softened as he looked at this little girl. His heart was a little complicated. That day, when the golden figure said something about the chains of the heart, he heard every word. It made him feel helpless and puzzled at the same time. He didn't know why he put this seal on himself. The treasure map floated in front of him. Yun Nuoxing hugged the delicate body in his arms. He couldn't help but glance at her again. His heart was filled with all kinds of complicated emotions. Such a cute girl. She was clingy, obedient, and beautiful. There probably weren't many girls as beautiful as her in the entire God realm. If he was a normal person, he probably would have easily fallen in love with her. Even if he had a heart of stone, after 10 years of being together, his heart should have softened. Unfortunately, his heart was empty. Although he missed many people, he also rejected all of them. I don't know who will benefit from such a cute girl in the future. Yun Nuoxing felt more and more upset the more he thought about it. So you don't plan to benefit from this? Yun Nuoxing was just about to turn his attention back to the treasure map when he heard a soft voice faintly ring in his ear. He was stunned and his handsome face turned pale. Could it be that he had said what was in his heart? Little girl, you know that I can't even benefit from benefits. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Xian blinked and flipped over. She laid on top of him and rested her chin on her two lily-white hands. Those two soft lumps made Yun Nuoxing's blood boil. Little star, I'm willing to spend the rest of my life melting your heart of ice. Is that okay? Xian smiled softly. Without waiting for him to answer, she stroked her hair and said, a one-word or two-word answer will do. Yun Nuoxing was silent. This girl, who dared to love and hate, always picked the time very clearly. Sometimes, it made him feel very helpless. He himself did not know the answer, but this girl had placed her fate on the answer of one or two words. Maybe, well, then you can't dislike me. If you don't like it, I'll just be the background. Xian smiled sweetly. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He frowned slightly, and his lips moved a few times. In the end, he just sighed and said softly, okay. Seeing his helpless expression, Xian pursed her lips and didn't say anything more. She quietly laid on his chest and closed her Mei Mao. Yun Nuoxing sighed in his heart. He wanted to slap himself. If he liked her, he liked her. If he didn't, he didn't. Why did it take so much effort? Anyway, this little girl is determined to run away with you. Moreover, you need her. If you really feel bad, then try to change it. First, push this clingy little girl onto the bed. I think she should be very cooperative. Yes, yes. Z laid on the bed and tossed and turned. In the end, he sneered. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. He glanced at the huge map. On the line connecting the flashing red dot and the star flame, there was a mark of a city. Falling Star City was the location of the Taiyuan Grand Meeting. Yun Nuoxing looked around aimlessly on the map. Suddenly, his eyes paused and fixed on a white dot. He didn't find it strange that there was a mark on the map. However, what made him curious was that this white that was moving, divine flame and devil lightning will disappear from a map once they are subdued. Then, what the hell is this white dot? Yun Nuoxing blinked. This white dot wasn't very far from them. He didn't notice it before. He didn't even notice that there was a white dot in the Taiyuan region. Let's go and take a look. Chapter 548. The white dot stood out from the rest on the map. It wasn't the mark of a spirit item, nor was it a location. It was just as prominent as the red dot, as if a second person was walking on the map. After deciding to take a look, Yun Nuashing didn't waste any time. As usual, Xian said that she would go wherever he went. After informing the Gene Princess, he led Feng, Xian, and Yi Shi out of the spatial barrier. Before leaving, the Gene Princess and the others told him not to worry and that everything would be fine. However, he still left behind a large flame so that the divine flame wouldn't be extinguished. He also told them to take good care of Yuan Shi and the others before leaving with peace of mind. As soon as they left the spatial barrier, Yun Nuashing was about to take out the Netherworld Ruin Sword when a shiny red gem suddenly floated in front of them. They were stunned. Just as they were about to open their eyes wide to take a look at the gem, the red gem exploded with a loud bang, creating a series of small sparks. They weren't hurt, but they were scared stiff. Then, two figures flew out of the spatial barrier and landed in front of Yun Nuashing and the others. The white-robed man and the black-robed girl looked like black and white impermanences. The girl was holding a few dozen red gems in her hands. A dangerous smile flashed across her quiet and pure face, causing Yun Nuashing and the others to shiver. A moment later, Yun Nuashing stood at the very front of the Netherworld Ruin Sword. 5 people sat behind her, 4 women and 2 men, and they were all happily chatting. Time was a little tight, so Yun Nuashing didn't plan to fly over slowly. She directly used the light element without saying anything in advance. However, Xian and the others were already used to it. This sudden change only caused their hearts to race for a moment before returning to normal. Then, Yun Nuashing felt a few murderous gazes behind her. This place is desolate and uninhabited. There are no cities, ruins, or ancient battlefields. What could possibly attract our cloud sky god? Yuanshi leaned forward and looked at the treasure map swaying in the wind. He looked at the place Yun Nuashing had just pointed at and blinked. Yes. Yun Nuashing pursed his lips and pointed at a circle on the map. The circle was very shallow, and it was hard to see it without sticking one's eyes on it. There's a white dot in this circle. It was about the same size as our red dot, and then there was no more, and then it disappeared. In fact, Yun Nuashing was also a little dumbfounded. The white that had mysteriously disappeared, and then a circle appeared. Here, Yuanshi suddenly stretched out his finger and pointed at a place. That was the edge of the circle. A faint white light slowly became clear and emerged. But at the same time, the circle also quietly disappeared. Seems like you have some skills. Yuanshi nodded. Feng, Er's head popped out from under Yun Nuashing's armpit, giving him a fright. He quickly raised his hand and lowered his head. Feng squirmed in front of him like a little doll. She leaned her head against his chest and sat down. She whispered, "Something is looking for me. What strong hostility." Feng, Yun Nuashing blinked and rolled her eyes. What is it? Where is it? Feng, turned around and looked at him. She tilted her head like he did. Then, she gently raised her hand and pointed in a direction. The direction she was pointing in was the direction they were heading. Could it be that this white that has something to do with you? Yun Nuashing scratched her head and looked up. She guessed, could it be a natural enemy or something? Feng shook her head. Mei Mao, who was full of spiritual energy, was a little confused. How can a divine beast have a natural enemy? Yishi sat down beside Yun Nuashing. She looked at the white dot and rolled her eyes at Yun Nuashing. It seems to be true. Yun Nuashing laughed foolishly. He didn't know either. He didn't know much about divine beasts, and he didn't know much about them. The 4 divine beasts were the beliefs and totems of the magical beasts and the demon race. But from the fact that Feng could suppress the bloodline of all magical beasts, there shouldn't be anything that could threaten them. Suddenly, Yun Nuashing's back trembled slightly. He turned around and saw a pair of beautiful eyes staring at him. She even blinked mischievously. Then, the owner of those eyes stretched and leaned against his back. She closed her eyes as if she wanted to sleep. Yun Nuashing's heart skipped a beat. He frowned, then reached one of his hands behind his back and groped around the sword for a while. Then he grabbed a warm and soft piece of jade. He gently squeezed it, causing the person leaning against his back to tremble slightly. But after a while, she returned to normal. She turned around and rolled her eyes at him, but didn't say anything. "I'll also try to change. You don't mind, right?" Yin Nuashing secretly transmitted his voice to her. She reached out a jade finger and gently stroked his palm, as if silently agreeing. Yin Nuashing also nodded with a smile, as if he had listened to Ziye's suggestion. He wanted the two of them to try to change, although he didn't know if this action would be able to trigger the sealed heart. Under the moonlight, they flew across the sea of clouds at high speed. They were like a large ship drifting on the sea of clouds, riding the wind and breaking the waves, leaving behind pieces of clouds that were cut by sharp swords. The time to travel quietly passed by as he opened and closed his eyes. It was only a moment of closing his eyes, but the gentle moonlight suddenly turned into a scorching sunlight. The moment he opened his eyes, he met the beautiful twin suns, causing Yin Nuashing to cry out that he had blinded his phoenix eyes. He glanced at the map and quickly found where they were. After a night's work, they were already close to the edge of the circle. Yin Nuashing hurriedly woke everyone up, then controlled the Netherworld ruined sword to fly below the sea of clouds. In an instant, it plunged into the white, cotton-like clouds. However, after flying for a short while, Yin Nuashing put away the Netherworld ruined sword. He felt many powerful auras, most of which belonged to strong gods. It seemed that the God Palace and the sudden Taiyuan Grand Meeting had caused the Taiyuan region to be very lively. Even though they were so far away, there were still people appearing. A group of figures rolled out of the clouds and flew towards a certain direction. Their figures turned into several beams of light that quickly swept through space. While they were flying in boredom, a group of figures suddenly appeared in front of them. However, rather than saying that they were coming in front of them, it was more accurate to say that Yin Nuashing and the others were flying too fast, so they almost collided with them. They hurriedly deviated from their path to avoid colliding. Friends, wait a moment." Just as they rushed past the group of people, they heard an urgent call, which made Yin Nuashing and the others stop. They turned around and saw that the group of people had hurriedly chased after them. The leader of the group, a handsome man, cupped his hands at them and smiled. "Friends, are you from the Taiyuan region? Do you know where Falling Star City is?" So he was asking for directions. Yin Nuashing blinked and raised his head to look at the position of the sun. He then pointed at a place and said, "This place is in a straight line. If you don't deviate, you can reach it." The handsome man cupped his hands, then nodded at the group of people behind him. He then rushed in the direction that Yin Nuashing had just pointed at. It seems that the Taiyuan Grand Meeting has attracted many people. They are all demigods, and they are all around 100 years old. "Yuan," she said softly. He didn't expect that a grand meeting could attract so many people. "Can you recognize which region they are from?" Yin Nuashing asked softly. "I can't. Although the cultural styles and languages of the people of the 5 regions are somewhat different, the world of cultivators isn't too different. The language is the common language of the 3 realms. Apart from some remote and uncivilized places where there are some differences in the language spoken by ordinary people, most of the other languages are the same." Yuan, she shook his head. "Aye." Yin Nuashing replied with a long voice and nodded. 10 minutes later, Zian, who was holding a map, hurriedly stopped Yin Nuashing. They had already arrived at their destination, but when they saw the place where they were hovering, they were somewhat astonished. That was because there was a small city in front of them. It was called a small city because it was only 10,000 li in both length and width. Compared to those super large cities, it was just a small place. Moreover, it was so remote that it didn't have a teleportation gate. When Yin Nuashing's group stepped into the small city, they discovered that the cultivations of the people here were mostly weak. Moreover, there were more ordinary people. There weren't many cultivators. There were only some in the mortal realm, immortal realm, and devil realm. As far as they were concerned, they hadn't seen any of them yet. Although it was called a small city that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers, a sparrow might be small, but it had everything it needed. To some ordinary people and weak cultivators, this place was their entire world. They were born in this small city, lived here, and multiplied for generations. This was because they couldn't leave, and it was difficult for them to leave. There were also some small mountain ranges in the small city, but there weren't many barren areas. If you added a sea, it would be like a small world. Taking out the treasure map, Yin Nuashing drew the mark of a small city at the position of the red that they were at, and their current position was already within the range of the white circle. It was at the upper right corner of the white circle, but the white dot was nowhere to be seen. It seemed to have hidden inside the map. Well, it's really great to be able to eat sugar-coated haws in this small city. Yin Nuashing held a sugar-coated haws and occasionally took a bite. A sweet and sour taste spread from his mouth to his heart, making his handsome face brimming with satisfaction. So sour. Feng also took a small bite, but it was so sour that she shivered all over. Her pretty face wrinkled up like a bitter gourd. Well, we didn't come all the way here just to eat sugar-coated haws, right? Looking at the sugar-coated haws in his hand, Yuanshi couldn't help but facepalm. They had traveled at the speed of light and used teleportation arrays to cross such a large distance, running all the way here to eat sugar-coated haws? Of course not, but didn't you notice that the white that on the map is gone? Let's take a break first. I traveled at the speed of light and used teleportation arrays. With my weak body, weak spatial energy, and weak star energy, even with the support of energy talismans, I'm exhausted, Yin Nuashing said lazily as he twisted his body. He took a bite of the sugar-coated haws, but his handsome face had a satisfied expression, making Yuanshi want to slap him. Xian and the others rolled their eyes. They had traveled at least a few billion miles in one night, which was close to half a light year. It would take a few days for an emperor of the underworld to tear space and fly here. If you call your body weak, then what is strong? Why are there so many outsiders coming to the godly Tiger Mountain Villa recently? It seems that there's a gathering of the three realms in the Taiyuan region. Now, many people have gathered here. They're probably just here to take a look. Everyone in the Taiyuan region knows a little about the godly Tiger Mountain Villa. Now, that forest is becoming more and more restless. Could there really be a demon god entrenched here? Who knows? Let's not go into the mountain for a while. There are many guards on the city walls. It won't be a mistake if we don't go in for a while. I'd like to see that legendary demon god. If it's true, shut up. Do you want to die? I'm just saying, if the demon god comes, the godly Tiger Mountain Villa will be the first to be destroyed. Let's go quickly. His ears twitched slightly as he heard some conversations. Yin Nuashing turned his head and looked behind. There were two people looking at them cautiously. When they saw him looking at them, they were so scared that they quickly turned around and ran. Chapter 549. Yuan Shi and the others also heard these words. When they turned around, they saw that the two had already disappeared. Then, they looked at Yin Nuashing, nodded, and walked away. Gather at the center. Yin Nuashing transmitted her voice to the others, and they all nodded. They had already reached a tacit understanding to gather information in a new place first. After the former transmitted her voice, she raised her head and looked at the tallest building within her sight. Then she walked over. Beside her, Xian and Feng followed closely behind. Looking back at the two girls, Yin Nuashing shook her head helplessly. Then she reached out her hands and walked towards the building, one in each hand. It was a 5-story restaurant. The outer part of the building was very simple and elegant. There was a room on each floor, and people could be seen going in and out of the rooms. There were also quite a lot of people coming in and out of the restaurant's entrance. They were all mumbling, as if they had endless things to say. Seeing Yin Nuashing and the other two stepping through the door, many people turned to look at them. Those pairs of passionate and admiring gazes made her secretly curse herself for forgetting. However, since she was already here, she could only sit down obediently. Her gaze swept across the restaurant for a while. The center of the restaurant was very similar to the restaurants in other places. It was an empty space. When she raised her head, she could see the situation on the upper 4 floors. Except for the fact that it was not open air, there was a stone platform and 2 chairs in the empty space on the bottom floor. After staring for a long time, Yin Nuashing suddenly smiled and led Xian and Feng to the 2nd floor. Under a bunch of gazes, she came to a table and said to the person in front of her, "Is it convenient to sit here?" It was a young man in a blue robe. His handsome face was very calm, and even his mind was calm. His body emitted an aura that made it easy for people to forget. It seemed that if they turned their heads, they would forget this person. However, there would also be a vague shadow that would remain in their mind. It was very strange. The blue-robed young man raised his eyes and glanced at Yin Nuoxing and the other two people. His eyes were a little surprised. However, he only glanced at them. Then he said with a smile, "Please." Yin Nuoxing smiled and sat down. The people around them seemed to be a little surprised by the three of them sitting down, and they couldn't stop whispering. "Young Master Qingyun, it's that monster. He stayed in the Divine Tiger Mountain Forest for a full 10 years and still came out alive. Moreover, he broke through to the demon realm. He is a monster of the Divine Tiger Mountain Manor. Even his peers are ashamed of their inferiority. He is actually here. It is said that he has even seen the demon god of the Divine Tiger Mountain Forest." Hearing the voices around her, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but chuckle. She rested her chin on her left hand and said, "Your name is Shu Ying. Young Master Qingyun is indeed a man of striking appearance and extraordinary temperament. I just sat down, and you already had such a big reaction. You are flattering me. On the surface, you call me Young Master. But when I turn around, I don't know how many people are calling me a madman." Young Master Qingyun smiled and shook his head. His eyes were calm as he said, "I am not talented. My surname is Su, and my given name is Qingyun. My parents gave me the name Qingyun. You can call me Qingyun. What is your surname?" "My surname is Yun." Yin Nuoxing smiled. Su Qingyun's face was very calm. He was really carefree. He glanced at the other floors of the restaurant. After some people recognized him, it seemed that there were many more people in the restaurant. "Qingyun, we have just arrived at the Divine Tiger Mountain Manor. We would like to ask you, what is so special about the Divine Tiger Mountain Manor?" Then Yin Nuoxing pointed at the mountain forest outside the city walls. When young Master Qingyun heard Yin Nuoxing's words, he was surprised. Then he smiled and said, "Good boy. It seems that Brother Yin has come to Taiyuan territory for the first time. You don't even know about the Divine Tiger Mountain Manor." Yin Nuoxing nodded with a smile. It could be considered as a tacit agreement. The Godly Tiger Villa is a small city in the southernmost part of the Sourcepeak domain. South of the Godly Tiger Villa is a huge mountain forest. This mountain forest follows the Godly Forest River all the way down to the Sourcepeak domain. At the border, there are countless mountain peaks that reach into the sky. This vast mountain forest is also called the Myriad Mountains by the few cities adjacent to the Godly Tiger Villa, Mountainous City. Young Master Qingyun's voice was very calm. This was something that everyone in the Godly Tiger Villa knew. Yin Nuoxing was stunned when he heard this. He remembered that to the left of the Godly Tiger Manor, towards the northwest direction, was the mountain cluster city. He didn't know how the Soul Saber Great Emperor and the others brought him to such a distant place that night. The Taiyuan territory is mostly covered by mountains and oceans. Therefore, there are only a few humans in the Taiyuan territory. The natural terrain, there is a paradise for demonic beasts. The border between the Taiyuan territory and Taiyuan territory is the Divine Tiger Mountain Manor and the Mountainous City. Occasionally, there will be a beast tide outbreak in the Taiyuan territory. If these two cities fall, the plains behind them will be a paradise for demonic beasts. Especially during this tense period, the demonic beasts seem to have gone crazy. Young Master Qingyun said softly, "Because it is a very important border of the human race, the people of Taiyuan territory more or less know about the Divine Tiger Mountain Manor." Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but be speechless. He always thought that the human race and the demonic beasts got along very well. He didn't expect that the relationship between the two territories would be so bad. Cough. I digress. There is a very special mountain range in the thousands of mountains. It is the mountain range that connects to the Divine Tiger Mountain Manor. The spiritual qi in this mountain range is very rich, enough to give birth to some very powerful demonic beasts. Someone once saw a very powerful demonic beast in this mountain range. Because it looks like a giant tiger, it is also called the Divine Tiger Mountain Range. This also made the divine Tiger Mountain Manor even more famous. Young Master Qing Yin took a sip of tea and poured a cup of tea for Yin Nuoxing and the other two. Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. This reason was simple enough. Brother Yin should be lucky enough to see a beast tide these days. However, it is better for us, the younger generation, to hide at the back. With our strength, fighting against the beast tide is suicide. Therefore, Brother Yin, I suggest that you don't step into the divine Tiger Mountain range during this period. Young Master Qing Yun said straightforwardly. This wasn't a secret, so there was no harm in revealing it. That giant tiger, what level of existence is it? Or is it a demonic beast comparable to a divine beast? Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but ask as she rubbed her fingers on the table. Hearing this, young Master Qing Yun's calm face finally revealed a trace of astonishment. He looked deeply at Yin Nuoxing, then shook his head and said, although others said that I might have seen that demonic beast, in reality, I only saw a tuft of its hair. Hair? Yin Nuoxing was stunned. Yes, a strand of hair that contains the powerful essence of that demonic beast. I originally wanted to bring it back and ask someone to refine it into a weapon. However, before I could bring it back, the essence of the hair had already dissipated. It is useless now. Young Master Qing Yun sighed and took out a golden box from his bosom. He gently brushed his palm over it, and with a flash of white light, a tuft of white hair appeared on the table. It was pieced together into a ball, and there were dark blue stripes on the white hair. Yin Nuoxing curiously picked it up and placed it on her palm to examine it. Then, she moved her nose closer and sniffed it for a while. She smelled a faint, indescribable fragrance. It smells so good, Young Master Qing Yin was stunned when he saw Yin Nuoxing's reaction. Then, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. After he obtained this tuft of hair, he found that it was worthless and threw it in a corner. He didn't expect to meet someone who was interested in it. Brother Yin, if you're interested, I will give it to you. Young Master Qing Yin smiled and said, anyway, it's not something worth remembering. I just picked it up by accident. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing shook her head with a smile and said, this is evidence that Qing Yun saw the divine tiger. I can brag about it in the future. I will take one back to make a sachet. Qing Yun smiled even more happily when he heard that he was going to use it to make a sachet. This guy doesn't need flowers to make a sachet. Using a strand of hair is also very interesting. However, this doesn't matter to me. Dong. While the two were chatting, the sound of a huge bell reverberated slowly between heaven and earth like a sudden clap of thunder. Those who heard the bell seemed to have received a signal for battle. Yin Nuoxing saw that everyone's expression changed. Waves of strong fighting spirit soared into the sky. Even young Master Qing Yun, who was standing in front of her, no longer looked calm. Instead, it was replaced by an undisguised excitement and seriousness. It seems that the beast tide is coming again. This time, even the city's defense bell has rung. It seems to be a very urgent situation, young Master Qing Yun said softly. There seemed to be a hint of playfulness in his deep voice. Shall we go and have a look? Young Master Qing Yun asked with a smile after drinking the tea in his cup. Sure. Yin Nuoxing nodded. The four figures flashed and rushed out of the restaurant. Then, they rushed in the direction of the city wall in the distance. Yin Nuoxing also transmitted a message to Yuan Shi and the other two, asking them to gather on the southern city wall. Although the Divine Tiger Villa was much smaller than many large cities, it was connected to thousands of mountains in the south. This place was full of experts. Many experts even fought with the demonic beasts and magical beasts in the mountains every 2 or 3 days. This made the people in the city used to killing and killing. The fighting style was extremely fierce. Looking at the groups of experts of devil rank and above soaring into the sky, and there were even quite a number of god rank experts, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but whistle. This place was small, but there were so many experts. At this moment, at the border of the godly Tiger Villa, the 100-zhang-high earthen yellow city wall extended as far as the eye could see like a long dragon. A group of people stood on the city wall in the air and gazed into the distance with grave gazes. The battle intent made this place appear very oppressive. Jumping on the city wall, the emerald green land was like a long dragon between heaven and earth. The mountains were densely packed with magical beasts. Every magical beast and demonic beast was at least 100 feet tall, completely submerging the forest and mountain range. Although there was a distance between them, the people here could still feel a strong, murderous aura. Wow, so spectacular. I'm afraid the sky is going to be turned upside down. On the mountain peaks, there were extremely powerful demonic beasts. Pairs of horrifying eyes stared at the city wall. The murderous aura connected together, as if it was going to crush the entire divine tiger villa. And these were just some magical beasts and demonic beasts that had yet to transform. Some of the huge demonic beasts were carrying human figures on their backs. There were some special organs of magical beasts and demonic beasts on their bodies. Those were the members of the demon clan who had transformed. Their cold eyes stared at the divine tiger villa, as if they could launch the most violent attack at any time. Yin Nuashing stood on the edge of the city wall, looking at the horrifying number of demonic beasts that had submerged the forest. He couldn't help but wipe his sweat. That sentence made the experts around him frown slightly. Some experts of the god level saw that Yin Nuashing and the others were only at the demon level and couldn't help but frown slightly. Where did this little kid come from? How can he come to this place so casually? Young Master Qingyun, are they your friends? Let's go back quickly. This beast hide is a little unusual, someone advised out of kindness. However, that person was speaking to young Master Qingyun. Young Master Qingyun's expression didn't change. He greeted some experts around him, as if he was very familiar with them. Yin Nuashing's expression flickered. He rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. Chapter 550. The auras of the people on the city wall were very strong. Judging from young Master Qingyun's greetings and introductions, these people seemed to be from the powerful forces of Godly Tiger Villa, Mountainous City, and some neighboring cities. Yin Nuashing also saw a group of high-level gods. What a tiring life. We came from so far away, and we haven't even rested yet. Now we're here to make trouble. Behind him, another helpless and bitter sigh sounded out. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Yin Nuashing shrugged his shoulders. Turning his head, he saw a black and white petite figure pouncing towards him. She directly leapt into his embrace and continued to mutter, "I'm so tired, big brother Nua. I'm really not used to not being carried by you. Do you think I'm your mount?" Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and rubbed Yishi's wine-red hair lovingly. "So, what's the situation?" Yuanshi stretched and walked over with Qingyun. Yin Nuashing spread out his hands and introduced young Master Qingyun. Then he told them what he had just heard. "Well, it's about the same as the information we got. But before I could hear the whole thing, I was driven here by the sound of the bell." Yuanshi shrugged, looked at young Master Qingyun, and nodded. Young Master Qingyun also nodded at him with a faint smile. Roar. The deafening roar caused everyone's gaze to narrow as they looked towards the mountain. Those demonic beasts and demonic beasts seemed to have gone berserk. The endless roars turned into a terrifying sound wave that shook the sky. Even the twin suns in the sky flickered slightly due to the soaring sound wave. After the collective roar, the endless demonic beasts crawled on the ground and knelt down toward the depths of the mountain as if they were worshipping something. This scene was strange and sacred. In the direction where all the demonic beasts were heading, a few terrifying auras swept over and dispersed some of the baleful aura. That aura seemed to be able to disintegrate everything. Even the space was constantly breaking apart and slowly mending itself. Collective worship? Is this the birth of a divine beast? On the mountain range ahead, even the demon kings and demon emperors on the mountain peaks knelt down. Yuanshi looked at this scene and couldn't help but say, "Could it be that a demon emperor has come? Could it be that the demonic beasts and demonic beasts of the tens of thousands of mountains are really going to attack the Taiyuan domain? Or is there really a divine beast coming to the world?" Everyone turned their eyes to the mountain in unison. If such a large number of demonic beasts were allowed to rush into the divine tiger villa, it would be a devastating disaster. That terrifying aura became even more violent in a few breaths' time. In the distance, a wave of energy spread over. Then, millions of demonic beasts wailed in unison. Their voices were filled with respect, as if they were welcoming their king. They seemed to see a group of extremely terrifying members of the demon clan approaching. The overbearing demonic aura caused the heavens and earth to change, revealing a terrifying aura of a superior. The endless demonic beasts in the mountain range wailed. Even the demon kings and demon emperors who had transformed into human form knelt down on one knee, looking very pious. After a while, a crack suddenly appeared among the endless demonic beasts. In the sky, a group of figures walked out and walked to the front of the demonic beasts. The aura that spread out made even the human clan tremble. The emperor of the underworld experts in the sky couldn't help but take a few steps back. That aura made them feel fear from the bottom of their bones. 1, 2, 3, 6 demon emperors. It's really a feast for the eyes. Yin Nuoxing's eyes twitched. 6 demon emperors had appeared, and they didn't look like they were from the same clan. No wonder the tens of thousands of demonic beasts knelt down. These 6 demon emperors must be the kings of the demonic beasts. The 6 people who walked out were 4 men and 2 women. They all looked very demonic. They looked like they were in their 20s, but their age could be the same as the great mountain emperor and the others, or even old Yuan. They didn't have any demonic or demonic beast characteristics on their bodies. At first glance, they looked exactly like the human clan. However, their demonic aura reminded everyone that they were members of the demon clan, not the human clan. The members of the demon clan were born in the shape of a human, but they would have some demonic or demonic beast characteristics on their bodies, such as demonic ears, tails, or wings. However, once they cultivated to a high level, these characteristics could be hidden. That way, no one would be able to tell which clan they were from. As for demonic beasts, they would turn into humans after transforming. You human clan have occupied this area for a very long time. You even let people into the mountains and used the demonic beasts and demonic beasts as your training grounds. We don't care how many demonic beasts you've killed. But now, the members of the demon clan are about to come out. It's time for you to get out of here. I'll give you 10 days. If you haven't left yet, you can stay here. The territories of the human clan and the demon clan are clearly separated. There hasn't been any interference for countless years. Now that you've come out, you want a city. Moreover, behind this city is the vast Taiyuan region. Are you saying that the members of the demon clan are going to come out and worship the creatures of the Taiyuan region? Said a human great god coldly. It's just a city. How dare you refuse? Said a male demon great god in a deep voice. His burly body stepped forward like an iron tower. His whole body was covered with lightning because of his words. Your Excellency's appetite is really big. Aren't you afraid of dying from overeating? The human great god sneered and said, You should know that most of the experts of the human clan are gathered in the Taiyuan region. With a call, millions of experts will come here. They might even attack the Taiyuan region. Can you afford it? Don't talk too much nonsense. In short, fight or get out, said the woman beside the burly man softly. Her voice was soft and weak, but there was an overbearing aura in it. Following her voice, the tens of millions of monstrous beasts behind her suddenly roared. The earth-shaking roars caused the earth to shake, and the baleful aura that rushed to the sky surged. Under that might, the divine tiger villa seemed extremely small. TSK, the Taiyuan Grand Meeting is about to begin. There will definitely be experts from the Divine Tiger Manor who will leave. It's really a good plan to pick this time to cause trouble. What a good plan. They even said it so arrogantly. Why don't they go to Falling Star City? Yin Nuoxing muttered softly and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Ziyan's heart jumped, and her jade-like hand hurriedly covered his mouth. She originally thought that these words, which were as soft as if he was talking to himself, were already soft enough, and would be quickly torn to pieces by the roars that filled the sky. However, after these words left his mouth, she felt several extremely powerful gazes suddenly shoot over, causing her delicate body to involuntarily tremble. Even young Master Qing Yun was somewhat speechless. Looking at the murderous looks of the demon sovereigns, his heart was filled with fear. Those were 6 demon sovereigns, powerful existences that could wipe out the godly Tiger Manor with a single slap. Although Yin Noa Star's words were true, and almost everyone knew this, there was still a problem when it was said out loud. Where did this bastard come from? The tower-like demon great god fiercely glared at Yun Nuashing. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes with monstrous pressure, causing the space to crack. The human great god expert also cried out in alarm. However, just as he was about to rush over to help, Yun Nuashing directly took a step forward. Her evil spirit eyes suddenly revolved. The two beams of light quickly disintegrated under her dazzling eyes until they didn't exist. Bah, the demon race's mental strength is weak. How dare you play mental oppression with me? Yin Nuashing muttered in her heart. Then, she quickly closed her eyes and squeezed out a mouthful of blood from her body. Her handsome face was slightly pale. Seeing that Yun Nuashing didn't collapse under the mental oppression and only seemed to be slightly injured, the demon great god slightly narrowed his eyes. The other 5 demon great gods also looked at her strangely. A demon great god's mental oppression didn't collapse that demon step rat? A dignified demon great god actually has the nerve to attack a junior. The demon race's people are really shameless. The human great god emperor's figure flashed and appeared in front of Yun Nuashing and the others. With a wave of his sleeve, a gust of wind blew out and pushed them far away. Speaking of shamelessness, the demon race's people seem to be inferior to you humans. A young demon great god said indifferently. Yin Nuashing and the others were blown hundreds of meters away by the gust of wind. When they finally stopped, they couldn't help but spit. The gust of wind made them dizzy. Are you all right? Seeing a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, Xian was a little nervous. She gently wiped away the blood and couldn't help but ask, I'm faking it. What's wrong with the blood I spat out? Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and said, the demon race doesn't cultivate mental power. The demon great god's mental oppression isn't very strong either. If he had used some other form of oppression, such as aura, I would have had to use a divine weapon to block it. As Yin Nuashing spoke, she pulled the others and flew up the city wall. The experts of the human race and the demon race were a little stunned when they saw that these little brats had returned. They didn't know what they were doing here. Do you plan to intervene? Yuanshi couldn't help but send a voice transmission. Seeing that Yin Nuashing intended to stay here for a long time, he thought that she was going to step forward bravely. No, a group of god emperors are fighting. Why would a puny demon realm expert like me want to join the fun? I'm just here to watch. Yin Nuashing shook her head. Although all of you came from Myria Mountains, it's a little laughable if you think that you can conquer the entire Sourcepeak region with just these few demon beasts. Putting aside the fact that the Sourcepeak Grand Meeting is about to begin, some people can even change the venue of the meeting. For example, changing it to the Divine Tiger Mountain Villa. At that time, will you still be able to face the experts of the human race so calmly? The human god emperor's expression didn't change as he spoke in a low voice. Could it be that you want the king of the myriad races to come personally? Another male demon great god smiled cruelly and said fiercely, if that's the case, it won't be as simple as a city. A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Since all of you are in such a hurry to expel us from the Divine Tiger Mountain Villa, let me guess. Could it be that some demon race relic has appeared in the Myriad Mountains? Or is there something that can't be seen by humans? The human god emperor sneered. Tisk, the demon great god emperors cursed in their hearts, but didn't show it on the surface. A terrifying aura swept out like a hurricane. The woman with the gentle voice took a step forward and said coldly, this has nothing to do with the human race. If you want to interfere, we'll accompany you. Only surrounding, but not attacking. It seems like something has happened inside. I want to go and take a look. Yin Nuashing sighed softly. The white dot on the map was also in the Myriad Mountains. However, this white dot had disappeared without a trace. Even if he really wanted to take a look, he didn't know where to go. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Nuashing could clearly feel a few pairs of eyes filled with killing intent turning towards him. Even the human god emperor was speechless. Was this kid a young master from some big force? Was he here to play? However, in this place, background was of no use at all, seeing the 6 demon great god emperors looking at him. Yin Nuashing snorted lightly. He pulled down his eyes with his fingers and made a funny face. He even stuck out his tongue. His handsome face was as funny as it could be. The human god emperor was instantly petrified. The 6 demon great god emperors were also stunned. Even the others were petrified. The world suddenly quieted down. I'm going to tear you apart alive. The Iron Tower demon great god emperor roared. He clenched his hand, which was the size of a cattail hassock, and a ball of azure lightning appeared in his palm. He roared furiously and slapped it towards Yin Nuashing. The ball of terrifying lightning transformed into a thunder wolf and appeared in front of Yin Nuashing in an instant. Dodge! The moment the lightning appeared, the human god emperor hurriedly rushed towards Yin Nua planet. He appeared at the same time as the lightning. However, his speed was slower than the lightning. He didn't even have time to extend his energy barrier. Boom! A curtain of lightning directly tore a part of the city wall into pieces. Tens of thousands of zhongs of lightning wreaked havoc on the city wall. Even the sky was dyed blue. The experts of the human race couldn't help but shiver and have difficulty breathing under the lightning. Why are you arguing with a kid? The woman with the gentle voice frowned for a while. However, after speaking, she relaxed her brows and sighed softly. Teach him to respect his elders. Why? Do you feel sorry for that gigolo? The Iron Tower demon great god emperor gnashed his teeth and glared at the woman beside him. Although the human god emperor was a little angry, he didn't rush up to fight the demon great god emperor. He had a city behind him, and he needed to protect these people. As for Yin Nuashing and the other little guys, they didn't know each other. They were just a little angry when they saw their clansmen being killed by a demon great god emperor. How dare you hit me? Old bastard, do you want to die? All of a sudden, a scolding voice rang out, as if he had been wronged. Everyone was stunned, including the 6 demon emperors. They all turned their gazes to the cloud of dust in disbelief. A gust of wind blew, and their vision gradually became clear. There, Yin Nuashing and the others were safe and sound. The latter was glaring at the Iron Tower demon emperor with his purple-red eyes, like a child who had been bullied. Damn you! I didn't want to get involved in this mess today. Old bastard, how dare you hit me? Even the hundreds of god emperor elders in my family couldn't bear to hit me. Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, you are dead meat. Yin Nuashing pointed at the demon emperor and roared. He was so angry that his handsome face was flushed red. He looked like a bullied child who was saying harsh words. Everyone on the human side was speechless. The demon great god emperors were speechless, especially the Iron Tower demon great god emperor. Blue veins were popping out on his forehead. However, before Yin Nuashing could finish his sentence, he suddenly paused. It wasn't that he didn't want to finish his sentence. It was because he was shocked to see a ball of light floating up from his chest. It was the purple-red pendant that had been hanging on his chest. Other than knowing that it had a storage space, Yin Nuashing didn't know any other uses for it. The lightning around him was absorbed by the pendant. After that, Yin Nuashing saw that the pendant lit up with an extremely bright light. The demon great god emperor's eyes flickered as they looked at him in shock. They didn't know what had happened to this little kid. Yin Nuashing was also stunned. Just as he was about to reach out to grab the pendant, the bright light suddenly shrunk. Immediately after, a beam of light shot into the mountains. Everyone's gaze followed the beam of light and looked towards the mountains. The humans didn't react. They were all confused and didn't know what had happened. However, the 6 god emperors' expressions changed drastically. Wasn't the direction that the beam of light was pointing towards? Qingyan, be careful. We'll make a move first. We'll meet again if we have the chance. Yin Nuashing screamed when he saw the beam of light. He hurriedly pulled Xian and the others and rushed in the direction that the beam of light was pointing towards, leaving behind a ball of light particles. Chapter 551. The light element disappeared in a flash, leaving behind a cluster of light particles. However, the 6 demon emperors had been paying attention to that direction. At their level, they could even reach the speed of light. Naturally, They could capture objects moving at the speed of light. Moreover, Yin Nuoxing and the others had not reached the speed of light yet. How dare you? The Iron Tower Demon Emperor roared. Tens of thousands of mountains trembled. A ball of lightning exploded on the spot. Immediately, a bolt of lightning shot towards Yin Nuoxing and the others. Behind him, the 5 demon emperors also roared and rushed in. The human emperor god's expression flickered. His body swayed slightly as he rushed in as well. Want to take a look. In an instant, the light element had brought Yin Nuoxing and the others into the depths of the mountains. Since they had rushed in, Yin Nuoxing did not hesitate. The light element sped up and followed the white light. As for the 6 demon emperors behind him, although they were slightly faster than him, according to his calculation, they would need at least 5 minutes to catch up with him. He was not in a hurry. However, the Netherworld Ruin Sword had already appeared in his hand. He was vigilant of the surrounding situation. How could this kid's speed be at the Demon Emperor realm? Could it be the light element? Is it that group of dangerous guys? The Iron Tower Demon Emperor's voice was filled with shock. His expression was uncertain. If it was really that group of dangerous guys, a few hundred demon emperors, why do I feel that he is not lying to us? Another young demon emperor's eyes flickered. Regardless of whether it is that group of guys or not, let's stop them first. The king of our demon clan is still sleeping. It will not be good if he is disturbed. The woman with the gentle voice frowned. There was a trace of anxiety on her bewitching face. Catch up to the light elemental. We need to use all our strength and increase our speed. The other woman frowned slightly. However, before she could finish speaking, she saw an azure blue light flash in the distance. After that, the figures of Yin Nuoxing and the others suddenly disappeared. This kid knows the space array, the power of space. A puny demon emperor realm master the power of space. The young demon emperor widened his eyes. He was so shocked that he did not know what to say. Oh no! Quickly chase after him. The woman with the gentle voice also had an anxious look on her face. She only had time to let out a delicate shout. With a twist of her willowy waist, her delicate body disappeared. She directly tore apart space and flew through the void. The demon emperors also roared and tore space apart. When they reappeared, they saw another array flashing in front of them. Their expressions changed a few times, and they did not know what to say. They could only quickly tear space apart and chase after them. Motherf ****, a god emperor is indeed a god emperor. You can't even pull the distance apart like this. Meow. I, light elemental, will not submit to anyone except you. Yin Nuoxing cursed as he clenched his fist. A magic formation flashed and brought them tens of millions of miles deep into the mountains. This chase only lasted for half an hour before it stopped. Looking at the scene below that had been pulled into countless blurry lines, Yin Nuoxing suddenly saw that the purple-red pendant on her chest had suddenly dimmed. The white light had also suddenly stopped not far away, causing them to hurriedly break and stop in midair. The expressions of the demon emperors immediately darkened. How did they really end up in this direction? Brat, tell us your name. The 6 demon emperors stopped 1,000 meters away and stared coldly at Yin Nuoxing. The Iron Tower Demon Emperor shouted angrily. Chi, not far away. The human god emperor's figure flashed and appeared in front of Yin Nuoxing and the others. He took a step forward and hid Yin Nuoxing behind him. His slightly narrowed eyes flickered. The chase had actually ended up in the depths of the mountains. Yin Nuoxing patted the human god emperor's shoulder, smiled, and said, Elder, leave it to us. Without waiting for the human god emperor to reply, Yin Nuoxing took a step forward and said with a smile, All of you are originally demonic beasts. You are now members of the demon clan, right? The human god emperor glanced at Yin Nuoxing and frowned slightly. This child, you speak with your lungs. Tell us your name. I can give you a quick and painless death. The Iron Tower Demon Emperor roared. The muscles on his arms, which were as thick as 2 ordinary people's thighs, bulged like a demonic dragon. Fonger. Yin Nuoxing was not angry. He smiled slightly and turned to Fonger. The latter also flashed Mei Mao and walked in front of him. Then, She opened her red lips and called out softly, "Xing Xing." Yin Nuoxing smiled and held Feng Er's little hand. He rubbed her head and said, "Show us your full strength." Feng Er blinked at Mei Mao and smiled. Then, she nodded and took 2 steps forward. "Hey, child." The human god emperor wanted to pull Feng Er back, but when he turned his head, he saw Yin Nuoxing smiling. His outstretched hand froze, and he sighed, "Be careful. How dare you send a mere divine king to court death? Boy, you should repent for your actions." The Iron Tower Demon Emperor sneered and took a step forward. The power of lightning surged all over his body. Just as he was about to kill Feng Er, the woman with the gentle voice, Mei Mao, trembled slightly as if she had sensed something unusual. "Come back." A shout made his huge body tremble. He turned his head and looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong?" The woman with the soft voice ignored him. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Feng Er, who was still walking towards them. She felt a little uneasy. That seductive woman, with her pure eyes and bright red dress, was just an ordinary human beauty, but she had a natural sense of nobility. That kind of nobility came from her bloodline, like the bloodline of a god, which had a long history, so the woman didn't dare to look at her directly. "Who are you?" The woman with the gentle voice took a step back and pulled the burly man back as well. Her expression became more serious. The burly man was even more surprised when he saw the expressions of the 5 of them. He stared at Feng Er fiercely with his big eyes. Feng Er did not say a word. She continued to walk gracefully until she was only 100 meters away from the 6 demon emperors. Then, she stopped and took a deep breath. Her red lips parted slightly, and a beautiful syllable suddenly came out of her mouth. It floated in the air, causing everyone's soul to tremble. Then, a crimson-pink flame shot up into the sky, accompanied by a terrifying aura. It exploded like a whirlwind, bringing with it an irresistible heavenly might that fell directly on the 6 demon emperors. The moment the red and pink flame shot up into the sky, the forest below also burned violently. The space was burned through, and cracks appeared in the void like the mouth of a terrifying abyss. At that moment, a sea of fire filled the sky, and the abyss cracked open. It was as if the end of the world had come. As soon as the terrifying heavenly might appeared, the 6 demonic emperors held their breaths. Even the roaring aura in their bodies slowed down and stopped circulating. All of them curled up on the spot and trembled, not daring to move. They looked like mice that had seen a cat, as if they had met their natural enemy. "You." The 6 demon emperors were shocked. Only now did they realize that this woman was also a member of the demon clan. However, even if there was a racial restraint, how could a divine king restrain 6 demon emperors? Moreover, she had restrained 6 people and 6 races at once. King's aura. She is king. Her aura is very similar to King's aura. The gentle woman's voice trembled. She could no longer maintain her gentle voice. She felt her entire body trembling. Her legs were slightly bent, and she actually wanted to kneel down. Beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. At this moment, she was very curious about who this beautiful woman was. However, she did not dare to think too much about it. A demon emperor with such power was the absolute ruler of the demon world. She had the absolute power to suppress all other races. In other words, the lives of the 6 demon emperors were in Feng Er's hands. The energy in their bodies could not be moved. No matter how hard they tried, they could not move the slightest bit. Our king. The young demon emperor finally could not stand the pressure. He directly knelt down in the sky and kowtowed. His expression was changing constantly. He was panicking. He wanted to escape from here. However, there was a glimmer of hope in his heart. Feng Er was the king of the demon clan. He hoped that she would spare their lives for the sake of their cultivation. After the young demon emperor could not stand it anymore, the other 5 demon emperors also knelt down. The Iron Tower demon emperor roared angrily. 2 cracks appeared in the sky as he knelt down. Mei Mao was burning with flames. She was calm as if she did not know what anxiousness and anger were. She continued to walk towards the 6 demon emperors. Feng Air. Seeing that Feng Air was less than 30 meters away from the 6 demon emperors, Yin Nuoxing hurriedly flew over. He held Feng Air with one hand and gently rubbed her head with the other. He smiled and said, "It's okay now." Feng Air's beautiful eyes blinked. She turned her head and saw Yin Nuoxing smiling warmly. Her beautiful eyes were also filled with a deep longing for him. She nodded, and the terrifying qi suddenly retracted back into her body. The pink flames also disappeared. But at this moment, the forest below had already been incinerated. Only ashes remained. As the irresistible heavens might disappeared, the 6 demon emperors felt as if they had been pardoned. However, they still knelt in the sky for a long while before they stood up sluggishly. They looked at each other in dismay and panted heavily. Their robes were soaked in sweat. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Even the bad-tempered Iron Tower Demon Emperor shut his mouth and didn't dare to say a word. After hesitating for a while, the 6 demon emperors looked at Feng Air. However, when they saw Feng Air nestled in Yin Nuoxing's arms obediently and her sparkling May mouth full of attachment, they were petrified again. Especially when they saw Yin Nuoxing's doting expression, they suddenly did not know what to do. The immortal emperor of the human clan, who had been watching from the beginning, sighed silently and flew back to the immortal tiger villa. Before he left, he said, I'm old. This is the world of the young." Hearing the senior's words, Yin Nuoxing shook his head with a wry smile. When he saw the 6 demon emperors staring at him as if they had been petrified, he could not help saying, "What? I raised Feng Air with my life. I won't give her to you." Then he stared at the 6 demon emperors as if he was afraid that Feng Air would be snatched away. The 6 demon emperors were a little speechless. They looked at each other and nodded. Then, they walked carefully towards Yin Nuoxing and the others. Soon, they were 10 meters away from Yin Nuoxing and bowed to Feng Air. Then, they looked at Yin Nuoxing in confusion and asked hesitantly, "Can you tell me the race of the queen?" Hearing that cautious voice, Ziyin and the others looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders. Feng Air was a phoenix, a real phoenix. She wasn't a descendant, nor was she from a race that possessed the phoenix bloodline. She was a phoenix, one of the 4 divine beasts. Her bloodline had a supreme suppressive effect on all demonic beasts and demonic beasts, but of course they wouldn't say that. "I won't tell you." Yin Nuoxing stuck out her tongue and stepped back with Feng Air in her arms. Then, she led the others to retreat slowly towards the direction of the light. The 6 demon emperors' expressions froze. They hesitated and said, "That's where the queen sleeps, the legendary tiger god?" Yin Nuoxing asked. Then, she thought for a while and said, "If you have no hostility, please stand within 10 meters of us. If you want to kill us when we're not paying attention, please turn around and leave at the speed of light." The 6 demon emperors' expressions froze. They quickly exchanged glances. The Iron Tower demon emperor curled his lips. Although he wanted to tear Yin Nuoxing to pieces, he did not know what to do after seeing Feng Air. After exchanging glances, "You're a real man. One man is enough to support the heavens and the earth. If you want to submit, submit yourself. I won't submit, even if you beat me to death." The Iron Tower Demon Emperor scolded the 5 demon emperors. "Then, Queen, I'm from the Thunder Wolf clan. I've cultivated for 35 million years. Middle tier Demon Emperor. Just call me Little Wolf. If you have any orders, please let me know. I'll go through any mountain of swords and sea of flames." The big man rushed to Feng Air and bowed respectfully. Yin Nuoxing and the others were stunned. That was a perfect 90-degree bow. "My brother Wolf is amazing." The 5 demon emperors' faces darkened. "Weren't you supposed to have a backbone? Weren't you supposed to refuse to submit, even if you were beaten to death? What are you doing?" However, they were also awakened by the tower-like man's words. They hurriedly ran over to Feng Air to express their loyalty. Now that the realm of the gods was in a tense situation, it was better to find some backing for themselves. Putting aside the fact that Feng Air was their queen, that young man also seemed to have an extraordinary background. Chapter 552. Yin Nuashing and the others were also a little surprised by the change in the six emperor gods. However, after thinking about it carefully, they seemed to understand a little. It was fun to be able to pull in a few emperor gods just by walking around. As for whether the six emperor gods could be trusted, in the demon realm, the higher-ups had absolute authority over the lower-ups. Yin Nuashing was very relieved and didn't suspect anything. "Hey, get up. Stop bowing." Yin Nuashing grinned, making the six emperor gods speechless. However, when they raised their heads slightly and saw that Feng was looking at them without saying anything, they didn't know what to do. My words are equivalent to Feng's words. My will is equivalent to Feng's will. Don't make things difficult for her. Yin Nuashing sighed and shook his head. Hearing this, the six emperor gods straightened their backs, still half believing and half doubting. You recruited 6 subordinates in such a short time. Feng is really great. Yin Nuashing rubbed Feng's head dotingly. Seeing her adorable look, he finally couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hugged Feng tightly in his arms and rubbed her head lovingly. Xian and the others at the side saw that Yin Nuashing seemed to have forgotten to take his medicine and was acting up. They felt a little helpless and couldn't help but shake their heads. Xian hurriedly went forward and pulled Yin Nuashing, saying, "Little star, stop playing. Quickly finish your business and go back. We don't have much time to come out." "Okay." Yin Nuashing nodded, but he didn't put Feng down. Feng was also very clever. She jumped out of his arms and ran onto his back. Yin Nuashing happily carried her on his back and supported her soft legs with his hands. The 6 emperor gods suddenly felt a little worried about their future. The woman with the gentle voice saw that Yin Nuashing seemed to be very obedient to Xian. Mei Mao flashed gently and couldn't help but send a voice transmission. "Little sister, has the king been following you all this time?" A gentle and beautiful voice was transmitted into Ziyan's ear, causing him to be slightly stunned. Soon after, he recognized who the voice belonged to. He turned his head back to glance at her without leaving a trace, then gently nodded and transmitted his voice. Feng was born from little Xingxing's blood and soul nourishment. It has been less than 2 years since she took human form. This sentence was equivalent to warning the woman that Yin Nuashing was Feng's dearest and most beloved person. As long as it was him, she would absolutely obey him. "Don't try anything funny, understood?" The woman with the soft voice nodded. She understood what Xian meant. She nodded obediently and followed Yin Nuashing and the others quietly like a subordinate. "You said that the divine tiger is your king. What does it look like? How strong is it?" Yin Nuashing turned around and asked them. The big man with the iron tower took a deep breath. His originally rough voice became very gentle. "We have only seen the Tiger King once. That was because of the suppression from his blood and soul. He is not weaker than the Phoenix King. However, in terms of strength, the Phoenix King seems to be stronger. You don't have to hold it in. Just look like what you should look like." Yin Nuashing shuddered when he heard the big man speaking in such a gentle voice. The 5 emperor gods were also not used to the woman with the soft voice. They all had goosebumps. "Bring us there," Yin Nuashing said softly. The 6 demon emperors were a little hesitant. However, when they thought about how they had decided to follow the Phoenix King, they nodded firmly and said, "Okay." After his voice fell, the burly man shook his body and transformed. His human body instantly turned into a huge thunderwolf. His entire body was suffused with lightning, and his huge body caused the space to tremble. However, a moment later, he slowly shrank to only 1,000 feet in size. The group of people from Yun Nua planet also rode on him without any hesitation. "It's so hard. This fur is not suitable for sleeping." However, Yin Nuashing said this when she got on him. The Thunder Wolf almost vomited blood. The other 5 demon emperors were also speechless. "Little star, are you a fan of fur?" Xian asked with a smile. "Aya, it's so cute and furry. It's very comfortable to touch." Yin Nuashing grinned and rubbed Xian's soft hair habitually. She smiled and said, "That's right. It's very comfortable." Xian blinked at Mei Mao, and couldn't help but smile. This is the first time I've discovered that Brother Nuaw has such a fetish. Yishi couldn't help but smile. Then a big hand rubbed her head again, causing her to lower her head and mumble. Yin Nuashing suddenly turned her head and looked curiously at the other 6 demon emperors. She asked with a smile, "By the way, what are your true forms? There's no need to talk about that seductive sister. She must be a fox." Yin Nuashing pointed at the seductive woman and smiled. They couldn't help but smile bitterly. What kind of logic was that? However, they didn't hide anything and reported their true forms. The woman with the soft voice was a red-crowned crane. The other one was indeed a fox. However, it was a 9-tailed immortal fox. The young demon emperor, who knelt down first, was a golden leopard with a head of bright golden hair. As for the remaining 2, one was a silver snake and the other was a dragon. They had some dragon bloodline. As for what kind of dragon they were, it wasn't clear. However, as their strength increased, that bit of dragon bloodline was also purified. 9-tailed immortal fox. Yin Nuashing turned her head and looked at the seductive woman. It was as if he would be bewitched just by looking at her. However, he wasn't affected at all. He just grinned and said, "Can you show your tail?" Everyone's face darkened. However, they heard Yin Nuashing say very innocently, "I just wanted to touch the fox's fur and wings." Which is softer? Seeing his bright and innocent purple-red eyes, she lost her temper. The 9-tailed immortal fox wanted to scold him, but didn't know why she couldn't open her mouth after a while. Yin Nuashing hugged his snow-white tail and couldn't bear to let it go. Seeing his intoxicated look, the 9-tailed immortal fox regretted it, especially when she saw him bury his face in the tail. That seductive face of hers was as black as it could get. Although she was very seductive and ordinary people would be mesmerized by just looking at her, she had never let anyone touch her before, especially when she let a young man play with her tail wantonly. "Thank you, immortal fox sister." Yin Nuashing grinned. The 9-tailed immortal fox, whose face was as black as charcoal, was about to scold him. However, when she saw his pure smile, she didn't know why her anger died down. In the end, she just sighed bitterly, turned her face, and kept her 9 heavenly tails. The red-crowned crane woman looked at her and then looked at Yin Nuashing. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't let her transform into her original form. Thunderwolf carried Yin Nuashing and the others and flew in the sky for a while. Yin Nuashing was a little tired. He hugged Feng, and fell asleep just like that. Xian and the others felt their hearts ache when they saw this. After a night of torment, he risked his life to rush to this place. He didn't even rest for long before he rushed into the mountains with his people and was chased by 6 demon thearchs. Even someone as stubborn as him was tired. What an idiot. He's always had a hard life. Seeing that Yin Nuashing was so tired that he fell asleep, Yuanshi couldn't help but sigh. What he said on the city wall just now was actually about Yin Nuashing, not himself. Mei Mao blinked. Her delicate body slid out of Yin Nuashing's embrace and hugged him again. Her jade-like hands gently massaged his temples, as if she wanted to relieve his tiredness. The demon thearch's eyes also flickered. The 9-tailed immortal fox quietly moved closer. Seeing that the young man who was hugging her tail and playing happily just now had fallen into a deep sleep, as quiet as a fine piece of art, Mei Mao was also a little surprised. She couldn't help but say, "Sleeping is much more peaceful than waking up." Xian smiled and nodded. Feng, on the other hand, had been silent all this time. There was rarely any other expression on her seductive face. Now, she was just quietly massaging Yin Nuashing's temples, not saying a word. After another 5 minutes of silence, the gentle expression on Feng Er's face suddenly stiffened, and even her demeanor changed. Her beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed, and she seemed to be a little unhappy. She abruptly raised her head, and everyone was shocked. Just as Feng Er's expression changed, the sleeping Yin Nuashing also suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp gaze shot out from his eyes. A wisp of tiredness flashed across his eyes. He shouted, "Stop!" As soon as he shouted, he hugged Feng with both hands and suddenly disappeared from the Thunderwolf's back, leaving only a cluster of light particles. At that moment, a white light flashed past the light particles and directly passed through them, bringing with it a gust of wind. This sudden scene caused everyone's expression to change slightly. The red-crowned crane woman's beautiful face also changed slightly. In an instant, she felt the aura solidify. His figure flashed and disappeared. Yin Nuoxing appeared 3,000 feet away with Feng. However, before he could stabilize himself, his expression changed slightly. He flashed again, and the light particles suddenly dissipated. The white light also swept past the light particles and saw where they appeared and rushed over again. Sensing that the ball of white light was still rapidly approaching, Yin Nuoxing also frowned slightly. The nether void sword appeared in his hand like a bolt of lightning. Without even looking, he suddenly slashed at the white light that was rapidly approaching. Clang! The sound of metal colliding suddenly rang out. The huge force of the collision tore the clouds in the sky apart and caused the space to tremble. Yin Nuoxing focused and opened his evil spirit eye. Only then did he see clearly that a huge white claw with dark blue stripes had pounced on his netherworld ruined sword and forcibly blocked the attack. Scram! Holding Feng-Er's slender waist with his left hand, Yin Nuoxing quickly retreated with the netherworld ruined sword in his right hand. Then, he suddenly slashed down with the sword again. Again, a huge white claw met him. The sound of metal colliding rang out. Borrowing the force, Yin Nuoxing quickly retreated. In the distance, Xian and the others were also rushing over on their thunderwolves. When they saw the white shadow, they were all stunned. After Yin Nuoxing steadied himself, he hurriedly turned his head. This time, the white light didn't follow him. Instead, it stood in the sky and slowly turned its body. It was a huge tiger, more than 6 feet long. Its fur was snow white and covered in dark blue stripes. Its entire body was surging with a holy white light. Its pair of glowing white eyes stared at Yin Nuoxing and Feng-Er, especially on Feng-Er for a while. Roar! You brat! Where did you get that pendant? The white divine tiger opened its huge tiger eyes and stared fiercely at Yin Nuoxing. The tiger's roar was like the sound of wind and thunder that passed through Yin Nuoxing. It was actually a deep male voice. Hearing him mention the pendant, Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. Holding the pendant tightly in his arms, he sighed and said, I don't know. Don't ask me. I want to know too. Bastard, you look so much like him. Are you that person's son? The divine tiger roared. Yin Nuoxing actually saw unwillingness and anger in its eyes. Then, he heard it roar again. Tell me what happened to that guy. He even left the pendant to you. Why? Why? I already said that I don't know. I don't even know who I am. Why don't you tell me who he is? Yin Nuoxing frowned. Feng Yuing. Haven't you heard of him? Aren't you his son? Chapter 553. Feng Yuing. This was the first time Yin Nuoxing heard this name. She couldn't help but be stunned. Then, she shook her head and looked at the excited Shun Hu. I've never heard of him. I don't know who you're talking about. Roar. Too similar, too similar. You should be his son. Too similar. Inexplicably, the white Shun Hu's huge tiger eyes revealed a trace of sadness and nostalgia. Feng Yuing? When was he? 3 epochs. Shun Hu roared, his deep voice shaking like wind and thunder. 3 years ago. Yin Nuoxing's heart trembled slightly. It was said that Nine Shrine found someone suspected to be her father in the last era. She thought that this Feng Yuing was her father. However, the timing of these 3 eras didn't seem to match. Could it be that Feng Yuing had lived for 2 eras and was finally discovered by Nine Shrine in the 138th era? It was very possible. Looking at Shun Hu with her purple eyes, Yin Nuoxing seemed to have thought of something. She hesitated. You're one of the 4 sacred beasts, White Tiger. Roar! That white Shun Hu widened his eyes. Then, he lowered his body slightly, and a white light flashed. He actually jumped and charged towards Yin Nuoxing. The netherworld ruins sword flashed in front of her. Yin Nuoxing slashed horizontally, but only hit the white light. A loud metallic sound rang out. Then, the white light in front of her suddenly disappeared and appeared elsewhere. Then, it charged towards Yin Nuoxing again. Clang! Clang! In midair, there was a continuous metallic sound. Hearing Yin Nuoxing's guess, Immortal Crane and the others were bewildered. They thought that Yin Nuoxing was joking. However, when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but doubt it. White Tiger was known as the fastest in the land. Now, it could actually suppress Yin Nuoxing, who had the light element, to the point that she could only parry. If it was White Tiger, it could really have such speed. Inexplicably, the nine-tailed fairy fox turned her gaze and saw that Xian and the others weren't anxious. She couldn't help but be startled and said, "Your friends are in danger. Aren't you anxious?" Hearing this, Xian glanced at her, but only smiled and said, "Mythological beast. White Tiger. Although I don't know how powerful the mythological beast is, I also believe that Little Star didn't take us away immediately, which means that he can handle it." Can you handle it? A demonic rank seal against a heaven demon? Even if the Phoenix King isn't suppressed by the Tiger King, she's still only a divine king. There's a difference of 3 major cultivation realms between them. How is she going to fight him? Lei Lang couldn't help but frown and say, "The aura over there is absolutely suppressing us. We can't help." "Don't worry, Brother Nuo is usually fine." Yishi shook her head, but added in her heart, "It's just playing with your life." Seeing that they all had absolute confidence in Yin Nuoxing, Lei Lang and the others were also at a loss and looked on nervously. They naturally didn't want something to happen to the follower they just found. At this critical moment, they had to save her even if it meant risking their lives. Yin Nuoxing wasn't nervous at all. She held the Netherworld Ruin Sword and kept blocking the rapid and fierce attacks coming from all directions. Every time the Netherworld Ruin Sword fell, there would be a sound of metal clashing. Her left hand was still tightly hugging Feng, so that she wouldn't be hurt. She also secretly transmitted her voice to Feng, "Xing, I can defeat it." Feng, heard Yin Nuoxing's voice transmission and couldn't help but reply. Yin Nuoxing took time to look at her and slashed her sword in front of her. Seeing her confidence, Mei Mao also nodded and blocked with her sword in front of her. Then she said softly, "My Feng was naturally much more powerful than this White Tiger, but I want you to win with ease." "Okay, I'll listen to Xing." Hearing this, Feng nodded and didn't refuse. Her pair of scarlet phoenix eyes stared at the space as her hair fluttered in the wind. Clang! After fiercely blocking the attack, Yin Nuoxing felt her right hand go numb. Then, she raised the Netherworld Ruin Sword again and slashed to the right. This time, she stomped her right foot, and at the same time, the Netherworld Ruin Sword suddenly slashed forward. Spatial imprisonment. A formation suddenly appeared in the space as the Netherworld Ruin Sword slashed down, covering a radius of 1,000 meters. Then, it suddenly started operating. Following the last sound of metal clashing, a huge snow-white and dark blue figure suddenly froze in front of Yin Nuoxing. That pair of tiger-like eyes stared at Yin Nuoxing in disbelief. "I can even suppress a divine emperor for a second. Even if you're the fastest on land, can you be faster than the light element?" Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly. Using the light element to drive the array, from the release of the weave to the use of the enemy, the entire process did not even take 0.1 seconds. This was the terror of the light element weave array. "Roar, bastard! You betrayed your faith. This king will never submit to you in this lifetime. I'd rather die in battle. Roar, roar, roar." The White Tiger roared fiercely, and its roar swept across the space, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Waves of terrifying white light crazily attacked the formation below. However, before the white light could even touch the suppression formation, the other formations would absorb the white light. The beams of light that the White Tiger shot out were just a waste of energy. 9 Heavens Soul Formation, Seal. Yin Nuoxing's hand seals changed, and a magic array soared into the sky. But this time, without the assistance of a divine artifact, the golden magic array suddenly changed and turned into golden chains that wrapped around the White Tiger's body, constantly extracting the White Tiger's power and turning it into golden runes that sealed the White Tiger's own body. Roar! What kind of formation is this? The white tiger roared, and its entire body emitted terrifying rays of light. However, it still couldn't break free from the chains and formation suppression. Its energy was quickly absorbed, and in just a minute, it was actually sealed in the divine king realm. How is this possible? I'm one of the 4 divine beasts, the honorable white tiger. How is it possible that there's a formation that can seal me? The white tiger was shocked. Then, as if it suddenly thought of something, its tiger eyes were filled with fear. You can't be. You can't be. You can't have that kind of body constitution. Don't imitate Nightmare's tone. It's not elegant to repeat it. Yin Washing sighed and shook his head gently, then looked at Feng. Feng, I'll leave it to you. Ride this stubborn tiger. Yin Washing smiled and rubbed Feng's head. He really wanted to see the magnificent scene of a phoenix riding on a white tiger. Feng nodded and walked to the front of the white tiger. Her beautiful eyes glanced at him, and she lifted her red boots and stepped on his back. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, making her look like a peerless beauty. She actually stepped on the white tiger's back. This scene made Lei Lang and the others open their mouths in shock. A beautiful girl in red stepped directly on one of the 4 divine beasts, the white tiger. She stood in the wind, and her hair danced in the wind. This scene was too beautiful and too shocking, and it made them feel a little dizzy. This was one of the 4 divine beasts, which was comparable to the existence of a heavenly god. Now, it was really being stepped on by another king. Of course, if they knew that Yin Nuashing was hugging one of the 4 divine beasts, the phoenix, to sleep, they wouldn't be so shocked. They might even vomit blood. Roar, roar, I'll kill you. I'm going to kill you. Suddenly, the white tiger let out an earth-shattering roar. It was like the roaring of the deep sea, and the raging waves crashed onto the giant rocks. Everyone was shocked, and the whole forest was trembling. A brilliant white light burst out from the white tiger's body, and it drowned the whole world. Boom! With a horrifying sound, the whole space collapsed. Yin Nuashing's imprisonment array was also broken. He hurriedly grabbed the Netherworld ruined sword and retreated hundreds of meters. His evil spirit eyes were staring at the center of the brilliant white light, staring at the white tiger and Feng. The destructive power directly tore the space apart, making it extremely chaotic. The white tiger suddenly disappeared, and it disappeared together with Feng. Buzz! In the distance, a white light crossed the sky. It suddenly expanded and turned into a blurry giant shadow. If one looked closely, they would find that the giant shadow was exactly the same as the white tiger. It appeared 10,000 meters away, and it was a huge monster. Its monstrous, murderous aura changed the color of the sky. The terrifying pressure and power were about to crush the whole sky. Roar! It was extremely angry. Who was it? One of the 4 divine beasts, the white tiger. It was an existence comparable to a god. In the demon realm, it was regarded as the noblest king, the king of the demonic beasts. The 4 divine beasts were the gods of the demon realm's demonic beasts. But today, it was stepped under someone's foot. Only one person dared to do such a thing. That was its previous master, and it was also the name of its crazy roar. Feng Yuing. The white tiger's shadow flashed, and an extremely brilliant light screen appeared around it. Suddenly, spots of light appeared on the light screen, like a rain of light. Under the vast energy, the demonic beasts and Lei Lang's group of 6 could not help but tremble. All little bastards, evacuate! Evacuate! The farther the better. Quick! Lei Lang suppressed his fear and roared. There were countless of their kind in the forest below. If this king was angry, who knew how many demonic beasts would be caught in the crossfire? Boom! The specks of light turned into a dazzling meteor shower that fell from the sky like meteors, turning the entire area into a sea of fire. Specks of light exploded, and every drop of light exploded with enough power to kill a godhead powerhouse. Yin Nuashing was a little worried. The Nethervoid sword and towering sword appeared in his hand, and he slapped them together. They quickly fused, and then suddenly trembled. Clang! The world suddenly darkened, and an extremely terrifying, balance-destroying, violent energy suddenly fell from the sky. If the divine beast's pressure on Lei Lang and the rest came from their bloodline and soul, then this energy was an extremely violent suppression, the most violent suppression. Under this energy, they even felt that it was difficult to breathe. Little Star, Xian also cried out in alarm. That terrifying energy also pressed down on her chest, causing her soul to tremble and making it difficult for her to breathe. If it weren't for the several Fey emperors supporting them with energy, they would have fainted the moment this energy erupted. This brat, Lei Lang, and the rest felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. They looked at the divine sword in Yun Nuoxing's hand, which was wrapped in black energy, and swallowed with difficulty. Brother, don't turn this place into an abyss. Watch your strength. Yuan Shi also hurriedly reminded. They were already scared out of their wits when they were in the ghost aura forest. This time, they didn't want to collapse all the mountains and turn them into thousands of mountains in the distance. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. In the dazzling white light, streaks of scarlet-pink flames violently collided with the light rain. Feng, Er's hands danced, and mysterious energy, runes appeared from the void. She slapped her palms at the white tiger, causing it to roar incessantly. At the same time, the white light rain also fell from the sky. However, when it came into contact with the terrifying scarlet-pink flames, it evaporated and turned into terrifying energy that exploded in the air. Clang! The huge tiger claw and the slender jade hand violently collided. The seemingly soft tiger claw and the slender jade hand were many times harder than metal. The terrifying energy caused the space to distort. Roar! I don't accept this. I forgot everything in the reincarnation of my previous life. In this life, that bastard sealed me in here. He made me wait for that bastard. I don't accept this. I don't accept this. I want to walk my own path. What right do you have? What right do you have? The white tiger stared at Feng, or in front of it, and roared crazily. The white tiger phantom in the sky also roared at the sky, causing cracks to appear in the sky. Boom! What responded to it was a crystal white palm print. The light rain that filled the sky was scattered by the huge palm print, dissipating in the air like energy fireworks. Feng, crossed her jade feet and stretched out her soft arms. Then, she crossed her hands and made a retracting gesture. Many magic arrays flew out from the void and shot out golden chains, wrapping around the white tiger. Roar! The white tiger was entangled by hundreds of chains. Its huge body was tightly restrained and couldn't move. However, the light on its body became more and more dazzling. It was so bright that it looked like sun. Feng Er's jade hands gently formed a seal. A scarlet-pink flame rushed to her right hand and quickly condensed into a layer of fire crystal palm print. Looking at the white tiger that was becoming more and more dazzling, she slowly raised her right hand that was covered by the scarlet-pink flame crystal palm print. Then, she pushed it hard. The scarlet crystal palm print suddenly flew out of her hand and turned into a crystal light that was about 10 feet long. It penetrated the void and rushed toward the dazzling sea of light with the violent power of heaven and earth. It's the flame demon burning sky palm. When Yun Nuoxing saw the palm print and the magic arrays, he couldn't help but murmur. Then he sighed and said, "Is this a soul contract? I will be everything of Feng, and Feng, will be everything of me." His murmur shocked the people behind him. He and Feng, had a soul contract, his tired eyes flashed. His right hand that was holding the divine sword trembled slightly because of exhaustion. Between his eyebrows, many energy talismans, soul talismans, spirit talismans, and elemental talismans exploded and turned into rolling energy that went into his body. Then, it stayed for less than a second before it was taken away by the divine sword in his hand. The power of the Godhead and godly right. Looking up at the huge white tiger phantom in the sky, Yun Nuoxing knew clearly what it was. Just like when he faced the Taodai phantom outside the Tana's water god temple, he could feel the horror of that phantom even more now. It contained the power of the Godhead and godly right. Buzz! A brilliant white light shot up to the sky. Endless power of heaven and earth gathered. It was so huge that it was amazing. In this power that was stirred up, there were all kinds of powers except for the power of heaven and earth. Yin Nuashing even felt that the power of time was gathering. The shadowy figure swallowed the boundless energy in one gulp and roared into the sky. The entire space cracked, and even the dark yellow time barrier collapsed. Beautiful purple cracks quietly appeared. Why do you have to risk your life like this? You and I are both one of the 4 divine beasts. The violent energy was about to destroy the whole area. Seeing this, Fonger finally couldn't help but speak. Her words seemed a little melancholy. You, Phoenix, Phoenix, you are Phoenix. Didn't you die a long time ago? No, you were reborn for Nirvana. You are immortal. You are immortal. Yes, but have you forgotten everything? The white tiger was a little surprised. His huge tiger eyes were filled with astonishment. He seemed to be lamenting. The huge phantom in the sky trembled slightly. You are not her. You are not her. Even so, I still want to kill him. That bastard. That bastard. Sealed me. Betrayed me. I want his son to pay with his life. The white tiger couldn't suppress his anger. He roared, causing the space to crack again. The violent wind made Fonger's hair flutter. You clearly care about that person. Why are you like this? I have forgotten everything. I only know that I live because of Xing Xing, so I follow Xing Xing. I only want to follow him. I only want to accompany him and love him. The master you once followed, the master you willingly followed, Feng Yuing. You also gave up everything for him. Now, you want to kill his son? Fonger sighed. If Yin Nuashing heard this, he would definitely be shocked. This girl rarely spoke so much in front of him. She always acted like she wasn't very intelligent. Roar. I hate him. I hate him. I don't care. That bastard. We agreed to live and die together. What happened in the end? He sought his own death. Seal me. I want to take revenge on him. I want to take revenge on him. I want to punish him. Betrayed me. I want his son to die. I want him to die. The white tiger's monstrous anger seemed to want to burn the entire world. That huge shadow was so bright that it could be clearly seen from thousands of miles away. It was like a demon god had descended to the world. The terrifying pressure made the thousands of demon beasts outside the divine tiger manor kneel on the ground and tremble. Right now, your eyes are blinded by hatred. I need you to calm down. Let's talk after you calm down. Xing Xing is a good home. Fonger sighed softly. Her jade-like hands danced in the air, leaving behind afterimages. As her jade-like hands danced in the air, formations flew out, turning into even more golden chains that tightly wrapped around the white tiger's huge body. True flames annihilation. Fonger shouted. An endless sea of crimson flames erupted from the void, turning this place into a terrifying sea of fire. She raised her right hand high up, as if summoning something. Boom! A violent explosion resounded in the sky, causing everyone's soul to tremble. Suddenly, the world darkened. Streaks of silver lightning danced in the clouds. In the distance, the demonic godlike figure was still dazzling. However, a moment later, an even more brilliant fiery light suddenly appeared in the sky. It broke through the shackles of the clouds, and the brilliant fiery light caused everyone to be stunned. It was as if their souls had been sucked in by the fiery light. It was an extremely dazzling, huge fireball. It fell from the sky like a meteor dragging a long flame tail. It was as if the apocalyptic energy had descended from the star field, crashing directly into that white shadow. Fonger's delicate body trembled. Like a fire phoenix, she quickly escaped from this place. The huge fireball slowly passed over her head, and the scorching heat even melted the dark yellow time barrier. After Fonger left, Yin Nuashing was the first to sense it. She suddenly opened her eyes. Scarlet runes covered her cheeks and palms, making her look extremely ferocious. Her beautiful 6 purple-red wings flapped behind her, creating the sound of wind and thunder. 4 colored flames wrapped around her body. She opened her mouth slightly, spitting out a scorching aura. Soul-burning art, 36 times burn. Energy rune. Break. Soul rune. Break. Spirit rune. Break. 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 The thousands of runes between her eyebrows all exploded at once. She even crushed the soul-stabilizing bracelet tied behind her hair. All the energy in her body poured into the divine sword like a tide. Yun Nuashing raised the divine sword with both hands and stared at the falling meteor. Then, with a furious roar, she slashed down with the divine sword in her hand. Void Underworld. Final Slash. Chapter 554. As the roar sounded, the enormous black sword glow that was 100 million feet long was immediately exposed from the divine sword. Everything in its path was turned into dust. At this moment, the shaky time barrier finally collapsed with a loud bang. The brilliant purple light illuminated the world until it appeared a little dark. The sword light that was millions of feet long instantly became millions of miles long. Although the dark sword light landed on the ground, it tore the clouds apart. The space collapsed with a sorrowful cry. The destructive fireball also descended and expanded to its critical point. The brilliant white light did not have a soul-stirring impact, but it was like a sun that was suspended in the air. It was like a ticking time bomb that emitted a terrifying aura of death. No, I don't accept this. I don't accept this. Roar, roar. In the white light, the white tiger, who was entangled by countless chains, suddenly roared before the sword light, and foam air escaped. Its brilliant eyes stared at the two destructive attacks, and a roar came out of its mouth. Moon God, brilliant moonfall. As the roar that was filled with hatred and anger came out of the white tiger's huge mouth, a terrifying heavenly might suddenly descended from the sky. There were two suns in the sky, but it suddenly became night. Two moons, one red and one blue, appeared in the sky. However, there's also a golden moon that descended from the sky. The dense moonlight made everyone feel a chill. As soon as the three moons appeared, three thin rays of moonlight descended from the sky. Like three marks, they surrounded the white tiger and Yun Nuashing in a triangular formation. The brilliant moonlight slowly condensed in the sky. Waves of catastrophic energy crazily pressed down from the endless sky. Even the people in the Zenith Yuan region and Zenith Yuan region could feel the terrifying heavenly might of this energy. Swoosh! The dense moonlight agglomerated into three colored spots of light. After the spots of light agglomerated, the divine sword that cut through the sky was accompanied by a furious roar as it ruthlessly hacked down. The huge fireball emitted a glaring light. Under the gazes of countless people, three huge moonlight pillars suddenly rushed down from the sky. Finally, the three types of energy collided heavily together. Boom! The world was silent the moment the collision occurred. It was as though all sound had been stripped away. The frightening silence seemed to continue. Even the world lost all its color in front of the extremely brilliant light. However, an instant later, a shocking explosion that caused the entire Tai Yuan region and the Ultimate Plane region to tremble violently suddenly shook the 9 heavens deep within the mountains. Bang! 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 The terrifying energy storm was tens of millions of miles in size. It suddenly swept out from the point of explosion. A large area of nothingness and time barriers were shaken and shattered into pieces of tough purple crystal walls. Countless places on the ground suddenly sank and collapsed layer by layer. The terrifying energy storm poured down and rolled the entire mountain range into fine powder. The ground within tens of millions of miles, or even billions of miles, was constantly sinking, collapsing, and splitting under the pressure of the terrifying energy. Huge cracks were sent far away by the trembling Earth's core. They constantly spread from the bottom of the ground, as though they were going to tear the entire region apart. The violent, tyrannical, and divine punishment energy that swept across the sky made everyone in the Divine Tiger Villa, Mountain Cluster City, and some neighboring cities turn pale. Under that energy, even Emperor God experts seemed incomparably small. At that moment, even the Golden Queen and the others who were far away in the center of the Zenith Yuan region, who were originally half a light year away, deeply felt this extremely terrifying energy roar. The destructive storm, which was filled with the power of the heaven's wrath, spread across billions of miles. The white tiger illusory figure, which stood in the sky like a demon god, was also affected. The enormous illusory figure trembled violently. Subsequently, it exploded into nothingness with a bang. Before the energy exploded, Yin Nuoxing felt a soft and tender body suddenly hugging him. Then, he saw a pair of beautiful and flawless crimson pink wings appear in front of him and take him far away. At this moment, when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but tremble. Even his soul was terrified. This energy, there was going to be another deep hole in the ground. He hoped that when he woke up, he wouldn't hear too frightening news, boom. In the sky, the energy storm that was filled with divine punishment energy raged wildly. Suddenly, an even more violent energy poured out like a flood and swallowed all the light in the world. Everyone who saw this scene could only see an extremely terrifying black light sweep across the sky. Then, the energy storm suddenly turned into a huge energy light beam that encompassed billions of miles. Endless energy was brought to the sky by this light beam, and the range of this light beam was still wildly expanding. On the ground below, wherever the light beam reached, the ground would rapidly sink and dissolve as if it was melting. Any life that came in contact with it would be hit by the divine punishment. Some life forms couldn't even escape the spread of the light beam in time. If the Thunder Wolf Demon Emperor hadn't roared all the demonic beasts away, more than half of the demonic beasts in the thousands of mountains would have disappeared. Boom! The third explosion seemed to come from the depths of one's soul, causing everyone's mind to tremble. Even those who were far away from the explosion range, including the King of Hell experts, couldn't help but spit out a big mouthful of blood and fainted. After the soul explosion, the light beam suddenly froze, freezing the range of the destructive whirlpool at 10 billion miles. The entire ground completely sank and dissolved, and the sky was filled with purple crystal walls. In the distance, near the edge of the divine Tiger Mountain Villa, Feng Er nervously held Yin Nuoxing in her arms as she stood in the sky. Looking at the extremely dazzling energy light beam, her pretty face turned pale. This was the first time she used her full strength. It definitely contained a trace of the Godhead and divine right. In addition to the White Tiger's divine right and Godhead, as well as Yin Nuoxing's crazy all-out attack, it caused a large-scale destruction that even she didn't dare to imagine. Xing. In Feng Er's arms, Yin Nuoxing had already fainted when the sword light left her hand, and she retreated with Feng Er in her arms. At this moment, her white hair fluttered in the wind, which was extremely dazzling in Feng Er's eyes. King, little star. Two voices came from afar. Immediately, Thunderwolf and the others rushed over with Xian and the others. When the former and the others saw the weak Feng Er and the unconscious Yin Nuoxing, and then saw the energy light beam in the distance that was about to penetrate the god world, they couldn't help but tremble. What kind of monsters were these two? Several pairs of hands suddenly touched Yin Nuoxing's pulse and felt for a moment. Then, they heaved a sigh of relief. She was not dead. She had just fainted, and all the energy in her body had been used up. There was a whooshing sound in the distance, causing Ziyin and the others to look over. They saw the human emperor god that they had seen just now. Beside him, there were two other emperor gods from the human clan. When they saw the terrifying energy light pillar, they could not help but swallow their saliva. Under the light pillar, they felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. The human god emperor also saw Xian and the others. He couldn't help but be startled. He quickly flew over and saw the 6 monster emperors staring blankly at him. They didn't have any fighting spirit or killing intent. After thinking for a while, his gaze fell on Feng Er. He seemed to understand something. What's wrong? The human god emperor walked over to Xian and the others and asked hurriedly. Hearing the voice, Xian and the others also turned around. When they saw the human, they respectfully cupped their hands and then shook their heads without saying anything. The human god emperor didn't ask further when he saw that they didn't want to say anything. He just stared blankly at the brilliant light beam in front of him. In other places, countless experts were also flying over. However, they stopped when they were 10,000 miles away from the energy light beam. They were afraid that the energy would swallow them up if they got any closer. Under the attentive gazes of Ziyan's group and everyone else, the sky-reaching energy light pillar finally began to slowly weaken within half an hour. Following the weakening of the energy light pillar, the space that had been destroyed until it was a complete mess also began to slowly recover. The purple color faded and was dyed a deep yellow color. Hiss! On the ground, there was only a huge crater. At first glance, there was only darkness and nothing could be seen. Even Emperor God experts could not see into the depths of the crater. This caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. If he used more strength, would he break through the divine world? Ziyan, take care, Xingxing. Mei Mao flashed and looked at the place where the energy light beam faded. She put Yin Nuoxing in Ziyan's hands. Then, she twisted her slender waist and turned into a streak of crimson light, dashing into the light beam. Protect them. The Thunder Wolf Demon Monarch and the others were shocked when they saw Feng Air rushing in. They wanted to chase after her, but they stopped unwillingly when they heard Feng Air's clear voice. Mei Mao looked at Yin Nuoxing, who had fainted with some lingering fear. Crane Demon Emperor couldn't help but ask, "Can you tell us his name?" This was a sound transmission that could be heard by everyone. Therefore, the Demon Emperors turned around and looked at the young man who was sleeping peacefully in Ziyan's arms. They were also quite curious. Who could cultivate such a guy who completely defied the rules? Mei Mao raised her head slightly. Ziyan looked at the Demon Emperors in front of him seriously. He could see some fear and respect in their eyes. He couldn't help but smile. The demon race valued martial arts more. In those places where they could only survive by relying on the law of the jungle, the strong were respected. The 6 demon emperors were originally submissive to Yin Nuoxing's identity. Now that they saw how terrifying Yin Nuoxing was, they also admired this guy who was only at the demon realm. His name is Yin Nuoxing. He's just a stupid little star. Ziyan caressed Yin Nuoxing's forehead gently and transmitted his voice softly. Mei Mao looked at Yin Nuoxing with a gentle gaze. The 6 demon emperors were stunned, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble slightly. They had heard of this name before. They once heard that there was an extremely terrifying guy in the human race who had a miraculous physique called the Spirit Receiving Divine Physique. Many great demons admired him when they heard the name. At first, they didn't take it seriously. With the strength of the demon emperors, even if he had the best physique in history, he was just a little guy who hadn't even reached the initial god realm. Therefore, they didn't take it seriously. However, after witnessing Yin Nuoxing's unscientific and unreasonable strength and feeling that he was strong enough to kill demon emperors, they couldn't help but admire this little guy in their hearts. This is the first time in my life that I admire a little human guy. Thunder Wolf Demon Emperor sighed calmly at the other 5 demon emperors. The 5 of them also nodded blankly. However, when they thought that they had chosen to follow Yin Nuoxing and Feng, they couldn't help but feel a little happy. They were willing to follow such powerful guys, even if they had to spend some time waiting for them to reach that level. They could afford to wait however long they wanted. Since they had already reached that level, they also had to wait. It was the same as waiting together. 1 hour later, the energy light beam completely dissipated. In the dust-filled place, a ball of crimson light shot out. Ziyan and the other demon emperors were stunned. When they saw that it was Feng Er, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, the moment they heaved a sigh of relief, they widened their eyes again. Feng Er was carrying a 1-meter-long white tiger in her hand. Judging from the bloodstains on its body and its weak aura, it seemed to be seriously injured. After returning with the white tiger, Feng Er and Mei Mao glanced at Ziyan and the other demon emperors and nodded. Ziyan also understood and flew towards the city with his people. As for the other demon emperors, They flew towards the abyss. They really wanted to know what had happened. Chapter 555. Although no one knew the cause of the terrifying battle in the godly Tiger Mountain Range, the entire extreme plain region, and even the people from the Divine Prefecture, clearly sensed the huge explosion here. The power that turned everything within a radius of 10 billion miles into an abyss was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. No one knew whether such a terrifying battle was a good thing or a bad thing when the Taiyuan Grand Meeting was about to begin. People from both the human and demon clans were somewhat depressed, especially since no one knew who the main character of the terrifying battle was. There was once a God Emperor expert who flew down into the abyss. It took him a full 2 hours to reach the bottom of the abyss. There was a sea of dazzling red lava. That God Emperor had a foolish look on his face. This destructive attack went all the way to the bottom of the abyss. Some people thought of the Ghost Forest a few years ago. Back then, wasn't the Taiyuan territory also almost penetrated by a starlight beam? Could it be that this time it was related to that person? There are 3 different types of energy in the abyss. 2 of them contain the weak power of an eternal divine weapon. The last type of energy is very chaotic. It contains many different types of energy, but they all originate from the same aura. It's not a chaotic battle. An Emperor God expert gave this information. However, that Emperor God expert had never seen the divine body of a reception spirit before, so he didn't recognize whether this aura was his or not. This Emperor God expert didn't recognize it, but it didn't mean that others couldn't. At least, when the energy beam pierced the sky, Empress Jean and the others had already recognized this energy. Almost subconsciously, they took out Yin Nuoxing's soul jade slip. After seeing that it wasn't broken, they all heaved a sigh of relief. How did that little guy cause such a huge commotion when he went out? It seems to be the godly Tiger Mountain Villa. Now that there are so many people in the Taiyuan territory, I don't know if anyone will come to find him. Empress Jean and the others were faintly worried. With the terrifying power that erupted from Yin Nuoxing, there would definitely be repercussions. She would definitely be in a coma for a long time. After discussing for a while, Empress Jean hurriedly left the small valley and rushed towards the godly Tiger Mountain Villa. The Great Elder has gone personally. It's fine. Jean Wang patted the beautiful woman's shoulder and comforted her. Hearing this, the beautiful woman rolled her eyes at him and nodded. She once again focused her attention on the Black Cauldron. Just as the Golden Queen and the others were worried about, the incident at the godly Tiger Villa had attracted many experts from all over the world. Most of these people were here to participate in the Taiyuan Grand Meeting. Even the local residents of the godly Tiger Villa noticed that there were many outsiders in the city. Roar! I will not yield. He would not yield. I'll kill you. He was also one of the 4 divine beasts. Yet he was helping the human race and acting as their accomplice. You bastard! I'll eat you. At this time, in an inconspicuous courtyard in the Divine Tiger Villa, a huge array covered the entire courtyard. No one could see the situation inside. The sun hung high in the sky, but moonlight shone down in the spacious courtyard, making the place appear very cool. Pillars of moonlight descended from the sky, but before the moonlight could land on the ground, sparks bloomed in the void, burning the moonlight. In the pavilion, a charming young lady in a red dress waved her hand expressionlessly, causing wisps of crimson-pink flames to bloom and extinguish in the sky. In the open space below, there was a young man in a snow-white robe. He looked to be about 13 or 14 years old. His fluffy white hair was very messy, and his delicate and young face was full of arrogance and unruliness. His silver-blue eyes looked as if they were about to burn. This young man was in a very sorry state. Many parts of his body were black, and there were obvious burns. His robe was burned with holes, and faint crimson-pink flames lingered around his body. The scorching temperature caused cracks to appear in the space. The young man roared. His 2 sharp canine teeth were very eye-catching. He stomped his feet on the ground and pounced toward the pavilion. He was so fast that only a white light could be seen flashing past. However, before he could reach the pavilion, a flame shockwave sent him flying. He fell heavily on the ground, and his robe became even more tattered. The Phoenix King is beating up the Tiger King every day. It's been 10 days, and the Tiger King still refuses to submit. After all, the white tiger is one of the 4 mythical beasts. Although the Phoenix King is also one of the 4 mythical beasts, both of them have their own pride. The Phoenix King has a soul contract with a little brother, so he can easily suppress the Tiger King. 2 of the 4 mythical beasts are in front of us. Where did the other 2 go? I don't know. If the people of the demon realm knew about this, they would probably send people to invite the Phoenix King and the Tiger King back. Outside the courtyard, the 6 of them carefully poked their heads into the courtyard. They watched as the white light was flipped over by the crimson-pink flame shockwaves. They couldn't help but want to go up and help. However, both of them are mythical beasts. It wouldn't be good for them to offend either of them. Therefore, the 6 of them calmly chose to watch. Looking at how much the little brother dotes on the Phoenix King. If the experts of the demon realm came, I'm afraid the next sword would slash at the demon realm. The 6 of them shuddered when they recalled the horror of the sword that day in Yunwashing. Foxen, do you have any young beauties in your clan? Why don't you send a few over to the little brother? The Thunderwolf Beast Monarch looked at the charming woman with a sinister smile. The fairy fox rolled her eyes and whispered, "Don't you see how beautiful the beauties around the little brother are? Just the looks of the little Xian alone is enough to sweep away all the women in the realm of the gods. Also, I heard from Yuan Shi that the little brother is also hard to move. Do you think the little girls in my clan are prettier than the little Xian?" That's true. The 5 of them nodded silently. What are you all whispering about? A pleasant voice came from behind them, causing the 6 of them to shudder. They quickly turned around and saw the Golden Princess standing behind them silently. Her May Mouse stared at the situation in the courtyard with a faint smile on her face. She couldn't help but shake her head. These 2 were still so troublesome. On the night when they stopped to rest, the Golden Princess followed the weak guidance of her soul to find Yun Nuashing. When she saw his sleeping and weak appearance, she thought it was the 6 beast monarchs who did it. In a fit of anger, she directly taught them a lesson. Moreover, it was 1 against 6. After beating them up, she even said that she wasn't satisfied. The 6 beast monarchs didn't have any temper left. They almost knelt down and cried while singing "Conquered." If it wasn't for the fact that Xian quickly came out to explain and stop the Golden Princess, the 6 of them might have been lying on the bed. After that night, they deeply understood that they couldn't afford to offend anyone from the 9 deities temple. It was laughable that they wanted to attack the Taiyuan region in the beginning, but in the end, they were dealt with by 1 person. No, nothing. I was just watching the Phoenix King fight. Lei Lang smiled shakily. He finally had a taste of the power of this beautiful human girl. How long until the little brother wakes up? The fairy fox asked softly. He should wake up today. Even if he doesn't wake up in a few days, we'll have to carry him back. As for this white tiger, it's better to let Little Star deal with it himself. If he can take it, it'll be a good thing. If he can't, as the Golden Princess spoke, her beautiful face darkened. She cracked her knuckles loudly, causing the beast monarchs to shiver violently. They silently mourned for the Tiger King for a few seconds. Big Sister Jean. Just as the demon emperors were sighing, a weak voice came from behind them, causing them to turn their heads. They saw Yin Nuashing swaying a little and walking out with difficulty with both hands on the wall. They could not help but be startled. Hey, don't walk out when you haven't fully recovered. Seeing Yun Nuashing's handsome face turn slightly pale, the Golden Princess was a little distressed. She quickly walked over and supported him with her jade-like hands. She glanced at the room and frowned slightly. Did you make that girl Xian faint? That girl hasn't rested for 10 days. I can't let her not rest forever. So, I'll let her sleep for a while. Yin Nuashing grinned. Then, he frowned, and a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He didn't seem to be in a good mood. Nonsense. You haven't fully recovered yet. How can you walk around? The Golden Princess frowned. She carried him horizontally and was about to send him back to his room. Big Sister Jean, it's okay. I'm just being supported by too much energy. I'll be fine in a few days. But there are some things that I can't rest in peace if I don't deal with them now. Yin Nuashing shook his head gently. He supported the golden princess and jumped down from her arms. Then he smiled and said, "Big sister, don't you believe me? I'd be a ghost if I believed you." The golden princess was so angry that her delicate body couldn't stop trembling. However, she knew that she couldn't persuade him. She shook her head helplessly and supported him with her jade-like hands. She sighed and said, "If you have something to do, then hurry up and do it. Once you're done, hurry up and rest." Yin Nuashing nodded and walked into the courtyard with small steps. The immortal fox and the others saw him walking into the courtyard and hurriedly followed him. The immortal fox even used a slender tail to wrap around his waist, afraid that this young master would fall. Xing Xing. In the courtyard, Feng Er, who was still training the white tiger, saw Yin Nuashing walk in. Seeing his handsome face pale, her pretty face changed slightly. Just as she stood up and was about to walk towards him, a white light flashed in front of her eyes. Her phoenix eyes were filled with anger. With a shout, a terrifying flame shockwave suddenly rushed out. The white light was affected by the flame shockwave and stopped in the air. Then it couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This time, Feng Er didn't show any mercy. This attack was enough to seriously injure the white tiger. Xing Xing, you haven't recovered yet. Her delicate body flashed to Yin Nuashing's side, and her jade-like hands supported him. Feng Er and Mei Mao looked at him with a pained expression. "It's no big deal." Yin Nuashing smiled indifferently and rubbed her head. Then, he walked towards the white-clothed youth who was lying on the ground and covered in blood. Roar! The youth was lying on the ground motionlessly. Sensing Yin Nuashing's approaching footsteps, he raised his head. A pair of silver-blue eyes flashed with a fierce look. The low roar seemed to be warning Yin Nuashing. "Get lost. I don't want to see your face. Get lost. Get lost." The youth roared miserably. A murderous look appeared on his ferocious face. He supported himself on the ground with both hands and stood up shakily. His body kept swaying, and he couldn't even stand straight. "But I want to see you, Xiaobai." Yin Nuashing sighed softly. "That's not a name you can call. Get lost. If you don't get lost, I'll kill you." The youth's face was distorted as he roared at the top of his voice. Hearing his hoarse voice, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but sigh. Shaking his head, Yin Nuashing took out the pendant from his chest. The purple-red crystal pendant looked very demonic under the moonlight in this area. It flickered and pulsed like a heartbeat. Seeing Yin Nuashing take out the pendant, the youth seemed to have gone crazy. His eyes were bloodshot. With a loud roar, he charged towards Yin Nuashing like a white arrow. The terrifying sonic boom caused the air to become turbulent. Yin Nuashing sighed. With a stomp of his foot, the suppressive array flashed out again, causing the swift white light to freeze in front of him. The youth's long fingernails were only a few inches away from his throat. That speed made the Golden Empress feel a chill run down her spine. Taking the pendant off his neck with both hands, Yin Nuashing looked at the struggling youth and gently placed the pendant on his forehead. Buzz! As soon as the purplish-red pendant touched the young man's forehead, it lit up with a bright light. It was so bright that everyone closed their eyes out of habit. Then, they heard a dull thud, as if something had fallen to the ground. After a while, the light dissipated and everyone opened their eyes. When they opened their eyes, the array in front of them had already dissipated. As for the youth, he had fallen to the ground and had fallen into a deep sleep. Yin Nuashing stuffed a pill into his mouth, then hung the pendant around his neck and said, "It's done. It's done?" The Golden Queen and the others were stunned. It was done just by placing the pendant on his forehead? Yes, when he wakes up, he shouldn't resist anymore. At least, he won't have any killing intent towards us. Yin Nuashing smiled. Feng Er frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, she seemed to have understood something. Feng Yueying's memories are in there? I don't know if it's his. I saw some strange memories in my dream. Those memories didn't awaken in my mind, but in the pendant. I was also told by the person in my dream that if I see Little White and the other divine beasts, I should tell them about these things. It can erase the resentment in their hearts. Yin Nuashing smiled. Xing Xing, then what about me? Feng Er blinked at Mei Mao, causing him to laugh and rub her head. My family's Feng, was raised with my life. Is there a need to erase any resentment? Yin Nuoxing lovingly scratched her nose and smiled. When Feng Er heard this, she also smiled faintly. Her smile was extremely charming, causing Yin Nuoxing to take a few more glances at her. This girl wasn't like Xian. It was rare to see her smile. Seeing him staring at her face with interest, Feng Er couldn't help but lower her head and mumble something. The others couldn't help but laugh. As they laughed, Yin Nuoxing's vision suddenly blurred. Then, his vision turned dark. His eyelids closed, and his body fell weakly. If Feng Er and the Golden Queen hadn't supported him, he would have fallen again. Xing Xing! Xing Xing! Seeing that Yin Nuoxing suddenly fainted, Feng Er anxiously carried him up. Her clear voice was a little frightened. The Golden Queen also hurriedly pressed his pulse. After taking a look, she heaved a sigh of relief and said, "His body hasn't recovered yet, and he's already walking around. He even used the array. He's a little mentally and physically exhausted. He still needs to rest for a long time. Feng Er, quickly take him to rest. When he's recovered to a certain extent, then take him back to heal. The energy in his body is very chaotic. It's not good for him to be tormented by the power of space. It's not good for him to travel," the Golden Queen hurriedly said. Feng Er nodded and gently flew into the room with Yin Nuoxing in her arms. When the immortal fox saw this scene, Mei Mao flashed slightly and quickly followed. She said softly, "King, I know medicine. Okay, come and help." Feng Er didn't even turn her head. She just nodded. The anxiety on her pretty face was completely visible. She didn't even bother to think if the immortal fox had any ulterior motives. Seeing that Feng Er trusted him so much, the immortal fox was also slightly happy. He quickly nodded and followed her into the room. Seeing that Xian was lying on the bed and sleeping peacefully with a tired and worried expression on his pretty face, Feng Er couldn't help but sigh. Xian is also an idiot. He's an idiot just like Xing Xing. After saying this, Feng Er gently placed Yin Nuoxing beside Xian. Then, she looked at the immortal fox and nodded. The latter also understood. She walked lightly and sat on the edge of the bed. She stretched out her slender hand and gently touched Yin Nuoxing's pulse. A gentle force surged into his body. After a long time, the immortal fox opened Mei Mao's eyes and called out to the immortal crane and the others. The five of them quickly went to the city to buy herbs. Even the Golden Empress went out personally. The speed at which the golden light flashed was not any slower than the light element. The immortal fox turned around and saw that Feng Er was sitting on the other bed. Her pretty face was slightly anxious. He couldn't help but comfort her. "Wang, little brother will recover soon. Don't worry." Feng Er nodded. Then, she rolled her eyes and said softly, "Just call me Feng Er. I don't need to have any other identity in front of Xing Xing. I just need to remember that I'm his Feng Er. Understand?" "Understood, Wang." "Feng." The immortal fox nodded and said respectfully, "Feng, my name isn't Lachine. If you don't mind, just call me Xian Er. Lil, are you good at music? Xing Xing has zither, pipa, harps, and sheng. Why don't you play a few songs when you have time?" Mei Mao's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but ask, "Feng, if you don't mind." And Lachine nodded. Feng Er shrugged her shoulders cutely. Just as she was about to rest for a while, she jumped up and carried the sleeping white tiger into another room. At this time, Feng Er thought of something. She looked at the immortal fox and said, "At the beginning, when you sealed off the godly Tiger Mountain range, what was your position at that time?" And Lachine was slightly stunned. She looked at the young man sleeping on the bed and said softly, "At that time, we only knew that the Tiger King had woken up from his deep sleep. A king of the demon realm appeared. Millions of demon beasts went to protect him. Then, we met Feng Er and you." Feng Er nodded and didn't ask anything. She walked towards the room where Yin Nuoxing was. When she pushed the door open, she saw that Yishi had already returned. Her small hand was holding a magic array. She put it on his body, and a little bit of gentle power entered his body. This was the first time they saw that magic arrays could heal injuries. They didn't disturb Yishi and sat quietly at the side, waiting for Yin Nuoxing to wake up. Chapter 556. After half a day, Princess Jean, Lei Lang, and the others placed the storage rings on the table. Almost half of the Divine Tiger Villa's medicinal herbs were stored here. When Lachine picked it up with her slender fingers, she couldn't help but frown. Maymao looked at the group of people strangely. Were they robbing the medicine shop? However, she didn't say anything. After getting the medicinal herbs, she got busy. It was different from ordinary alchemy. Among the Goblin clan, alchemists were almost extinct. They weren't like the human clan, who were blessed with natural talent. Almost everyone could make pills. After Lachine got busy, she called Yuan Shi and Qin Yin to help. Feng Yueying? While the three of them were busy, Feng also told the Golden Queen about this name and some things. Yun Nuoxing's background was a mystery that made everyone confused. Not only himself, but even his friends were very curious about who he was and what his identity was. That's what White Tiger said. Princess Jean looked at the wall of the room. Next door was where White Tiger was sleeping. Yes, he said that Xingxing should be his son. Feng Yer nodded, then said, Sister Jean, have you not heard of this name? I have heard of it. Princess Jean shook her head. She waved her hand and took out a jade slip. Then her soul power gushed out and went into the jade slip, sketching out images. It was Jin Wang and the others, as well as the Fire God Shrine's Great Elder and the others. Do you remember the name Feng Yueying? Princess Jean asked. Jin Wang and the others who were still refining the colored glaze, divine crystal, suddenly received the image. They looked at each other. Jin Wang nodded and said, Someone from 3 eras, but I don't know anything else. 3 epochs ago, a supreme genius who ascended to godhood in the middle of the 136th epoch. He's the antithesis of a general builds his success on the bones of 10,000. He's made countless friends throughout his life, but he's never had any enemies, nor does he like to incur the wrath of others. He roams the entire god realm, and might have left his footprints in some places. However, 3 epochs is such a long time that they might have been erased by the passage of time. However, after reaching the later god level, Feng Yueying disappeared. She completely disappeared. The Great Elder of the Fire God Shrine sighed softly. There was some regret in his voice as he couldn't help but shake his head. I remember everything so clearly. Why didn't you bring him into the 9 deities' palace back then? The Golden Crown Princess was a little dumbfounded. What is it? The Great Elder of the Fire God Shrine frowned slightly. Feng Yueying was a godly figure of that era. Although the 9 deities' shrine was aloof, they might not have taken a liking to her. Furthermore, based on the character of that person in the records, he had made friends all his life but never joined any forces. He probably wouldn't have made an exception for the 9 deities' shrine. That person, that Feng Yueying, might be Little Star's grandfather or great-grandfather. The Golden Crown Princess said helplessly. After saying that, everyone saw the flames suddenly erupt. Everyone looked at the scene as if they had seen a ghost. They said in unison, What the hell? The Golden Crown Princess sighed helplessly and explained the situation here. After Jin Wang and the rest heard it, they were also dead silent. They didn't say a single word. If it's true, I think I should know who Little Star's grandmother or great-grandmother is. The Great Elder of the Thunder God Shrine said solemnly. Damn, Old Thunder spoke. The Great Elder of the Fire God Shrine jumped up in fright. This 10,000-year-old iron block could actually speak. The Great Elder of the Thunder God Shrine looked at him silently. A trace of reminiscence flashed past his eyes that were filled with lightning. Then he said a name. Ning Qinxue. Furthermore, she might still be alive. As for whether she took that step like Feng Yueying, I'm not sure. After the Great Elder of the Thunder God Shrine said stiffly, he closed his mouth and didn't say anything else. It's her. The #1 beauty of the Divine Prefecture 3 eras ago, the founder of the Snow Immortal Sect. Is she still alive? The Golden Crown Princess muttered. After saying that, her eyebrows knitted slightly. Maymao looked at Yun Nuoxing, as if she was thinking about something. The Snow Immortal Sect is in the Source Peak region. It's not far from the Ice and Snow Mountain Villa. They are both in the north of the Source Peak region, close to the North Ice Realm. They might even participate in the Source Peak gathering this time. Jin Wang reminded. I know. The golden crown princess rolled her eyes. Feng Er blinked at Mei Mao. Seeing that she was deep in thought, she couldn't help but ask, Sister Jean wants to bring little Star to meet his relatives? I have his thought. The golden crown princess nodded, then sighed. Her jade-like hands gently caressed Yun Nuoxing's forehead, and she said softly, I don't know how this child has lived to this age. He doesn't have any relatives. I think he, who is looking for a home, also want a real safe haven. The Nine Deities Palace might be able to become his spiritual support, but without his relatives in it, it would be lacking. Furthermore, how long has it been since he entered the Nine Deities Palace? It's only been a few years. How can he accept this so easily? When Lachine and the others heard this, their eyes flickered slightly. They looked at Yin Nuoxing with slight sympathy. How did this fellow grow to this age? He had no memories and no relatives, but it's still better to be careful. Not to mention whether Ning Qinxue is really alive or dead. Little Star's identity is not clear at all. Other than looking very much like his father, there are no other specific characteristics. If we show him to her rashly, I'm afraid she won't recognize him. The Golden Crown Princess sighed. That's true. Let's take a look first. I'll send someone to investigate the Snow Goddess sect. The Palace Master might know about this. Those old guys have lived for 2 eras. Jin Wang nodded. Okay. The Golden Crown Princess nodded. With a wave of her hand, the projections disappeared, leaving the room full of people a little melancholy. Yishi's eyes flickered slightly. Her small hand pressed on Yun Nuoxing's chest. She tilted her head and saw that the Golden Crown Princess was a little silent. She thought for a while and said, Who is the father of Brother No, the person from the last era? The jade-like hand that was gently stroking Yun Nuoxing's forehead paused. The Golden Crown Princess sighed and said softly, Ling Yuqin, a person who is invincible in the world. It was said that his talent was not very good, and he did not have any special physique. When he was born, his body was very weak. In the end, he stepped on everyone's body and reached the post-god level. Then, there's no more. When the Nine Divine Temple found him, he had already been destroyed by his enemies. When the Nine Divine Temple found him, he also destroyed those enemies who participated in the encirclement. This was a very big event at that time. Ling Yuqin's body was not even left behind. The Palace Master and the others were so furious that they almost turned the world of the gods upside down. The Golden Crown Princess sighed. So the people from the Nine Divine Temple were a bunch of lunatics, and Yue Xin and the others could not help but think to themselves. So, the Golden Crown Princess took a deep breath. Everyone suddenly felt that her expression had changed. Mei Mao's eyes shone brightly. Since we found Little Star early in this life, no matter what price we have to pay, we have to protect him. As for the Qi family and the 12-star palaces, I will King tear them apart sooner or later. Her jade-like hand slammed on the table. The table was directly shaken to the point that not even a speck of dust was left. Seeing that the aura on her body was showing signs of turning black, everyone hurriedly retreated. We will protect Xingxing well. Feng Er held Yin Nuoxing's hand tightly and said in an unquestionable tone, Little girl, I should be the one saying this. Just as Feng Er finished speaking, another voice faintly rang out, causing everyone to quickly turn their gazes. Seeing Yin Nuoxing looking at them with confused eyes, they couldn't help but be stunned, and then they all laughed dryly. Xingxing, did I disturb your rest? We will go out now. Feng Er bent down. Mei Mao stared at him and said apologetically. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing shook his head and sighed deeply. I had a very long dream. I don't want to sleep anymore. Dream? Seeing that Yun Nuoxing struggled to sit up, several hands hurriedly supported him. Some took pillows, some rolled up the blankets, and some rolled up the blankets. He was speechless. It feels like I am an emperor. So many people are waiting on me. Yin Nuoxing teased, causing the faces of the women to turn slightly red. Yin Nuoxing took a sip of the medicinal tea that Feng Er handed to him. It was so bitter that his handsome face wrinkled. That sourness. He looked down at Xian, who was still unconscious beside him, and could not help but be a little dazed. Could it be that he had used too much power in the formation? Why was he still not awake? A dream. A great battle. An eternal battle that destroyed the heavens and earth, tore apart the stars, and collapsed the galaxy. Yin Nuoxing sighed deeply. He was so deep in the dream that he almost could not wake up. He thought that since he had cultivated the Thousand Dreams Sutra, such a thing should not have happened, seeing that he did not seem to be in good spirits. The Golden Princess gently stroked his head. She wanted to tell him everything that had happened just now, but she could only suppress it for now. Anyway, there was still time. It would not be too late to tell him after he had rested. Feng Er was stunned for a moment when she took the pill that Yin Nuoxing made. Seeing that the brown pill was as big as 3 longans, Mei Mao also looked at him strangely. Was he trying to choke Yin Nuoxing to death? Yin Nuoxing took it without hesitation. He gulped down a mouthful of water and swallowed it forcefully. Then he said that it was so bitter. His head tilted, and he leaned against Feng Er's soft and gentle body. His eyes slowly closed again. Seeing the strange looks that everyone was looking at her, Feng Er's calm face also flushed red. In that instant, even Qin Yin felt a rush of excitement when she saw her elegant demeanor. You can't even sleep well. The Golden Princess smiled and patted Yin Nuoxing's head. She turned her head and said, "Let him rest well. Let's not disturb him." Everyone nodded, stood up gently, and walked softly to the door. Before everyone reached the door, Yin Nuoxing's muffled scream suddenly came from behind. The Golden Princess and the others were shocked and quickly turned around. They saw Yin Nuoxing sitting up on the bed, panting like a cow. Drops of cold sweat were dripping down his face. "What's wrong?" The Golden Princess ran back to his side. She looked at Yin Nuoxing, who was still in shock, and then looked at Feng Er. Feng Er was also at a loss. She shook her head. Yin Nuoxing was sleeping on her soft chest just now. Suddenly, he jumped up. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. "Little star." The Golden Princess grabbed Yin Nuoxing's shoulder. The Golden Mei Mao stared straight at his flustered purple-red eyes and said, "Calm down. Did you have a nightmare?" Yin Nuoxing was a little dazed. He looked around in a daze. Then, he looked at his left hand and covered his face. He looked haggard. "I'm fine, probably." Yin Nuoxing shook his head and forced a smile. Then, he lay down again. Feng Er covered him with a blanket. Mei Mao's confusion slowly disappeared. The Golden Princess and the others stood for a while. After seeing that nothing was wrong, they heaved a sigh of relief. They exchanged glances and walked out of the room, closing the door. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent explosion in the room. Then, everyone saw a beam of light break through the roof and shoot toward the ceiling. It hit the array directly and created a ripple. The beam of light did not break through the array. It only caused waves of ripples before disappearing. However, the Golden Queen and the others were not calm. They hurriedly rushed into the door and took a closer look. They saw that Yin Nuoxing had even exploded into his peak state. They were even more shocked. What was going on? Why couldn't he sleep peacefully? Feng Er's arms seemed to have infinite power, and she directly suppressed the rioting Yin Nuoxing. The latter closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, and a terrible power burst out from his body. Yishi quickly waved her small hand and moved Ziyin away. Her eyes were full of surprise and doubt. "Xingxing, wake up!" Feng Er cried out as a gush of mental energy abruptly burst out from between her eyebrows and crashed into Yin Nuoxing's mind, causing his body to violently tremble. His tightly shut eyes also abruptly opened, and what he saw was Feng Er's anxious face. There was no terrifying scene at all. Phew! After opening his eyes, Yin Nuoxing seemed to be exhausted. He sat back on the bed. All the heavenly weapons in the room fell to the ground. The destructive energy that filled the room also dissipated quietly. However, Feng Er was still holding his hands tightly. Mei Mao looked at him nervously. "Little star?" At this moment, Ziyin finally woke up. A confused look flashed across her beautiful eyes. She had been aware of what had just happened. It was just that she couldn't wake up. Only now did she wake up. She hurriedly ran to Yin Nuoxing's side. Seeing his pale, handsome face, her beautiful eyes slightly shrank. What happened? Princess Jean couldn't stay calm anymore. She could say that she had a nightmare when she woke up, but twice. It couldn't be the same nightmare, right? War. A war that will tear the world apart. A war that will destroy heaven and earth. The 9 heavens and the Milky Way will collapse. The sad song of doomsday will resound throughout the realm of the gods. Yin Nuoxing gasped for breath. He felt them all over and dizzy. Slap. Feeling that he was about to fall asleep due to exhaustion, Yin Nuoxing turned pale with fright. He quickly raised his hand and slapped himself hard. He used so much strength that a trace of blood came out from the corner of his mouth. Even Feng Er, who was holding his hands, didn't have time to react. Everyone was shocked. Seeing Yin Nuoxing try his best to wake himself up, they were all at a loss. Nightmare. An eternal nightmare. A war that will tear the world apart. A clear voice came from the door. Everyone's expression froze. Yin Nuoxing also raised his head and looked at the door. There, a 13 or 14-year-old boy was leaning against the door with his arms crossed. His silver-blue eyes were quietly looking at him. Little White. Chapter 557. The young man in white leaned against the door, his silver-blue eyes quietly staring at Yin Nuoxing. There was actually a trace of sadness in his eyes, but compared to the murderous look he had when they first met, it was already many times better. It seemed that the memory Yin Nuoxing showed him made him understand something, or perhaps he knew something, which made him calm down and no longer hate her. Nightmare. The Golden Queen frowned slightly and looked at Yin Nuoxing. Seeing him still in shock, Mei Mao felt a trace of heartache. Then, she looked at the young man in white and said, "Do you know something?" "I know, of course I know. Because Yu Ying is the same. He is troubled by the eternal nightmare. The eternal war in his dream that tore apart the heavens and destroyed the world will always bother him." The young man in white snorted and walked into the room, walking towards Yin Nuoxing. Seeing him walk over, Mei Mao and Feng Er became vigilant. However, when he walked in front of them and still did not find anything wrong or hostile, they relaxed a little. However, Mei Mao still stared at him closely, the power in her body quietly circulating. What's there to be vigilant about? If I killed him, I would be committing suicide. Am I tired of living? The young man in white stared at Feng Er in annoyance, then said, "I saw those memories. It can be considered that I have forgiven Yu Ying. Just barely." Humph. After saying that, he stretched out a finger and lightly tapped between Yin Nuoxing's eyebrows. A mysterious and cool energy flowed from that slender finger into Yin Nuoxing's eyebrows, then spread throughout his body, causing the rampaging energy and mental energy in his body to calm down. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief and tiredly rub between his eyebrows. Yu Ying is the same as Yu Ying. Yu Ying is the same as you, plagued by nightmares. However, when he was plagued by nightmares, he wasn't as young as you are. At that time, he had already lived for tens of millions of years. I have also followed him for tens of millions of years. That night, it was also very sudden. Yu Ying was trapped in a dream, and every time he fell asleep, he would have the same dream over and over again. An eternal, terrifying, and destructive war. Often, he would not be able to break free and would riot, destroying everything around him. Sometimes, he would even hurt himself, the young man said softly. It was also from that time onwards that Yu Ying did not sleep again, not again, until the day he reached the back god level. Only then did the dream disappear. You want to ask me why? How would I know? The only connection between the two of you might be that pendant. It might also be your bloodline. I don't know either. The white-clothed young man spread out his hands. His voice, however, caused everyone in the room to turn silent. That's right, that's right. Let me warn you. You'd better not try to sleep. At the start, the nightmare will continue to bother you. Perhaps you might be able to break free with your powerful mental energy. However, you were unable to break free just now, right? What will happen if you continue to madly struggle? You are carrying so many dangerous items. I don't think I need to say it more clearly, the white-clothed young man said softly. Yin Nuoxing was silent. If he struggled to the end in the dream, The worst possibility would be known without thinking too much about it. Is there no way? A way to get rid of the nightmare? Yin Nuashing asked weakly. Although his voice was calm, it caused people to worry that he would collapse in the next second, never to get up again. There are 3 ways. The white-clothed young man raised his right hand and held up 3 fingers. Everyone was stunned. They asked in unison, what way? The first way is very simple. Don't sleep forever. The white-clothed young man rolled his eyes. Although it sounded very painful, Yin Nuashing's expression also turned sluggish. He would never be able to sleep. Even if he was a devil-grade expert, he could use cultivation to pass the time. Moreover, using cultivation to pass the time might be more energizing than simply sleeping. However, even a cultivator needed to rest, especially someone like him who simulated the life of an ordinary person. If he never slept, he would feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, he couldn't cultivate right now. Everyone found it hard to accept. Even if Empress Jean and the others were emperor gods and could go into seclusion for tens of thousands of years, they still had to occasionally live the life of an ordinary person. Sleep could be said to be essential for all living things. What about the second way? Xian hurriedly asked. The situation that will cause the nightmare is nothing more than darkness in one's heart. But you don't even have your memories. How can there be darkness in your heart? All right. The darkness lurking in one's memory is also considered, or can be caused by spiritual energy. If it's the former, then it's a little troublesome. However, if it's the latter, you just need to seal your spiritual energy. This is the second way. What about the third way? Everyone hurriedly asked. The third way is the former situation. You need to use holy energy to protect him. Although it can't completely get rid of the nightmare, it can at least let him sleep peacefully every night. Or let a demon absorb the darkness in his heart. As for the holy energy, it's holy and clean. Phoenix, if you were in your complete form, you could directly purify the nightmare. However, the current you, although the power of the 4 mythical beasts is more or less holy energy, it's not enough. Right now, we don't have the power to isolate the nightmare's darkness. Back then, Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and I couldn't isolate it together. The white-robed youth spread his hands and sighed. Then I don't have a choice. My spiritual energy can't even be sealed by myself, let alone be sealed by others. Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh and couldn't help but shake her head. Why? Everyone looked at her in confusion. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and took a few deep breaths. She gritted her teeth and struggled to circulate her spiritual energy and spiritual energy. The space between her eyebrows gradually became transparent. Everyone could see a roulette slowly rotating inside. When they saw this roulette, Xian and Yuan, she didn't have much of a reaction. They all knew that Yin Nuashing had this thing between her eyebrows. However, when the white-robed youth saw it, he spat out a mouthful of tea and almost dropped the cup in his hand. You're a lunatic. You're only learning this lunatic's tricks. Who would be like you? Who would learn such a suicidal heart sutra? I thought Yuing was already crazy enough. I didn't expect to see a complete lunatic today. Lunatic, the white-robed youth scolded. Yin Nuashing shrugged. Seeing the Golden Princess and the others' confused and worried gazes, she could only tell them about the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. You child. When the Golden Princess heard this, she was speechless. She raised her hand a few times, wanting to say something. In the end, she only patted his head with her hand and didn't say anything. The youth covered his face speechlessly. After a long while, he raised his head and his gaze fell on Xian. He suddenly paused, then widened his eyes and said, You have the 5 elements body? At the mention of these words, Xian habitually turned around and saw that he was looking at her with a burning gaze. Mei Mao was a little confused but still nodded. I didn't expect that I would be able to see another person with that kind of physique in my lifetime. The youth widened his eyes, then lowered his head and sighed. He muttered to himself, causing everyone to be at a loss. He rolled his eyes and glanced at the people in the room. Suddenly, he smiled evilly and said, I have a bold idea. Troublesome, put away your bold idea. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. You half-dead wounded man. Just shut up. White Tiger rolled his eyes. Yin Nuashing was choked by his words, and his handsome face turned red. You come over and have a try. The youth stretched out his small hand and pointed at Xian, Feng and Lixin and the red-crowned crane girl. Then he pointed at Yin Nuashing and said, You guys stay close to him, and then you can go to sleep. They looked at each other, and Lixin and the red-crowned crane both turned their eyes to Feng. After seeing her nod, they walked over and stretched out their jade-like hands to hold Yin Nuashing's wrist. Xian and Feng also pressed their hands on his chest and forehead. That's it. Yin Nuashing was dumbfounded. He looked at the youth with disbelief. How would I know? I'm just trying. The youth in white rolled his eyes and said, The power of creation of the 5 elements body is also the source of divine power. The divine power of purification of the phoenix, and the fairy aura of the fairy fox, and the red-crowned crane may work. Let me tell you, I have a great demon in my body. Yin Nuashing couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Okay, you can sleep peacefully. Come, everyone, get ready for battle. If he struggles, we'll beat him up. White Tiger waved his fist and rubbed his palms in excitement. His 2 canine teeth were exposed, and he looked inexplicably evil. Everyone was speechless. Yin Nuashing's eyes flickered. He lay down doubtfully and took a deep breath. Then he slowly closed his eyes. When the Golden Princess and the others saw that he closed his eyes, they also got ready. The energy in their bodies began to circulate. Yishi also held an ink-black array in her hand, and a terrifying suppressive force spread out. They waited like this for 5 minutes. Xian tried to poke Yin Nuashing's handsome face. When they saw that his breathing was even and he was as quiet as a work of art, and there were no signs of him waking up, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This little guy is really troublesome. The Golden Princess wiped the sweat from her nervousness and let out a long sigh. He actually succeeded? White Tiger looked at Yin Nuashing, who was sleeping quietly in shock. Its eyes were wide open, and its face was filled with disbelief. You don't even know it yourself. Everyone roared. Aya, it's fine as long as he succeeded, it's fine. Don't be so calculative. Sigh, poor Yuan, he hasn't slept for hundreds of billions of years. White Tiger hurriedly waved his hand. Then, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He looked up and walked towards Yin Nuashing. He pressed his little hand between his eyebrows. An illusory shadow appeared behind him, and where his little hand pressed, a pattern that looked like the moon slowly appeared. You are sure? When Feng saw this, she knew very well what he was doing. She lifted Mei Mao and looked at his calm little face. Then, she said, You were so resistant at the start, as if you had an irreconcilable hatred. Why? Aya, I've received that memory. I also know what Yuing is doing, so I've forgiven him. Furthermore, it was only today that he was haunted by the incubus, right? The White Tiger grinned. Everyone was puzzled, but they still nodded. There weren't any problems when they took care of him for the past few days. It was only today that something happened. Then I understand. That pendant awakened a part of Yu Yin's memory. After he passed it to me through that memory, that eternal nightmare also came along with the memory. Sigh, just take it that I owe him a favor. Also, in Yu Yin's memory, who's this? Little star, right? His existence is indispensable. I'll just take it that I'm helping Yu Yin. White Tiger smiled indifferently. You're quite open-minded. Once a soul contract is formed, it can't be violated for the rest of your life. This means that you have to travel with us. Fenger sighed softly. What about you? Didn't you also firmly form a soul contract with him when you knew about this situation? White Tiger's tiger eyes turned and looked at Fenger with a faint smile. I'm unable to repay the kindness of raising me. Fenger stared blankly at Yin Nuashing, who was in a deep sleep. Mei Mao felt a tinge of heartache in her heart and nodded. Puffed. Bullsh asterisk T about the kindness of raising you. Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? Look at your expression and appearance. Phoenix, do you know that you're in love? The White Tiger suddenly laughed out loud and even patted his knee. That laughter caused the expressions of everyone in the room to change slightly. Xian and Mei Mao's eyes sparkled as they looked up at Feng. When the latter saw her sparkling eyes, she lowered her head guiltily for some reason. Her gaze was somewhat evasive, and there was a hint of confusion on her pretty face. Buzz, White Tiger's palm, left Yun Nuoxing's forehead. There, a mark that looked like a lunar eclipse appeared around the black star bead. Then it gradually disappeared. Do you think that you're simply attached to him? It's true that Yun Nuoxing used his soul bloodline to hatch you, but there's also the power of his heart that was sealed in it. You accepted all of that, fool. You've loved him deeply since you were born. Chapter 558. The white-clothed youth's words were like a deep water bomb, exploding everyone's heads until they were dizzy. The room also suddenly became silent, with only a dozen or so sounds of beating heartbeats and one breathing that was slightly hurried. What nonsense are you talking about? Finally, after a long silence, Feng Er's nervous and hurried voice rang out, breaking the completely frozen atmosphere in the room, making everyone heave a sigh of relief. Let's all go out first. We will take care of Xingxing. Before anyone could speak, Feng Er turned her face and said quietly. Knowing that she was uneasy after hearing the news, Empress Jean nodded, gave Lei Lang and Yuan Shi a look, and slowly walked out. Yishi opened her eyes wide and looked at the sleeping Yin Nuoxing, then looked at Xian and Feng. Suddenly, she grinned, swinging her wide sleeves, and trotted outside. Whether it's nonsense or not, you know best. Let's not talk about it anymore. I will go and contact Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise. They should still be alive. The young man in white spread out his hands, held the back of his head with both hands, and walked out casually. When Yishi closed the door, she saw Feng looking over. She raised her eyebrows, threw her an encouraging look, and then closed the door. As the door closed, only Xian and the other 3 people, as well as the sleeping Yin Nuoxing, were left in the room. Lachine and the red-crowned crane looked at each other and chose to shut up and lower their heads at the same time. Although they were emperor gods, Feng was one of the 4 mythological beasts, and her status was countless times higher than theirs. When it was time to shut up, they still knew to shut up. Xian, don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't... That... Feng Er's eyelids drooped slightly, and her head was lowered. She didn't know what to say. Xian bent down and gently stroked Yun Nuoxing's long hair, from his forehead to his eyes, his nose, and his lips. She raised her head, looked at Feng who had an unnatural expression, and said with a smile, "Why do you have to explain to me? At most, I am Little Star's close friend. He hasn't accepted me yet. He is forcing himself to change, but it will take a long time." Xian smiled gently. Looking at the sleeping Yun Nuoxing, Mei Mao couldn't hide the affection and love in her eyes. She continued, "As long as it doesn't bother him, I will get close to him, help him, share his worries, and do anything for him. If one day Little Star feels that I am useless or a hindrance and hates me, I will disappear on my own." When Lachine and the red-crowned crane heard this, their hands that were holding Yin Nuoxing's wrist trembled slightly. This affection was no longer at the level of liking, it was love. She could proudly stick out her chest and say, "I love Yin Nuoxing. So, just as I can face my feelings, Feng, I also hope that you can face your feelings. I didn't promise Little Star to grow old with me. Even if I did, which man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? As long as Little Star likes him, I can accept everything about him," Xian said softly. Hearing these heartfelt words, the red-crowned crane raised her head in confusion. Humans were selfish, sinister, and cunning. The world of humans was filled with mutual deception. Such thoughts filled her mind. Although she knew that some humans were unique, she had never seen them before. She never thought that she would be able to meet such a person today. There must be a lot of stories between them. Seeing Xian's tender eyes, the red-crowned crane couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She raised her head and looked at Lachine. She also had a complicated expression on her face as she looked at Mei Mao. Feng didn't say anything. She looked at Yin Nuoxing with a strange expression. There was attachment, and perhaps also love. Fully recovered. It feels good. Under the sunlight, in the courtyard, Yin Nuoxing stretched her body. Her purple-red hair was fluttering in the wind. Her bones were making cracking sounds. The aftereffects of overusing her strength had completely disappeared. Her mind and soul were a lot stronger than before, but what made her a little depressed was that her realm seemed to have gone up by another 2 levels. It's over, I'm already at the 6th level of the demon rank. If this continues, I'll reach the 2nd level very soon. Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh and said gloomily, "What am I going to do about this darkness? Is it destined to be a calamity for me? You come back to life. Feng Ai and the other 2 sisters have been watching over you." At the entrance of the courtyard, Xian couldn't help but let out a sigh when she saw Yin Nuoxing twirling around happily under the sunlight. They had been watching over him for 5 days, and the 4 of them didn't leave his side at all. However, they were still very happy to see him awake. "Lass, are you tired?" Yin Nuoxing smiled. Her figure flashed, and she came to Xian's side. She looked at her gently with her purple-red eyes and rubbed her long hair. Xian rolled her eyes and looked at the Golden Princess, Lei Lang, and the others who were drinking tea and chatting not far away. After a while, she turned back and said, "Are you going back?" "Yes, I've been out for half a month. I also received a message from Sister Lioli. The colored glass divine crystal is almost done smelting. She can help me cultivate the colored glass treasure mirror now." Yin Nuoxing smiled and nodded. "You shouldn't be plagued by nightmares when you cultivate, right?" Xian said softly as she gently tidied his robes with her lily-white hands. "It should be fine. As long as I don't sleep in the normal sense, I should be fine." "Probably." Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. "Nightmares were simply a sudden disaster. If there's anything wrong, remember to call me. Feng, my 2 sisters, and I can help you." Xian gazed at him quietly. Her lily-white hands slid down from his body and held his hand. She said gently, "Got it. You're just like my wife." Yin Nuoxing teased. Xian rolled her eyes. "You only know how to take advantage of me verbally. I don't see you doing anything." Xian looked at him with hidden bitterness. This made his cheeks twitch. Xian snorted softly. She glanced at his face and walked gracefully towards the Golden Princess and the others. Her lily-white hands were still holding Yin Nuoxing's hand. He shook his head helplessly and squeezed her warm little hand a little harder. Seeing Yin Nuoxing and Feng walking over, the Golden Princess asked with concern. She was worried and checked him again. She only let him go when she felt that his injuries were really healed. Yishi was swinging her little legs at the side. When she heard that they were going back, she jumped down from the stone bench and started to build a huge array. "Big brothers and sisters, are you really going to follow us?" Yin Nuoxing looked at Lachine and the others. He blinked and couldn't help but ask. These were 6 demon emperors. They were experts who could do whatever they wanted in the realm of the gods. Although they were all beaten down by the Golden Princess, they were still a very strong force. "Let's go with the Phoenix King. It's not easy to find a follower in such a tense situation. The clan's affairs have been taken care of 2 days ago. We don't have to worry about those little bastards causing any trouble." The Thunder Wolf Demon Monarch nodded. His rough voice lingered in the open space. "All right." Yin Nuoxing shrugged and turned to look at Yishi. The latter understood and made a few hand seals. Just as she was about to teleport back to Jin Jinwang's side, a tiger's roar suddenly resounded in the room. "Roar! Bastard! Why didn't you call me when you're leaving?" A palm-sized white light flashed and rushed into the array in the courtyard. "You're leaving too?" Yin Nuoxing was shocked. Before he could react, he felt a soft lump of meat on his head. He looked up and saw a long snow-blue tail hanging between his eyebrows. It kept swaying. "Roar!" The white tiger didn't say much. Its 4 little feet stepped on Yin Nuoxing's head and played with his long hair. Yin Nuoxing almost roared. Xian, Yuan Shi, and the others saw the little white tiger on Yin Nuoxing's head. When they saw him messing up Yin Nuoxing's hair, they couldn't help but laugh. Yishi looked speechlessly at the people who were messing around. He sighed softly and clasped his hands together. The huge teleportation array disappeared in a flash. Only an empty courtyard was left. Occasionally, a breeze would blow by, causing the trees to rustle the group of people returned to the small valley, shrouded in fog. Jin Wang and the others were stunned when they saw this group of people coming back with 6 god thearchs. The flames in the huge cauldron almost went out, and Nuashing and the others were petrified when they saw the dozens of god thearchs sitting cross-legged in midair refining the stuff in the huge cauldron. They looked at Yin Nuashing with some lingering fear. It turned out that this fellow was telling the truth when he said that there were hundreds of god thearchs. This made them even more determined to ride on his coattails. Yin Nuashing was very concerned about the refinement of the glazed divine crystal. Before he left, the glazed divine crystal that was the size of a mountain showed signs of melting. After going out for more than half a month, the 5-color mountain range was only the size of a small mountain. Replacing it was the 5-colored liquid that was filled with the black cauldron, emitting a terrifying energy. When the Empress saw that Yin Nuashing had returned, she summoned him to her side and said, "You can start cultivating in half a month. During this period of time, adjust your state. It's best to refine the glazed divine crystal when you are at your peak. During cultivation, first guide the glazed divine crystal into the energy carrier. From the inside out, refine the glazed divine crystal into the energy crystal. Then, refine the crystal into the meridians and reshape them into the glazed meridians. This is considered the first stage of casting glazed divine crystal. As for the glazed body, you have to integrate the glazed divine crystal into your body. The amount of blood, muscles, and bones here should be enough to help you cultivate the glazed body completely." After listening to the Empress's advice, Yin Nuashing nodded continuously. However, he thought of a problem and quickly asked, "Sister Lioli, do you need more glazed divine crystal to cast meridians or to cast the body?" "Normally, the glazed body needs more." The Empress nodded. "But I'm not a normal person." Yin Nuashing laughed bitterly. The glazed divine crystal would automatically open up all the meridians in his body, regardless of whether they were useful or not. After so many years, almost all the meridians in his body had been opened up at the thought of this. He couldn't help but grab the Empress's hand. Under her puzzled gaze, he pressed her little hand on his lower abdomen and allowed her to see his internal condition clearly. "Little brother, you are in an abnormal state." Seeing that the meridians in Yin Nuashing's body were as numerous as a maze, as well as the colorful energy carrier, her pretty face twitched a few times. "In that case, the amount here might not be enough. It's already not bad if I can cultivate the glazed body to the halfway point." The Empress pinched his face in distress, then smiled faintly and said, "Well, forget it. I'll think of a way to get more. Who asked the heavens to throw me a little baby? Sister, use some of your family's assets to exchange for glazed divine crystals." Upon hearing the words "little baby," Yin Nuashing shuddered violently, and several layers of goosebumps appeared on his skin. When he saw her sparkling mao, as if she was looking at a priceless treasure, he calmed down a little. However, the Empress wasn't in a hurry to leave. She had to wait until she finished cultivating and judge the situation to know how much she needed. She also exhorted Yin Nuashing for a while and talked about the main points of cultivation. Only then did she let Yin Nuashing go and cultivate by himself. After wandering around in midair for a long time, Yin Nuashing wanted to help, but the Golden Empress urged him to cultivate the spirit of the mystic technique array and didn't let him stay behind to cause trouble. When Yishi saw that he was wandering around as if nothing had happened, she grabbed him and brought him to cultivate the array. Yin Nuashing also passed on some of Emperor Wanfa's insights on array cultivation to Yishi while he was at it. "You lunatic! Brother Nuo, if there's a crazed list in the realm of the gods, I will definitely recommend you to be at the top of the list." Yin Nuashing told Yishi what he had been thinking for a long time. In the end, Yishi's face turned deathly pale, and she looked incredulous. "However, I'm also quite interested. Let's try it, Brother Nuo." Chapter 559. Time passed quickly. Regardless of whether it was the Golden Empress and the others who guarded the Black Cauldron and refined the color glass divine crystal, or Yin Nuashing and the others who were cultivating, every time they opened and closed their eyes, they would breathe again and again. This cycle continued endlessly, and the hands of the clock would be pulled back dozens of times. Inside a dark secret chamber, Yin Nuashing and Yi Shi were sitting opposite each other. Two streams of qi were emitted from their bodies, fusing together and dispersing. In their minds, the same image kept repeating itself endlessly, causing sweat to appear on their foreheads. After a long time, Yin Nuashing and Yi Shi opened their eyes at the same time. For rays of light shot out from their eyes and collided with each other, causing a dull sound of impact. The two of them stretched out their hands at the same time. Two pairs of palms of different sizes joined together. Then, the two of them slowly formed hand seals. It was as if the two of them were of the same mind and knew what the other was thinking. Their hand seals became very slow, and because of the large difference in size, the speed at which they formed hand seals was also very slow. As their hand seals changed, heaven and earth energy, elemental energy, spatial energy, and star energy all quietly gathered in the air. Not long after, a formation about 3 feet wide appeared above the two of them. The center of the formation was facing the two hands that were changing at a slightly faster speed. Not long after this formation appeared, another formation about 2 feet wide appeared above this formation. Then it was 3 feet wide for feet wide, until a mysterious black formation appeared. This formation was only about 10 feet wide, but it was extremely mysterious. The patterns on it were so complicated that it was difficult to see clearly with the naked eye. The star force that was originally leisurely in heaven and earth suddenly went berserk after this formation appeared. It surged towards the black formation like a tide. After this black formation appeared, the two of them took a deep breath. They opened their eyes and looked at each other. Then, they nodded and closed their eyes again. Between their eyebrows, soul force and spiritual force surged out again. Above the black formation, another formation appeared, but this time it was shrinking. Array after array of arrays appeared above his head, and the heart of each array was facing each other. If one were to look up from below, they would only see an array of arrays made up of countless messy lines. The roof had long been pierced through, and the dozens of arrays floated into the air. Phew! Having reached this step, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Forming a dozen high-grade formations was not too difficult for Yin Nuashing and Yi Shi. The difficult part was what was about to happen next. "Little Shi, I'm ready. Come." Yin Nuashing smiled and nodded at Yi Shi. "Okay." Yi Shi also returned a smile. Then, the two of them took a deep breath. Their eyes suddenly surged with sharpness. Then, 2 waves of soul and spiritual force burst out from between their eyebrows like 2 ferocious beasts. The 2 pairs of overlapping hands also suddenly changed. The 4 hands even danced in the air, creating afterimages. Following the changes in the hand seals of the 2 pairs of hands, the dozens of arrays in the sky that were aligned like Vajra suddenly lit up with some light. Then, they slowly started to rotate, as if they were about to activate. However, after the light bloomed, the dozens of arrays suddenly trembled and turned into a huge, oval-shaped ball of light. Immediately after, it was as if a giant was trying his best to tear this ball of light into 2 halves. However, the size of this ball of light didn't change in the slightest. After the ball of light was split into 2, it did not stop. Instead, it trembled slightly again. However, this time, it trembled extremely violently, as if it was going to shatter space. Crack! The terrifying power of heaven and earth and the power of stars tore the space apart. The 2 balls of light shook violently and split into 2 more balls of light. Then, the balls of light split apart. There was only 1 formation ball, but in that 1 minute, there were 4 formation balls. "Huh!" 2 soft shouts came from the secret room. The force of heaven and earth that was originally surging towards the 4 formation balls seemed to be attracted by an even stronger force and surged towards the top of the 4 formation balls. When the huge force of attraction appeared, the 4 formation balls trembled slightly and moved in 4 different directions. Just as they steadied themselves, a formation hundreds of feet wide appeared in the sky. From shallow to deep, it slowly emerged from the void. It rotated and pressed down from the sky, stopping above the four formation balls and enveloping them. If one looked closely, they would discover that this formation was very similar to the refining heaven formation. However, there were some areas that were completely different. However, its power was definitely greater than the refining heaven formation. This is a new formation that has fused the refining heaven formation, the formation of destruction, and two other formations. I'll call you the myriad Tao destruction formation. Yin Nuashing raised his head and looked at the slowly rotating 1,000 feet formation descending from the sky. He smiled. He had done many things like fusing formations. Although he had failed many times with Yi Shi, when he succeeded in the end, the two of them were very happy. This is only the second step. Brother Nua, calm down. You must control your mind power well. If you lose control, it will continue to evolve. When that time comes, even Sister Jean and the others might not be able to deal with it, Yi Shi said in a serious voice. Yes, I know. Yin Nuashing nodded heavily. He also knew how difficult it would be to control what was about to happen. The two of them took a deep breath. Their gazes met in mid-air as though they were cheering each other on. Then, they nodded vigorously, and the seals in their hands changed again. Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds descended from the sky. The violent energy of heaven and earth created a terrifying echo in the sky. Suddenly, waves of various colors appeared in the sky. They were all formed by the elemental energy in heaven and earth. When the waves formed, everyone in the small valley felt it. Everyone was awakened and quickly turned their gazes. The emperor gods who were sitting cross-legged in front of the black cauldron also turned their gazes in confusion. They looked towards the depths of the forest. There, patches of formations were spinning rapidly and releasing terrifying energy. That is, Princess Jean, the Water Empress, and the others were stunned. Wasn't it the place where Yun Nuashing and Yi Shi cultivated? Could it be that the two of them had caused the commotion? Boom! In the sky, the energy clouds were dyed colorful by the various elemental energies. Streaks of silver-blue lightning illuminated the clouds, causing all the colors to blossom. Under this energy, the 300-meter-long array formation suddenly trembled, causing the four array formations below to tremble violently. Then, it suddenly turned into four. After the formation was split into four again, an even larger black formation descended from the energy clouds. It was 1,000 feet large and brought with it a terrifying energy pressure. The power of the stars surged violently. Endless power of the stars surged, as if it was going to turn this place into night. Combine. Split. Duplicate. Combine. Yin Nuashing screamed in his heart. Green veins popped out on his forehead. His mental strength and soul power poured out, as if he was going to be completely drained. Yi Shi also let out a low roar from her throat. Her four hands clenched tightly, and her fingers interlocked. The energy in their bodies was being crazily extracted. The descending black formation enveloped the four formations below. It trembled again and split into four parts. Then, an even larger myriad Tao destruction formation descended from the sky with lightning and endless flames surging out of the void. Upon closer inspection, this myriad Tao destruction formation was slightly different from the myriad Tao destruction formation that was thousands of feet long. Its power was also several times stronger than the myriad Tao destruction formation that was thousands of feet long. Rumble! The people in the small valley, far away, looked at the formation in the sky. It kept flashing and split into four parts. They were arranged in four directions. Then, an even larger formation enveloped it. It split and combined again. Gulp, Ziyin, Jining, and the other juniors all raised their heads in fear. They watched as the thousands upon thousands of formations hovered above their heads. They continued to expand, encompassing a radius of tens of thousands of meters. 1 million meters. 1 million meters. 1 million meters. 1 million meters. The increasingly terrifying energy descended from the sky like an apocalyptic heavenly might. Even the air was completely burned away. Pitch-black spatial cracks cracked open. The terrifying momentum intimidated them to the point that they could only tremble on the ground. Before the formation was fully activated, the energy in the surroundings began to boil. It roared like boiling water, and pillars of energy descended from the sky, enveloping the entire world like screens of light. These two little guys are too crazy. They actually improved my formation. They improved it. It increased its power by at least 100 times. Emperor Wanfa clapped his hands excitedly when he saw the formation in the sky, splitting and combining crazily. His face was flushed, and he almost danced in the sky. The violent energy danced and flipped under the formation. It was as if there were tens of thousands of angry dragons roaring in the sky. The surging energy made the entire space shake. Even the earth was wailing. Huge cracks in the void extended to the horizon, and cracks appeared on the ground. The Mountain King clenched his fists and stopped the trembling of the earth. However, after the magic circle split again, the earth began to tremble again. This time, the trembling was even more intense. The chaotic elemental energy made it impossible for him to control the earth elemental energy well. He could only stare at the mountain range below him in shock. The mountain peaks collapsed one after another, and the cracks spread far and wide like giant worms. What a good student you taught. Go and stop them. If they can't stop it, we'll all die. Emperor of Destruction jumped to his feet. His face was pale as he roared at Emperor Wanfa. Then, he rushed toward the place where Yin Nuoxing and the Empress were cultivating. The Golden Empress and the Golden Empress couldn't care less about the Black Cauldron. Under the gloomy clouds of energy, which seemed like a storm would come at any time, they felt a little numb. The connection between their minds and the power of heaven and earth and the power of the elements in the outside world was disrupted by this violent and chaotic energy. When this energy explodes, even the Emperor of the Underworld won't be able to fight back. Even a mid-tier Emperor God will be severely injured, and Lasheen and the other 5 girls protected the group of children behind them. To them, Xian and the others were indeed a group of children. After a few violent changes, the formation that encompassed the entire world had long broken through the energy seal. It seemed to be splitting without limit. The people in the nearby cities could only see a piece of the formation suddenly appear in the sky. Then, it disappeared, and in its place came an even larger formation that exuded a terrifying aura. The heavens are angry. The heavens are changing. The heavens and earth are crying out. The power of the Tao breaker. The destruction of cultivation. Has the heavens been angered? The hundreds of billions of people in the city could feel the unstoppable energy formation in the sky. The terrifying energy wave that followed caused countless people to tremble. Even the Emperor of the Underworld fell to the ground. Their faces were filled with fear. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and they wanted to kneel down. Little Star, stop. In the secret room, Yin Nuoxing and Yi Shi clenched their fists. Their eyes shone with the light of tangible energy. They gritted their teeth and unleashed their soul and spiritual power to the maximum. They controlled the millions of formations in the sky with great precision. However, the more formations that appeared, the harder it was to control them. Even they couldn't control the destructive energy that poured down. Above the secret room, Empress Jean and the others wanted to stop Yin Nuoxing and Yi Shi. However, when they saw that Yin Nuoxing and Yi Shi weren't listening to anything, they were anxious and fearful of the formation in the sky. The great Emperor of Destruction raised his head and looked at the formation that was trembling with great difficulty. There was a hint of fear and dread in his eyes. The energy contained within the formation was enough to threaten high-level god emperors like him. Holy *T again? There's still one more split. This time, it's going to break through the barrier of 100 million miles. Emperor Myriad Arts wiped his forehead in horror. Although he had created this formation, he had never used it before. This was because it would be risking one's life to use it. In the end, it would destroy the entire area and completely destroy all life in the area that the formation encompassed. No, if you interrupt them, their souls will crumble. No one can withstand the self-erupting power of a formation that no one can control. The Empress hurriedly called out when she saw that the Emperor of Destruction was rushing down in an attempt to interrupt the two of them. Even her voice had become shrill with fear. The Emperor of Destruction's expression stiffened when he heard her voice. He gritted his teeth and looked up at the sky. The formation was trembling more and more violently, and it looked as if it could collapse at any moment. Even the sky was about to shatter. At this moment, they weren't the only ones who were anxiously watching. All of the living beings within a radius of 60 million miles were trembling as they looked up at the increasingly unstable formation in the sky. Under the destructive power, panic spread throughout the entire area. However, no one had any thoughts of escaping. The power of heaven and earth was in chaos, and the elemental power was in disarray. Most people couldn't even fly. Furthermore, where could they escape to in such an area? A natural disaster. Thank the heavens that I'm still at home with my wife, child, and parents. I'm praying that we'll be able to stay together at the end of our lives. A family was hugging each other tightly. There were no tears, only peaceful smiles. This is an undeserved disaster. An undeserved disaster. This isn't a natural disaster. It's a man-made disaster. There are supreme beings engaged in a battle to the death, and we're going to be buried alongside them. The power of space has also been disrupted, and the teleportation gates can't work. Ha ha! The heavens are going to kill us. No, I curse all of you. I curse this world. Why? My life has only just begun. I don't want to die yet. Heavenly Lord, I don't want to die like this, but I still want to dig a grave and bury myself. Save me, patriarch, bastard, 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 son of a asterisk tch. In the city enveloped by the magic formation, chaos became the only rhythm here. Everyone seemed insignificant under the merciless light. Even though countless people had the idea of running away, when they looked up at the sea of light, where could they run to? There was nowhere they could go. The god experts, who were usually high and mighty, also looked at the magic formation with a ferocious expression, half crying and half laughing. The chaos that erupted in this area perfectly illustrated the different kinds of life. There were those who were happy, those who were calm, those who were sad, those who were angry, those who were in despair, those who were fearful, those who were mad, and those who were resentful. All these emotions were intertwined together like a song of life. It made the hearts of the two people from Yun Nuo planet, who were controlling this crazy array, tremble slightly. They could also feel the endless emotions turn. The two people from planet Yin Nuo roared. In the sky, the terrifying array that spanned 60 million miles trembled violently and suddenly froze. Then, under the despairing gazes of everyone, it split apart and spread out. A boundless and terrifying spell formation descended from the sky with a dazzling azure light. Chapter 560. The formation that encompassed the boundless region spun down from the sky, bringing with it a monstrous power that caused all living beings to tremble in fear. Under that power that could crush everything, all words paled in comparison. Those cursing voices gradually stopped. Looking at the azure radiance that illuminated the horizon, everyone felt a lump in their throat. A line of tears flowed down their cheeks due to the stimulation of the radiance. The sky was filled with the terrifying power of destruction, the terrifying power of the stars. Even the air was filled with violent energy. With just a sniff, one could guess that they would die here today. At this moment, everyone who was rushing to Starfall City received the news. However, just when some of them wanted to fly over to take a look at the peerless formation, they discovered that there was no need for them to do so. That was because the energy that filled the sky had actually spread over their heads. In fact, even the people in Starfall City could feel this irresistible power. A few years ago, a beam of starlight pierced through the Ghost Chi Forest. Its might spread throughout Sourcepeak region. Even distant regions could feel it. Half a month ago, 3 terrifying energies erupted in the depths of the godly Tiger Mountain Range. Everything within a radius of 10 billion miles turned into an abyss. Source Peak region and Extreme Plain region could clearly feel it. Now, a peerless formation encompasses an area of 600 million miles. Source Peak region seems to be in turmoil. If this formation were to completely erupt, its destructive power would spread to an area 10 times larger than its original size. The small formation will form its own formation core and form a large formation together. This method of controlling the formation reminds me of someone. Oh, Myriad Art Imperial Emperor. That amazing old man. I wonder if he's in the divine realm now. I haven't heard of that old man's name for at least 10 million years. The method of controlling the formation seems to be more exquisite than the original method. It seems to have been improved. Fisk, that old man's strength has improved again. I don't know. However, the Mountain Monarch should be coming to the Source Peak Grand Assembly. At that time, we'll know about Myriad Art Imperial Emperor and the others. Let's not talk about that first. What about this formation? If it were to erupt, this region would be plunged into misery and suffering. Starfall City is too far away. Even if there are outstanding formation masters, they won't be able to break it in time. What do you mean? Sigh, let's just leave it to the heavens. Our position is very awkward. There's nothing we can do. On the top floor of a certain palace in Starfall City, a group of people stood at the top of the Great Hall. Their vision seemed to be able to penetrate through the endless distance and see the formation. Despite the endless distance, they could still feel the extremely terrifying super energy. Once it erupted, it would definitely leave behind a bottomless pit. Seeing the array, those people couldn't help but sigh. There was nothing they could do. The only thing they could do was pray. The leader of the group was an old man in brocade robes. He looked at the faraway area. His old eyes were deep and calm. However, there was a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. Those who could control this kind of magic array were absolute magic array geniuses. They could play with magic arrays to the acme of perfection. Perhaps it was really that old fellow, Emperor Wanfa, who was causing trouble. Suddenly, the formation that covered a radius of 600 million miles suddenly became illusory under the gazes of countless people. It trembled slightly, then gradually became transparent, and finally disappeared. The chaotic energy of heaven and earth also slowly returned to normal as the formation disappeared. Countless living beings, many experts, seeing the spirit design disappear, all the living beings under the spirit design had mixed feelings. Countless people had been prepared to die. Although they were unwilling, it was a natural disaster and a man-made disaster. Even if they were unwilling, they couldn't defy the heavens, even if they were unwilling. However, now that it had suddenly disappeared, what was this? Damn it, give us back our tears and feelings. Countless people felt lucky and speechless. There were still traces of tears on their faces. Their expressions of despair and despair seemed to have turned into a joke in an instant. Countless people cried and laughed as if they had been broken. It was conceivable that the pharmacy's business would be very good today. Some places also burst into cries of joy. They were all glad that this calamity didn't happen. After surviving a calamity, one would definitely have good fortune in the future. It seems like someone is testing the power of the formation. Could it really be that old fellow, Emperor Wanfa? That's not right. If it's Emperor Wanfa, he could have gone to the starry sky and used his formation. Even if he made a ruckus, no one would care about him. Could it be that he made a ruckus in order to attract attention and announce to the world that Emperor Wanfa has returned? Which emperor god expert would use such a method to announce his return to the world? He doesn't play by the rules. The Taiyuan Grand Meeting is in 2 months. Why would he make it so troublesome? To make a big news. Seems like it. The old man in the brocade robe stroked his white beard. A wisp of wisdom flashed in his deep eyes. Perhaps the person who set up the formation doesn't have the ability to go to the starry sky. Perhaps that person's realm isn't very high. Perhaps he made it by accident, but he also believes that he has the ability to take it back. Everyone was astonished. Divine emperors could travel short distances in the star area. Although they could only travel short distances, they could still go to places further away. Could it be that the person who set up the formation didn't have the cultivation of a divine emperor? Similar guesses were not limited to this palace. In other places, everyone who had sensed the power of this magic formation was trying to guess the identity of the person who had set up this magic formation, from a powerful deity to a figure of that level. Many people had already gone to the area where the magic formation was located, flying towards the center of the magic formation. However, the two people who were at the center of the discussion had exhausted all their spiritual strength and strength of soul and collapsed together. Yishi was better off because she had only exhausted her spiritual strength and strength of soul. Yin Nuoxing didn't have as much strength of soul as Yishi did. She had converted all her energy into strength of soul through the soul-burning formula, and then converted part of it into spiritual strength through the 6 paths of reincarnation. The two of them put in all their effort and finally managed to control it with all their might. At the final stage of the split, it felt as if the soul was about to be pulled out of the body. But no matter what, it dissipated in the air, which was already a very fortunate ending. Seeing that both of them had fainted, everyone hurriedly lifted them up. Empress Jean even hurriedly grabbed Xian, Feng, and the other 3 people. Yin Nuoxing was unconscious and needed the 4 of them to look after her. Now that they saw that she could cause more damage, they couldn't let her go out of control. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. They took turns to check on Yin Nuoxing and Yi Shi. They heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that they had only collapsed due to exhaustion. Then, they cursed in a low voice. These 2 guys had caused such a big commotion. Great, now the Taiyuan Grand Gathering wouldn't be boring. This was simply big news at the tip of the wave. I have to say I'm convinced for the 2nd time in my life. Lei Lang's face twitched to the point of cramping when he saw the 2 people collapse together in exhaustion with their hands still tightly clasped together. Everyone laughed bitterly. Empress Jean and the others were slightly calmer. They could be considered as people who had watched Yin Nuoxing grow up over the years. He had already caused a lot of commotion over the years, so they were gradually numb to it. One more incident wouldn't be a big deal. As for Lachine and the others, who had just met Yin Nuoxing, they were completely convinced. In their understanding of him, perhaps only one word could be used to describe him: lunatic. If you're a demon rank 1 seal, you can barely be considered a powerhouse. If you rely on various means to defeat a 2nd seal demon rank 1 seal, then you're a formidable figure. If you defeat a 3rd seal demon rank 1 seal, or even a 5th or 9th seal demon rank 1 seal, then you're a peerless genius. If you defeat a demigod rank 1 seal expert, then you're a freak among freaks. If you can contend against a nascent god rank 1 seal expert, then you can only be described as a freak among freaks, a monster among monsters. In the end, a demon rank expert who could defeat an emperor god appeared. How should one describe this? He was a lunatic. As the saying goes, a monster goes to the left, a lunatic goes to the right. Little star, he is walking further and further down the path of a lunatic. He doesn't intend to turn back. Yao Hua and the others looked at the white-haired person who had fallen into a deep sleep and shook their heads speechlessly. They secretly thought that this guy wasn't human. Everyone took turns to look after him for a while and fed him a few elixirs. Empress Jean and the others went back to continue refining the colored glass divine crystals. Yuan Shi and the others went back to cultivate, leaving behind the 4 people in Yin Nuoxing's special group to look after him. Little star, don't abuse yourself like that, okay? Take care of yourself. You just woke up not long ago, and now you're going to sleep again. Even if we don't find it tiring, you won't be able to sleep well. Xian was almost angered to tears by Yin Nuoxing. How could someone abuse themselves like that? Their daily routine was to play with their life and then fall asleep. It was fine if they slept on their own, but it made other people's hearts ache. Little Xian, little brother Xing, has he always been like this? Lachine couldn't help but ask. Xian nodded. Thinking of the past, she didn't know why she suddenly felt a little sad. She bent down and hugged Yin Nuoxing's head. Tears flowed down silently. Those sparkling tears fell on her flawless face, making Lachine and Empress Jin's hearts ache. They felt like their hearts were about to break. Xian, Xian, don't cry. Little star will get better. Fenger saw that she couldn't stop crying. Mei Mao also blushed slightly. She rubbed Xian's head with her jade-like hands, but her nose was slightly sour. She quickly turned her face away and wiped her eyes. I don't want to cry. Really, I don't know why. Xian smiled sweetly. She was crying and laughing at the same time. Her face was covered in tears, but she couldn't stop her tears from flowing down, making Fenger want to cry as well. Looking at the two women crying and laughing, and Lixin and Empress Jin's eyes were slightly hot. For women, once one of them recalled something and cried sadly, it would most likely cause the other three to cry too. I seem to have seen the rise of a divine star, rubbing the hot corners of her eyes. And Lixin looked at the young man, sleeping quietly on the bed. She suddenly smiled charmingly. She supported her chin with her jade-like hands and quietly observed this young man who was so powerful that he was a little out of the ordinary. Sister Jingyu, what do you think? And Lixin and Mei Mao looked at the red-crowned crane with a smile and said, Me? The red-crowned crane, called Jingyu, was slightly stunned. She looked at the sleeping young man with her bright eyes. She squeezed the cold hand in her jade-like hands and sighed softly. She shook her head and said, I don't know. Maybe. You are better at judging people than I am. Do you think you will like the little girls in our family? And Lixin giggled. No. Suddenly, Xian, Fenger, and Mei Mao widened their eyes and stared at Lixin fiercely. She smiled charmingly and then laughed even harder. She couldn't help but hold her belly. Even if we find so many girls for Xingxing, he won't accept them. If we have to cultivate feelings for them one by one. Fenger and Xian echoed each other. Then the four people were silent. They looked at Xian in surprise. Seeing her blush, they quickly lowered their heads. The three women couldn't help but cover their faces. Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was so shy that she almost buried her pretty face in her arms. Chapter 561. The appearance of the Boundless Formation attracted the attention of some of the people gathered at the Taiyuan Grand Meeting. The experts who originally lived in Starfall City all headed towards the location where the formation had appeared to explore. Through various vague clues, they gradually approached the location of the formation's core. However, even though they were close to the location of the formation's core, the superformation encompassed an area of 600 million kilometers. Even though they were close to the formation's core, they were still searching aimlessly in an area. Furthermore, the person who set up the formation might have already left. Just the range of the search encompasses an area of 1,000,000 kilometers. How are we going to find him? It's already been 10 days. That formation grandmaster might have already left. Sigh. I thought I would be lucky enough to catch a glimpse of him just because I was close. Forget it. You guys keep searching. I'm going back. I'll go back and wait for the Taiyuan Grand Meeting to begin. The experts densely packed in the mountain range could not help but feel discouraged when they saw that they had not gained anything in the past 10 days. However, this discouragement did not last for long. Originally, it was already an extravagant hope to meet an expert of that level. It did not matter if they did not meet him. Furthermore, the Taiyuan Grand Meeting was about to begin. That expert might even attend. Thinking of this, the experts who had left gathered their spirits slightly. Perhaps they would be lucky enough to meet him. At this moment, there were two rather famous formation grandmasters. One of them had already woken up. After waking up, he went into seclusion in a secret room. As for the other youth, he was still in a deep sleep. However, his complexion was no longer as pale as 10 days ago. His ruddy complexion was a sign that his condition was improving. His desolate sea of soul was also surging with great waves. His mental force and soul force, which had been depleted repeatedly, seemed to be even more vigorous after being replenished a few times. After sending off the night of the 2 purple moons, a new morning sun was ushered in. The warm sunlight brought with it a slightly cool atmosphere. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, it entered the thousands of households. Early in the morning, there were countless loud sneezes. In the forest, a wisp of light yellow quietly appeared. The sunlight that crossed the horizon finally entered the hidden valley shrouded in mist after passing through many obstacles. It dispersed the mist slightly and shone into a simple loft below. It passed through the window and landed on the eyes of the youth on the white bed. The slightly dazzling sunlight caused the youth's eyebrows to twitch. Afterwards, the eyes that had been asleep for 10 days trembled slightly and opened. His purple-red eyes still contained a trace of confusion. He seemed a little lifeless as he stared blankly at the wooden ceiling. A moment later, a little bit of spirit slowly gathered and flowed into his eyes. Those lifeless eyes also gradually lit up. He slightly blinked a few times and only felt a sense of refreshment. The air was filled with a faint fragrance, and there were also a few strands of auspicious aura that made people feel as if they were floating. Yin rolled his eyes and felt an extremely soft and furry thing under his head. He turned his head and saw a white fairy foxtail. Lachine was sitting on the edge of the bed with her back facing him. She seemed to be holding a book in her hands. 9 snow-white tails covered his body like a blanket. There was also one under his head. Upon a closer look, he saw that the snow-white tails not only covered his body, but also covered a beautiful figure lying on the edge of the bed. A touch of deep purple could be seen under the fur. A soft and jade-like hand was tightly holding his hand. She was lying on the edge of the bed and had fallen asleep. On the other side, ink-black, long hair spread out like blooming flowers on the edge of the pillow. A faint crimson-pink light spread from the beautiful figure to his body. Feng'er had also fallen asleep. Her exquisite face was resting on his arm. Looking past Feng'er, he could also see a beautiful figure sitting on a chair. A pair of pure white and beautiful wings extended from the figure's waist. Just like the tails that covered his body, they gently caressed his body and face. It was itchy, but it was quite comfortable. However, the owner of the wings was Mei Mao. Her small head was uncontrollably lowered bit by bit, as if she was fishing. The 3 of them seemed to be tired. If this is a dream, let me dream for a while more. Yin took a deep breath. He only felt that his soul had been sublimated in this place. For great beauties were taking care of him while he rested. This was the peak of his life, Sister Immortal Fox. However, even if it was a dream, he had to break it with his own hands. He knew the condition of his body. He must have slept for a long time. He was comfortable, but the beauties who stayed by his side day and night had to suffer. Hearing a weak voice calling out to her, the lady, who was holding onto a book, raised her head slightly. She turned her gaze around and saw Yun Nuoxing's pair of beautiful eyes staring at her in a daze. An enchanting expression surged onto her seductive face. Her pair of bewitching eyes blinked at Yun Nuoxing. Her sweet smile shattered the sunlight and caused his heart to tremble. It was as though his soul was about to be taken away. Yin Nuoxing curled his lips. His hands quietly separated from the 2 beauties' control. Then, he hugged the snow-white heavenly tails into his arms. He even buried his face in them and took a deep breath. An intoxicated expression appeared on his face. Your little brother let go. Seeing his actions, and Yuexin's beautiful face flushed red. The waves of feeling coming from the tails made her delicate body feel a little strange. Okay, I'll let go once you carry me. Yin Nuoxing grinned and nodded seriously. Mei Mao blinked. Seeing his innocent and bright smile, she was a little speechless. She knew that she couldn't persuade him, so she could only nod. The 9 tails gently broke free from his arms and gently wrapped around his body. They lifted him up and then gently placed him on the side of the bed. Yin Nuoxing smiled and stuck out his tongue. He turned around and saw Xian's peaceful sleeping face. A gentle smile flashed across his eyes. He gently hugged this delicate and boneless body and carried her to the bed. Then, he walked to the other side and also carried Feng'er to the bed. He gently covered them with a blanket and then walked to Jingyu. However, he treated the latter equally. He also carried her to another bed and covered her with a blanket. Then, he winked at Yuexin and the 2 quietly left. Sister Immortal Fox, thank you. After gently closing the door, Yin Nuoxing looked at Yuexin, who had been looking at him with a charming smile. He also smiled and said softly, And Yueshin looked at his sunny smile and raised her eyebrows. She licked her red lips with her bright red tongue. That appearance was really very seductive. She stretched out her slender fingers and raised Yun Nuoxing's chin. And Yueshin smiled charmingly and said, Little brother, how do you plan to thank me? Seductress. Yun Nuoxing was so seductive that his whole body trembled. Looking at Yueshin's playful and seductive smile, he couldn't even run away because the tails were still wrapped around him. He could only say, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Sister Mortal Fox, what do you want me to do? And Lashin smiled, revealing a pensive look which scared Yun Nuoxing, who had just recovered his rosy complexion, to the point that it turned even paler. He seemed to have forgotten that this seemingly charming woman was a god emperor expert. Just as she revealed a thoughtful expression, she saw Yun Nuoxing's uneasy expression. Lashin also felt a little amused in her heart. That day, where did the little fellow who ignored them and rushed into the mountain, fought with the white tiger, and blasted 2 big holes in the Taiyuan region go? Phew! And Yueshin gently breathed in his face. Then, she giggled and retracted the tails that were wrapped around him. She walked out of the loft with light steps and said, I won't tease you anymore. Yun Nuoxing trembled violently when he was blown by the orchid fragrance. He looked at the graceful back view of the woman and couldn't help but curse her secretly. Then he followed her out. Just as he walked out of the loft, the beautiful figure of the Empress appeared in front of him like a ghost. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He habitually raised his head and saw that the torrential flames of the black cauldron in the sky had already stopped. It had become a calm sea of fire. The blazing high temperature made the whole world seem very hot. The leaves on the mountain range below were drooping down due to lack of vitality. Are you ready? The Empress asked with a smile as she pinched Yun Nuoxing's face. After taking a deep breath, Yun Nuoxing's eyes straightened, after which he nodded. His gaze towards the huge black cauldron in the sky was somewhat blazing. After so many years, he could finally cultivate this profound technique that he had always dreamed of. The Empress seemed to have felt the burning passion in his heart. She smiled and pulled his wrist with her lily-white hand. Then, they flew toward the black cauldron in the sky. Empress Jean and the others were standing at the edge of the black cauldron. Dozens of pairs of eyes reflected the 5-colored light and stared straight at the 5-colored liquid in the black cauldron below. From time to time, they would urge the flames to prevent the colored glazed crystals from condensing again. The space beside her trembled slightly. Empress Jean turned her gaze and saw Yun Nuoxing and the other 2 appear in the space. When they saw him, Jin Wang and the others immediately sat cross-legged at the edge of the black cauldron. All of them took a deep breath and stared unblinkingly at the 5-colored sea below. The energy in their bodies was surging and circulating. You may feel a little pain when you cultivate. The colored glazed crystals will transform your body. As for the rest, I have already said that it will depend on your own luck. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I still hope that you can cultivate on your own and don't need me to guide you. The Empress smiled as she gently rubbed Yun Nuoxing's handsome face. Yun Nuoxing nodded his head solemnly. Upon seeing this, the female Empress gave him a few more reminders. She told him about some of the problems that might arise during his cultivation. Yun Nuoxing nodded his head continuously. After nagging like this for 10 minutes, Empress Jin's face was filled with black lines. She had basically explained everything. No wonder she said that she didn't need him to guide her anymore. After listening seriously and humbly to the Empress's explanation, Rin Baqian stood quietly for a while. Inexplicably, he turned back to look at the pavilion below. Then, he took a deep breath and jumped into the black cauldron. Splash! A huge splash of water splashed up and then fell back down violently, stirring up ripples on the 5-colored sea. Following the sound of a heavy object falling into the water, Empress Jean and the others seemed to have heard the horn of war. They raised their spirits and poured their soul power into the black cauldron without hesitation. Soon, they found a human-shaped object inside and paid close attention to it. Who exactly is this little guy in the Nine Deities temple? Unlasheen was a little puzzled. She had wanted to ask this for a long time. The Nine Deities temple was overly protective of this little guy. Just as cultivation alone was watched by dozens of emperor gods, afraid that something might go wrong. I'm not sure either. Those little guys refused to say and kept their mouths shut. They only said one sentence. They said that Junior Brother's level of protection was the highest in the Nine Deities temple, even higher than that of the temple master. The Empress said softly. After saying this, she quickly sat down cross-legged and poured her soul power into the sea below. She completely ignored Unlasheen, who was stunned by this sentence. At this moment, Unlasheen stared at Maymao. Her cherry mouth couldn't help but open into a circle and didn't close for a long time. That day, she heard Empress Jean mention something about protection. At that time, she didn't care at all. Today, she finally saw what a real protection was. Good heavens. Dozens of god emperors were staring at you while you cultivated. They were afraid that you would cause trouble. Looking at the situation, they were just short of sending you to the elementary god stage. How many people in the world could receive such treatment? Chapter 562. When he opened his eyes, he was surrounded by a multicolored liquid. The liquid was viscous, even more viscous than magma. The moment he entered it, he felt as though his body was about to solidify, as though he had sunk into a quagmire. Even moving his arm required a great deal of strength. If he hadn't been prepared when he came down, and if he hadn't possessed extraordinary physical strength, he would have been crushed by the multicolored liquid. It's so heavy. Yin Nuoxing only felt that his movements were restricted. He clenched his teeth and found it difficult to move. His body was burning with flames, and the power of the stars swirled the multicolored liquid around him, making his movements slightly easier. I have to absorb this stuff into my body. Don't tell me the creator of this glazed treasure mirror is sure Laji. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. No wonder Sister Liuli had warned him repeatedly before he came down. This stuff could crush him to death before he could absorb it. If he swallowed it, his body would be torn apart. Ziyi, Ziyi, my dear little Ziyi. Yin Nuoxing hurriedly called out in his heart, causing Ziyi, who was sleeping soundly, to be jolted awake. He kicked his blanket away, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Oh, I got it. Don't worry and absorb it. Just leave the control of your body to me. After hearing Yin Nuoxing quickly explain the situation, Ziyi also understood. He nodded, and his mind and soul quickly merged with Yin Nuoxing's. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing also relaxed. He adjusted his sitting posture with difficulty and sat cross-legged in the thick liquid. He took a deep breath and nodded. His mind trembled slightly, and a suction force slowly spread out from his body. He originally wanted to spread his 6 wings, but the liquid here was heavier than he imagined. He felt that his delicate wings would be broken if he spread them out, so he didn't spread them out. As soon as the suction force spread out, the surrounding liquid seemed to have found a loophole and poured into Yin Nuoxing's body, entering through his pores. However, instead of saying that it was entering, it was more like it was crashing into his body from all directions. The multicolored liquid was extremely hot. If the temperature dropped, it would even condense into a crystal. It had to be absorbed into the body under such a high temperature. When the energy barrier was opened and the liquid came into contact with Yin Nuoxing's skin, white smoke rose. Even though Yin Nuoxing's body was extremely strong, it was impossible for him to resist the high temperature of the 4 divine flames with his body alone. Damn! Under this extremely high temperature, Yin Nuoxing only felt that he was in so much pain that he was about to cry. Usually, he relied on the divine flames to protect his body. When had he ever been attacked by such a terrifying high temperature? This burn caused tears to flow down his face. After taking a deep breath, Yin Nuoxing trembled as he formed a hand seal. The divine flames surged out of his body and turned into a warm current that covered the surface of his body. The liquid that had entered his body was also enveloped by the divine flames. Although it required a strong spiritual power to maintain such fine control, at least he didn't have to endure the high temperature. Yin Nuashing felt the temperature on his skin gradually drop. The streams of divine flames wrapped around his body and surged into his body. Then, Zai took over. Only then did Yin Nuashing heave a sigh of relief. Without the protection of the divine flames, he would probably be burned into charcoal, as the hot liquid was enveloped by the divine flames and sent into his body. Yin Nuashing also took the time to transfer a trace of his consciousness into his body. He could clearly see that the trickling liquid gathered in his body and then flowed along the circulation of the glazed treasure mirror all the way to his lower abdomen, where it turned into a small lake that enveloped the sphere in layers. The multicolored liquid also slowly entered the sphere, adding a dreamy color to the already gorgeous color. The energy inside was also agitated, as if it was squeezing and changing the power of the stars in the crystal. It's changing the carrier of my energy. Sensing the changes in the energy crystal, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but feel astonished. If the glazed divine crystal had completely changed his energy carrier, the original crystal carrier would be much stronger. At the very least, it would be able to contain more energy, which was equivalent to directly expanding his capacity by dozens of times. The glazed divine deity is also a shockingly talented madman. Yin Nuashing couldn't help but sigh. His energy carrier had reached the final level, the crystal. Over the years, he had seen the people around him, whether it was the younger generation like Xian or the super powerful emperor gods who had been famous for a long time like the Golden Queen, their energy carriers were also stuck at the solid level. Although he didn't know why it was so difficult to form a crystal, the fact that the glazed treasure mirror could change the carrier and increase its capacity alone was enough to make countless people envious. Even high-level gods would be jealous. It's equivalent to using the glazed divine crystal to recast the energy carrier, then reconstructing the meridians and reconstructing the physical body to become a walking glazed divine crystal. As he thought about it, Yin Nuashing felt that something wasn't right. However, his senior sister, the glazed divine emperor, had cultivated to the glazed body level. However, her body didn't seem to become extremely hard because of it. It might be different from what he had imagined. It can be sped up. I can control the refining speed that is 100 times faster than this. Just then, Zi took the time to tell him. Yin Nuashing was stunned. He took a glance inside his body and then nodded. In actual fact, he didn't see it clearly. It was just that he trusted Ziyi to the point of blindness. He changed his hand seal, and 6 wings gradually appeared on his back. However, he didn't spread them out. At the same time, he released his soul power to the maximum. The suction force that was generated from his body suddenly increased. Like a whirlpool, it crazily plundered the 5-colored liquid that filled his body. Little guy slowed down. Seeing that the suction force in the cauldron had suddenly become violent, everyone was shocked. The Empress also hurriedly reminded them. Even though they had not known each other for a long time, she could guess that this fellow was about to start risking his life. It's fine. I can take it. Yin Nuashing smiled and took the time to send a message using his soul. Then, he continued to immerse his mind into the glazed liquid. He closed his eyes and controlled the divine flame and the glazed liquid. In his body, Ziye's control was outstanding. There wasn't any disorder at all. He gathered the 5-colored liquid that surged in from all directions and transferred it to his lower abdomen. The ball in his lower abdomen released a violent suction force and sucked in the liquid. Colorful threads drilled out from his skin. Without Yin Nuashing noticing, levitate automatically activated and wrapped him up, forming a huge, colorful cocoon. 1.5 months passed in the blink of an eye, while Yin Nuashing was quietly cultivating. In this 1.5 months, the Golden Empress and the others were nervously watching over the Black Cauldron. Then, almost everyone came to the Black Cauldron, including Xian and the others. Everyone was nervously watching the madman cultivate. They might as well cultivate on the cauldron. Even the edges of the cauldron could hold dozens of people side by side. It was a very large platform. The space had long been sealed by everyone once again. This place was hidden to begin with, and with the addition of the space barrier, very few people could notice this place. However, in this 1.5 months, there were still many experts flying around in the nearby area, as if they were still looking for the array master. Many people had even entered this area. However, the great elder of the water god temple had already set up a space barrier, separating this place from the original space. However, some sensitive people seemed to have noticed that there was something unusual about this place. Although they had discovered something unusual, no one seemed to be able to point it out. Therefore, over the past few days, other than seeing countless people flying above their heads, it was peaceful. They were all quietly waiting for Yun Nua planet's cultivation to end. In the depths of the Black Cauldron, the liquid in the Black Cauldron had been reduced by more than half. On the surface, there was a huge whirlpool constantly rotating, as if there was a giant beast devouring the colorful liquid below. At this moment, there were many colorful threads hanging on the walls of the Black Cauldron. Below, a huge cocoon of light was floating in the whirlpool, but was firmly fixed in the center. Now, the light cocoon was even more brilliant than a month ago. It was sparkling and translucent like a colorful crystal. As time passed, everyone became slightly anxious. It was almost time, and the Taiyuan Grand Assembly was slowly approaching. However, Yin Nuashing was still in seclusion. Judging from the speed of the whirlpool, he seemed to be even more anxious and was racing against time. However, there was still no news of his breakthrough. The great elder of the Water God Temple had already set up a teleportation array. Once Yin Nuashing came out of seclusion, everyone would be able to enter the teleportation array and arrive at Falling Star City in an instant. When it was the last 2 days of the 3-month deadline, the 5-colored liquid in the cauldron dried up under everyone's eyes. As the liquid dried up, a 3-meter-wide light cocoon appeared under the Black Cauldron. It was swallowing and spitting out the power of the stars, flashing with 5-colored light. Everyone watched as the 5-colored liquid became smaller and smaller. The light that illuminated the entire place also weakened until only the light of a candle was left. This quiet wait continued for around 4 hours before the 5-colored liquid completely disappeared. All that was left was an enormous light cocoon. Bang! The minute the colorful liquid disappeared, an invisible ripple suddenly swept out from the cocoon of light. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the Black Cauldron, causing the entire Black Cauldron to tremble. As the invisible ripple was emitted, the threads of the cocoon of light began to break inch by inch. Even the cocoon of light itself began to dissipate. Soon after, a figure gradually appeared under everyone's anxious gazes. Buzz, as the last thread disappeared from his body, the figure opened his eyes. 2 5-colored energy lights shot into the sky like 2 auroras, causing the space to tremble slightly. They collided with the spatial barrier, causing ripples to splash out. After he opened his eyes, a muffled sound of wind and thunder suddenly resounded across the horizon. The wings that covered his back like a cloak suddenly unfurled. The gorgeous purple-red wings now had a glazed luster to them. The 6 wings looked as if they were made of glazed glass. They unfurled to a length of 300 feet. With a gentle flap, they set off a 5-colored energy storm. The current 6 demonic wings were many times stronger than before. The violent energy storm could easily send a demigod expert flying over the horizon. Yin Nuashing lifted his head and saw quite a number of people waving at him from the huge cauldron. He smiled slightly. The 6 wings suddenly flapped and a 5-colored whirlwind carried his body and charged into the sky. The whirlwind knocked against the walls of the cauldron and emitted waves of loud cries. In an instant, he charged into the sky. The 6 wings extended and sunlight poured down. His entire body welcomed the sunlight. A faint glass color flowed over his body like a perfect work of art. The 6 wings folded slightly, and his figure descended from the sky, landing in front of everyone. When everyone saw that he was safe and sound, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. As for why there was no change in his cultivation, they also knew what was going on, so they did not care about it. Sister Luli, I'm sorry. There is still a problem. Yin Nuashing could not help but rub his head and bitterly laugh when he saw the smile on the Empress's pretty face. A A problem with your cultivation? Hearing this, the faces of the people who were just a little happy because he had broken through changed, and they hurriedly asked. There were even a few pairs of hands that pressed on his pulse without allowing him to explain, causing his bitter smile to become even more bitter. No, it's this. Yin Nuashing bitterly laughed and shook his head. The 6 wings on his back flapped slightly, and he said, "The meridians in the 6 wings are more than the meridians in my body. There are so many colored glass divine crystals, but in the end, it was only enough for me to cover all the meridians in my body and wings. After that, the remaining is only enough to refine my bones and wings. As for the rest," hearing this, the Empress raised her long, shapely eyebrows and gently pressed her lily-white hand on his chest. Mei Mao gently closed her eyes and sensed for a while. After a long time, she let go of her hand and frowned. She said, "Little brother, you really surprise me all the time. Based on your situation, I reckon that you will need the same amount of colored glass divine crystals just now to help you cultivate the colored glass divine body to perfection. Moreover, your wings are so big. It took almost 70% of the colored glass divine crystals to evolve them. This is extravagant. That mountain of colored glass divine crystals is enough to refine 2 eternal weapons. In fact, if you don't use the 6 wings, it will be enough for you to cultivate your body completely." The Empress was also a little speechless. Her lily-white hand gently stroked the wide 6 wings. She was afraid that just these wings alone could easily tear a low-level god apart. The glazed treasure mirror is more or less similar to the art of weapon refinement. It's almost like cultivating one's flesh and blood to the level of an eternal weapon. This is why we need to refine the glazed divine crystal. If we can cultivate it to the highest level, one punch will be able to unleash the power of an eternal weapon. Your wings are probably comparable to some middle-grade divine weapons. The Empress sighed. Using humans as weapons to cultivate this colored glass divine god is also a lunatic. Hearing this, the people couldn't help but criticize in their hearts. There were indeed perverts every year, and there were especially many lunatics. Chapter 563. Wind and thunder roared incessantly as the 6 pairs of wings spread open. Even though they were completely still, everyone could sense the terrifying power contained within the 3 pairs of wings, and the energy around them became much more active. After a long while, the 6 dazzling wings finally retracted into his body, and the rumbling of wind and thunder also ceased. Everyone turned their attention from Yin Nuashing's back to his hair. The best way to identify the changes to his divine body was through his hair. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground as there were no changes to his divine body at all. This body modification process didn't seem to have affected his divine body at all. "Looks like Little Star doesn't like this type of thing," the Golden Empress said with a smile as she ran her fingers through her hair. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. However, the body modification process had nothing to do with his constitution, so there wouldn't be any changes to his divine body. The Empress gently stroked her hair and fell into deep thought for a long while. Suddenly, she turned to Emperor of Destruction and asked softly, "Destruction, do you have any more in stock?" "No, I haven't mine a long time, but I do have a lot of other things." A wry smile appeared on Emperor of Destruction's face when he heard this. Then, he raised his eyebrows and made a guess as he looked at her contemplative expression. "You want to buy some?" The Empress nodded. "I'm calculating my assets. Let me think. There's so many colored glass divine crystals in that mountain range. I wouldn't be able to buy it even if I sold my entire fortune. Don't even think about it. No one can afford that kind of resource." Emperor of Destruction sighed and shook his head. He then looked at Yin Nuashing with a strange expression. It looked like Lioli was determined to help him cultivate the colored glass treasure mirror. "Sister Lioli, forget it. How can I ask you for more resources?" Yin Nuashing was a little anxious when he saw the Empress in deep thought. He hurriedly shook her arm. He already felt very bad for borrowing such a large amount of colored glass divine crystals from her. No matter how heartless he was, he couldn't bear to see her waste resources on him. The female Empress smiled and shook her head. She cupped his handsome face with her jade-like hands and smiled gently. Elder sister still owes you 2 medicinal pills. Besides, you already call me elder sister. If I don't take care of my little brother, I don't need to be your elder sister anymore. Yin Nuashing was so anxious that she was about to cry. Knowing that she couldn't persuade her, she hurriedly looked at the Mountain Lord and said, Big Brother Mountain, Big Brother Soulblade, Uncle Yuan, you guys should persuade Sister Liuli too. Liuli, actually, I think what he said is. The great Mountain Lord nodded. Just as he raised his head and said something, he saw the Empress turn her cold and murderous gaze towards him. This made the 3 of them shudder violently. Trembling, they looked at Yin Nuashing and said, You have already called us big brothers. If you don't take care of us, we will be slapped in the face. Yin Nuashing felt as if her world was collapsing. She could only place her last hope on Princess Jean. When Princess Jean saw him looking over, she smiled and looked at the Empress. She smiled and said, Let's split it 50-50. We will pay 50-52. Yin Nuashing was so angry that she turned around and left. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. This little guy was embarrassed. After letting out a long sigh, Yin Nuashing didn't walk too far. After walking about 10 meters, she stopped and turned around. When she saw the Empress and the others looking at her with lovable smiles, she lowered her head. He didn't understand. One shouldn't accept a reward without any effort. They were neither relatives nor friends. Even if she was his senior sister in name, even if he was willing to call her sister, the 2 of them had no relationship. They had only known each other for less than half a year. To put it more forcefully, if the 1 year of cultivation was included, they had only known each other for less than 2 years. How could this be? Sister Liuli, Sister Jean, follow me. Yin Nuashing sighed, raised her head, and looked at everyone in front of her. They were a group of friends and elders. She closed her eyes slightly and tapped the black bead in between her eyebrows, following which a huge golden shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Along with the sunlight, it was so bright that it was dazzling. Everyone was almost blinded by it. Palace of the Gods. Jin Wang and the others took in a deep breath of cold air. After Yin Nuashing was tricked by Princess Jean that night, even though he unconsciously admitted it himself, they also said that they wouldn't touch his things and that it would be fine as long as he grew up peacefully. Today was also the first time they saw such a huge object. Yin Nuashing rubbed his cheeks. In a flash, he appeared at the entrance of the palace, following which he waved to the people below and said, Come up. The group of people looked at each other in dismay, following which, with a boom, they soared into the sky and came to Yin Nuashing's side. Then, they followed him into the palace. In the main hall, the dozens of light balls were still floating quietly. Yin Nuashing didn't subdue them directly that day. He planned to subdue them today. The consciousness of the dozens of eternal weapons was in a state of deep slumber. They wouldn't wake up if they weren't stimulated. Therefore, they were very easy to subdue. These are all eternal weapons. Feeling the powerful coercion emitted by the dozens of light balls, everyone took in a deep breath of cold air. Dozens of eternal weapons. This was already comparable to the foundation of a few transcendental forces. Yin Nuashing nodded. He looked at the Empress and took a deep breath. Then, he said calmly, Sister, I will give you one. Don't reject it. You can take whichever one you like. Then, without any explanation, he grabbed the Empress's wrist and pulled her closer. When everyone heard this, they all took in a deep breath of cold air. He was giving away eternal weapons just like that. Even the Empress couldn't help but tremble slightly. This temptation was not small. To everyone, the temptation of an eternal weapon was equivalent to the value of a supreme-grade mystical technique. Both were enough to create a transcendental force. The spiritual, godly body needs a weapon to cultivate. The Empress gently broke free from Yin Nuashing's hand. She chuckled and rubbed his head gently with her lily-white hand. Then, she said, How can I take away your cultivation item? But Yin Nuashing looked anxious. Just as he was about to say something, the Empress interrupted him. This group of palaces is huge. Is it okay for us to walk around casually? Yin Nuoxing's heart trembled. Then he sighed. He knew that the Empress would not accept it. He could only nod and say, "Okay, that's good. Listen to me. I'm the elder sister. A younger brother should listen to his elder sister." The Empress smiled sweetly and patted his head. "Okay." Yin Nuoxing pursed his lips and lowered his head. He still didn't understand. Turning around, Yin Nuoxing looked at the dozens of eternal divine weapons around the throne and sighed. With a wave of his hand, he summoned all of them over. Then he grabbed them one by one. Every time he touched a weapon, it would turn into a ray of light and fuse with his body. Suddenly, the magnificent emblem that had been dormant for a long time started to grow again. Everyone looked at his back, and their eyes widened. They could clearly see that there were some light runes on his long hair. These light runes were flowing in his hair. It was very mysterious and difficult to understand. Are those the divine patterns of the spiritual, godly body? The Golden Empress couldn't help but ask. She looked at the great elder of the Water God Temple and Yishi. They were the only array experts here. In the end, they shook their heads and said, "I don't understand. It's very obscure. It doesn't look like some ancient markings. It's also not a talisman. It's also not the pattern of an array. It's the first time we've seen the spiritual, godly body. That's why we're not sure." The patterns on his hair became more and more dazzling. There were even huge runes that lit up in his hair. They looked like hieroglyphs, but they didn't look like hieroglyphs. His long hair was also growing longer. In a short while, it spread from his waist to his knees. Moreover, it was still climbing down rapidly. It grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under everyone's stunned gaze, it spread to his heels and then fell to the ground. Yin Nuoxing didn't notice this change at all. He just put his eternal weapons back in his body one by one. He could feel that there were many patterns on his back, neck, and even his neck, face, and legs. Moreover, these colorful patterns were still extending into his flesh and blood. The beautiful patterns could even be seen in his blood vessels. What everyone paid more attention to was that his long hair had already fallen to the ground. It was curled up, and its color had also changed. It gradually became gorgeous, from the original purple-red color to an extremely gorgeous color. It was like a flowing color painting. The 6 wings also unfolded involuntarily. The colors and patterns immediately surged into the 6 wings, rendering them incomparably brilliant. His whole person seemed to be dyed with a riot of colors. I've seen the dyeing process of the spiritual godly body with my own eyes. Yuan Shi and the others were dumbfounded. Even Xian's mouth was slightly open. She had been paying attention to Yin Nuoxing all the time. Every time she came out of seclusion, she could sense the slight difference in him. But this time, she had seen the whole process thoroughly. In the past, when I absorbed divine weapons, I didn't have such a big reaction. It seems that only a powerful eternal weapon can cause a qualitative change in the spiritual godly body. Jin Wang and the others blushed with shame. At that time, when they were in the inner hall of the Tana's Water Spirit Temple, they didn't have such a big reaction when they saw him subdue those divine weapons. He's just sure of the realm. When he reaches the realm, he can achieve the small success. But I don't know if this kid is lucky enough to achieve the large success. Whitey lay on Yuan Shi's head and watched the changes of Yin Nuoxing. A touch of surprise flashed across its eyes. Buzz, a few minutes later, when Yin Nuoxing had absorbed more than a dozen high-level eternal weapons into his body, the transformation was about to come to an end. His whole body exuded a sacred light. It was vague, and there seemed to be a halo behind him. It was so sacred that people couldn't help but want to worship his back. After standing still for a while, the vague halo dissipated. Yin Nuoxing opened his eyes and looked at his palm. The smooth skin was crystal clear, and even the blue blood vessels could be seen clearly. His 10 slender fingers, well, this is the palm of a girl, not a boy's. Although he was mentally prepared, he still didn't expect the transformation of the spiritual godly body to be so dramatic. His pair of purple-red eyes had turned into a gorgeous color at this time, and the pupil in the middle was shining with a substantial light. He couldn't feel his realm. It was erratic. It was very strange. His aura was incomparably strong, but it only gave him the feeling that he was in the devil rank. The sealed door in the ball didn't increase or decrease. His body, soul, and spirit seemed to have been sublimated. It gave people an indescribable feeling. However, when he lifted his long hair, he suddenly felt that there was a problem. If Shui Gu saw this gorgeous color, she would probably call him a coquettish B***tch. More importantly, wasn't it 2F** king long? When he swept it across and pulled it to its straightest, he estimated that it was at least 20 feet long. The nether void sword appeared in Yun Nuoxing's hand. Yun Nuoxing pinched a handful of long hair and gently sliced it. Although he liked to keep his hair long, it was too long. It was like a mop, so he had no choice but to cut it. Clang! However, to everyone's surprise, including his own, when a nether void sword cut through the long hair, it actually brought about the sound of metal colliding. It was as if it had cut through metal. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. They all knew how powerful the nether void sword was. How could it not even cut through a strand of hair? Pinching the long hair in his hand, Yun Nuoxing could still feel its softness. His cheeks twitched. He jogged to the Golden Princess and handed the nether void sword to her. Then he asked Xian to grab his hair. The Golden Princess understood. She walked behind Yun Nuoxing, leaving a waist-length space. She slowly raised the sword with her jade-like hand and slashed down. Clang! There was a roar, and two huge forces exploded. The Golden Princess was sent flying. Yun Nuoxing staggered a few steps. When they saw that the former was sent flying, everyone's expressions couldn't be described as shock. They were almost scared out of their wits. The Golden Princess was also dumbfounded. She couldn't believe it. She walked behind Yun Nuoxing, pinched a strand of hair, and used all her strength to cut it. In the air, the sword chi exploded and the space collapsed. Her pretty face was red, but she still couldn't cut it. Your hair can be used to refine weapons. The weapons refined will definitely be more powerful than eternal weapons. The Fire Shrine Great Elder's eyebrows twitched. This, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. This wasn't the time to talk about this. They wouldn't let him go out like this, right? Suddenly, he thought of something. He put his palm into the long hair and rubbed it for a while. Then, he took out the soul fixation bracelet. Then, he fiddled with it for a while and put it on the long hair again. As soon as the soul stabilizing bracelet touched the extremely long hair, it disappeared. Then, the 20 feet long hair gradually shortened in front of everyone's eyes. In a few breaths' time, it shrunk straight back and finally solidified at the knee-length position. So this thing is really used to tie hair. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. He remembered that the Six Paths crystal told him that the soul fixation bracelet was used to tie hair. At that time, he thought it was joking. Little star, your face. Xian's Mei mouth flickered and stared at Yun Nuoxing's right cheek. There, a pattern extended from the neck, and a very beautiful pattern was drawn on the cheek. Her jade-like hand gently stroked it. A faint light flowed, and a mirror appeared in Xian's hand. She handed it to Yun Nuoxing. The latter took a look inside, and then her face turned black. This beautiful pattern was beautiful. It was beautiful, and it was on the face. Colorful patterns are better than black. Yun Nuoxing sighed in despair. Chapter 564. The more spiritual objects the divine body absorbed, the greater the changes would be. Almost everyone knew this. Every generation of the divine body absorbed many spiritual objects. The more powerful the spiritual object was, the more intense the changes would be. The extent of the change would be that the divine body would be engraved with all kinds of patterns. For the things in Yun Nuo planet's body, the patterns covered almost 80% of the surface of the body. There were even some gorgeous patterns on his palms and the back of his hands. It was just that the patterns on his face were more prominent. Moreover, Shuiyan's facial skin could hide the seal of chaos, but could not hide the patterns on the divine body. However, other than Yun Nuoxing himself, no one else seemed to know about this. After all, no one had ever taken off his clothes before. Usually, he would dress himself up impeccably. At most, he would only reveal his palms, neck, and face. If he was unhappy, he would transform into a white-clothed son of God, revealing only his face. Even his hands were hidden in his sleeves. Therefore, when everyone saw the pattern on his face, they were all stunned for a moment. Xian's slightly cold, jade-like hand slid down the pattern on his face until it touched Yun Nuoxing's collar. She even pulled it down a little and saw a large piece of colorful pattern. Hey, hey, hey. Girl, let's talk nicely. Don't take off my clothes. If you want to take them off, wait until tonight. I will not resist. Yun Nuoxing's handsome face turned red. He quickly jumped back and broke away from the hand that wanted to continue exploring. However, everyone was stunned for a moment. Jin Ying and the others' faces were a little flushed, and they hurriedly turned their faces away. As for the Jin Queen and the other elders, they were laughing in a strange manner, while Yuan Shi and the others laughed out loud, causing Yun Nuoxing's handsome face to turn red, and he quickly coughed dryly. Xian's face turned red. She rolled her eyes at him. This guy always said things that could cause misunderstandings. Hastily waving his hand, Yun Nuoxing took out a book with a black cover, a golden frame, and a golden diamond-shaped crystal inlaid in the middle from the eternal weapon he had just received. The book was very thick. It was estimated to be over 600 pages long. A very strange energy flowed through it. Yun Nuoxing opened this book in his right hand, then handed it to the Jin Empress and the others. This book was different from other books. It did not have a full page of words or pictures. There were only some messy symbols in it. What surprised him was that he had never seen a book that could be used as a weapon. How could it be used? Was it to smash it in the face like a brick? Seeing this, the Golden Crown Princess took the black book with both hands. Her beautiful eyes scanned through it, then she frowned. She flipped through a few more pages, but found that every page was the same. It was filled with strange symbols that were hard to decipher. They did not look like charms or arrays. In their knowledge, there was nothing like this. Ah, this is a book of arrays. It's an antique, a product of ancient times. When the great elder of the Water Spirit Temple saw this black book, he laughed softly and walked forward. The Jin Empress raised her eyebrows and handed it to him. After the great elder of the Water Spirit Temple took it, he only gave it a cursory glance. Then he stretched it forward. Waves of energy gathered in his palm, then flowed into the black book. He stomped his feet on the ground, and a magic array appeared out of thin air. The complex and mysterious magic array lasted for a while. Under everyone's gaze, the magic array suddenly twisted. The lines inside changed. Although it was roughly the same as the original, many places were modified. The great elder of the Water Spirit Temple waved his hand and erased it. Then he activated the Book of Arrays. An extremely mysterious magic array appeared out of thin air in front of him. He did not even need to weave it. This magic array was countless times more complicated than the one that had just appeared. Except for the forbidden magic array in Yuyan City, this was the most complicated magic array that Yun Nuoxing had ever seen. With a wave of his hand, the magic array disappeared in front of him again. The great elder looked at the book with a smile, then handed it to Yun Nuoxing. He said with a smile, "This is a very ancient product. In ancient times, there were many amazing geniuses who turned all the methods that they had learned in their lifetime, Xian skills, saint arts, secret techniques, all kinds of divine abilities, into magic arrays. They used the magic arrays as records, hoping to refine it into a weapon so that it could display the ability to change. This idea was very beautiful, but it was very difficult to realize because it was too complicated. A person had learned so many things in his life, so it was even more difficult to refine them into a weapon. After countless years of transformation, those people changed the idea of refining them into weapons and made them self-contained. Thus, the Book of Arrays appeared. The quality of the Book of Arrays comes from the divine abilities that have been refined into it. It will strengthen all the divine abilities that have been recorded into it, including the magic arrays. The magic arrays that are displayed with the help of the Book of Arrays will be changed by the Book of Arrays, increasing their power by several times. However, using the magic arrays in the Book of Arrays is not very stable. The magic arrays in the Book of Arrays can be displayed at will. If you want to attack, you can attack. If you want to defend, you can defend. As for what kind of magic array is used, it's random. The power of will can change the type and power of the magic array displayed by the Book of Arrays. Receiving the Black Book from the Great Elder of Water Spirit Temple, Yun Nuashing frowned slightly. He opened his evil spirit eye and looked at the Book of Arrays in his hand. However, it was difficult to see the structure of the book. After a glance, he chose to give up. However, he was very happy to receive a brand new weapon. Before this, he knew nothing about it. The Golden Hall was very quiet. The golden figure in his memory had disappeared. Perhaps it had disappeared along with the inheritance of the palace. Perhaps he would see it again in the future. Looking at the condition of his body, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh. The 18 eternal weapons had caused the patterns to spread a lot. A high-level eternal weapon was equivalent to hundreds of high-level divine weapons. As for what the divine body of Yun Nuashing had become, he didn't know. He only felt that it was a little strange. The energy was constantly gathering in it, as if it was nurturing something. However, the heartless Yun Nuashing immediately put this matter aside and took everyone to walk around the palace. They looked around casually and only took one or two things after a long time. They even asked him about it, which made Yun Nuashing a little speechless. However, the Empress and the others didn't take a fancy to anything. As Emperor gods, they had a lot of savings. The savings in the Divine Palace were also very large. It was equivalent to the wealth of a few thousand Emperor gods. However, Yun Nuashing had already taken away the most precious things. Therefore, they didn't care about anything else. After walking around in a big circle, they unknowingly returned to the main hall. Everyone looked around the main hall. Yun Nuashing sat on the starry throne. He gently stroked the throne and felt a cool touch coming from his fingertips. This starry throne is probably made of extraordinary materials. I shouldn't be able to touch it now. Yun Nuashing had this feeling in his heart. Looking at the flowing starry sky, he felt that there was definitely something mysterious about this throne. However, he wasn't sure what it was. After walking around the main hall, everyone symbolically took some things and expressed that it was enough to buy the colored glazed divine crystal. Only then did they leave the palace. Yun Nuashing turned around and looked at the huge palace complex. There were definitely some places that they hadn't explored yet. After walking for so long and circling the same place twice, it couldn't be so small. There were definitely some places that were hidden. Let's talk about it in the future. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and put it away. He reckoned that the things that he hadn't come into contact with were probably at that level. He tidied up the small valley and restored everything here to its original state. He left the space seal intact. This was also a quiet place to hide from the world. In the future, they could come here for gatherings. During the tidying up, Yun Nuashing discovered that the realms of Xian and the others had actually reached the second seal of the demon realm. This made him astonished. Something wasn't right. He had only gone into seclusion for 1.5 months. How could their realms have skyrocketed? Teacher has been preaching to us and guiding our cultivation. Coincidentally, little star, your cultivation energy overflowed when we were on the Black Cauldron. So, Jining smiled and stuck out her tongue. I understand, I understand. Yun Nuashing stretched out his hand and nodded. Then, he laughed involuntarily. While crying and laughing, everyone could advance to the next level legitimately. Well, he didn't even dare to advance. His realm had been suppressed at the first seal of the demon realm. Ji secretly returned the treasure map to him. Before going into seclusion, he gave the treasure map to this girl and asked her to find the divine flame she liked. Now, she also secretly said that she liked one. As a result, in the divine prefecture, he could only wait for a while to help her collect it. Don't tell Sister Jean, Ing, and the others. Hua Ji whispered. Okay. I got it. Yun Nuashing nodded helplessly. He also didn't understand why he had to hide this from Jean, Ing, and the others. After 4 hours of tidying up, everyone was ready. Yun Nuashing had been waiting in front of the array for a long time. A cute little tiger was lying on his head with its tail behind his head. Because his hair was too colorful and little white was too bright, if one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't notice that there was a little thing on his head. When Yun Washing turned around, he saw dozens of emperor gods waiting for him. He was so scared that he jumped back and almost jumped into the array. He was sure that their group was the most ostentatious. Leaving aside the Mountain King and the other 5 emperor gods, and in Yueshin's group, there were more than 20 emperor gods and 8 divine kings with eternal weapons. If this group of people didn't go out, they would probably think that they were going to destroy a family. Among the group of young people, except for Yun Washing, everyone was very excited. They clamored to see the big scene and the big shots. Only Yun Washing's handsome face paled a little when he heard the words "a sea of people." He almost knelt on the ground. Seeing that he was so weak, as if he was going to be executed, Xian and Foam didn't retreat. They supported him on both sides, so that he wouldn't fall down halfway. As the group walked into the array began to emit light. Then, the array began to operate. With a brilliant flash of light, everyone disappeared. 6 thatched cottages, a waterfall, and a loft. It was as if nothing had happened. When Yun Nuashing and the others stepped into the teleportation array, the dazzling light made everyone close their eyes slightly. However, this dazzling light only lasted for about 10 seconds. When the white light that filled their vision weakened slightly, the warm sunlight sprinkled down from the sky. They took a deep breath. A gentle autumn wind blew in their faces. The cool touch made everyone feel refreshed. However, just as Yin Nuashing opened his eyes, an extremely ear-piercing noise that was like a demonic sound drilled into his ears from all directions, causing everyone to abruptly cover their ears. Yin Nuashing was even dizzy from the noise. His eyes suddenly opened. After a few seconds of adjusting to the strong light, Yin Nuashing saw a blue sky and a city wall. To be precise, they were on top of the city wall. The surrounding soldiers widened their eyes. When they saw the group of people suddenly appear here, they trembled and raised their spears. Below the city wall, there was an endless stretch of buildings. The city was filled with black heads. The city wall was considered a very high place in the city. At a glance, one could take in more than half of the city. In the city, there were many tall buildings. The tops of these buildings were much higher than the city wall. They blocked the view of the city behind them. "Is this Starfall City?" Yin Nuashing asked softly as he looked at the soldiers who were looking at them with vigilance and fear. "Yes. Are you here to participate in the Taiyuan Grand Gathering?" When the soldiers saw that they did not seem to have any ill intentions, his fear dissipated slightly. This group of people was teleported here. Obviously, they had extraordinary strength. However, there was still some vigilance in his eyes. He was worried that they were here to cause trouble. When he saw Yun Nuashing nodding, the soldier heaved a sigh of relief. He cupped his hands and said, "Starfall City was already overcrowded 10 days ago. We had no choice but to limit the number of people who can enter each day. If you want to find a place to stay, you can go to the heaven-facing residence in the north of the city. The restaurant there has a space array. It is said that it can accommodate a city full of people. However, the price there is also very expensive." "Thank you for the information." Yin Nuashing cupped his hands and returned the gesture. Then, he looked at the Golden Princess and the others. It was not his turn to lead the team on this trip. Little Star will lead the team. Let's go. However, in the next second, the Golden Princess's laughter was like a hammer that slammed him into the city wall. "Go, go, go. Let's go to the heaven-facing residence first. Later, we will go to the city to visit an old friend." The Fire God Shrine's Great Elder laughed out loud. The Water God Shrine's Great Elder was even more straightforward. With a wave of his hand, a magic array appeared and took them away from the city wall. The soldiers were stunned. They coughed dryly and continued to look at the bottom of the city wall with their sharp eyes, pretending that they did not see anything.